Thank you, sir. Tabling of documents.
Precisely, yes.
Okay. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 7.5 of the Auditor General Act, the fall 2022 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Conformément à l'article 108.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, these documents are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statement by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022. Resuming debate on the amendment standing in the name of Mr. Hallan.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, who has 5 minutes and 30 seconds coming to him from beginning previously. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting the remainder of my time with the member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. I'll pick up where I left off, and we were talking about the importance of cancelling the federal portion of interest on student loans. And Madam Speaker, when this was announced, I received a number of letters from recent grads in my riding. I have permission from the authors of 2 of those to read them to illustrate what that cancellation of interest meant on the ground for folks in Halifax. Here's the first letter. I'm writing to express my wholehearted support for the plan to make student loans permanently interest-free. This makes sense on so many levels. Interest rates are way too high for recent graduates to be expected to pay. It's a poor tax. Personally, me and my family are super relieved to hear about this. I just graduated in September, and we had our first child this summer. Budgets are tight. We're lucky enough to have an affordable apartment for the time being. The announcement today is a much-needed reprieve from the way things have been going. Please keep it up. And here's another. I just heard about the federal government's proposal to permanently eliminate interest on the federal portion of student loans, she writes, and I had to reach out to say thank you, and there are 8 exclamation points. You have absolutely no idea how much of a burden has been lifted from my shoulders by this announcement. This will be so helpful for myself and all Canadians struggling to pay back their loans. I simply can't thank you enough. I actually burst into tears when I read the announcements, she writes. I was so stressed out about my payments going up again in the spring. Things are so hard for a lot of people right now, and this move shows that the Liberal government truly cares about Canadians, so thank you so much for this incredible move. Madam Speaker, I'd now like to move on to the Fall Economic Statement's revamp of the Canada Worker Benefit. The Canada Worker Benefit has filled in a gap in our social safety net. We recognize that many of our support systems have been directed at families, at seniors, and at students. But one refrain I do hear often is, what about single, hard-working folks out there who also need help? The lowest paid workers who are slipping through the cracks. And that's what the Canada Workers Benefit is all about, topping off the income of 3 million of our lowest income workers. In last year's budget, we increased the benefit by up to $1,200 for seniors, for singles rather, and by $2,400 for couples. We're now ensuring that these payments are delivered on a quarterly basis rather than once a year as they are now, so that those who rely on it can access it when they need it. Next, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about credit card fees and the pledges made in the economic statement to reduce the burden on our small businesses. Small businesses, as we all know, are the backbone of our local economies, employing the vast majority of Canadian workers. The pandemic has hit them hard. We delivered critical financial supports for them through the COVID, which is why we had an economy to return to, but we can't stop there. With rising credit card fees, small businesses are feeling the pressure. This is something that has been frequently raised to me by my local chamber, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, and by business organizations like the Halifax Partnership. So I'm pleased to say that in the fall economic statement, we're moving forward with our plan to help lower credit card transaction fees for small businesses. This way, they're not forced to choose between lowering their profit or passing on fees to customers, and that benefits both the businesses and the customers themselves. The fourth measure I'd like to highlight from the fall economic statement is all about housing, Madam Speaker. Halifax has seen remarkable population growth in the last decade, and as such has experienced growing pains. The availability of affordable housing options has become increasingly scarce, and people are looking to government to act. The fall economic statement implements many of the housing commitments we ran on in the last election. For example, it creates a tax-free first home savings account that will allow Canadians to quickly save a down payment to buy a home. Another, because we know closing costs on houses are increasing, we're doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit. Another, because we know homes are for living in, the fall economic statement cracks down on house flipping, slowing the rising cost of homes, and giving more people the opportunity to buy their own home. And the last example I'll give, one that I've advocated for a long time as a city planner, well before my time in politics, support for secondary suites. If a grandparent or a family member with a disability wants to move back in with you, you can now be eligible for a multi-generational home renovation tax credit so that you can afford to build a granny suite, a laneway housing, whatever it is to allow them to live with you while maintaining independence. I'd like to address one more set of measures in the fall economic statement, and that's about climate change. As COP27 has made clear, if it wasn't already, we need to be moving further, faster in the fight against climate change, and that's why I'm really glad to see that the statement includes new tax incentives for companies adopting clean technologies. That means refundable tax credit equal to 30% of capital cost of investments in electricity generation systems like solar, wind, and hydro, stationary electric storage systems that run on non-fossil fuel energy, low-carbon heat equipment like solar heating and air source and ground source heat pumps, and industrial zero-emission vehicles. Madam Speaker, all this and so much more is included in the fall economic statement. I believe it provides the necessary support to some of the most urgent challenges facing Canadians, including those back home in Halifax, and I look forward to working with colleagues to ensure it passes through Parliament in a timely fashion, as I know all of our constituents will benefit from the measures that it contains. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Quinte Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our colleague from Halifax for his intervention. He talked about secondary suites, and that's something that is near and dear to my heart. I was in municipal council and we tried to push for more secondary suites, and what we found is that if we're going to create more secondary suites, we need more workers. We need more skilled workers, people to be able to go into homes and either build a coach house or a secondary suite. Can the member please give us the House some ideas on how we can get more skilled trades into the workforce? We're short about 1 million skilled jobs in this country. Part of that is skilled trades. How do we get skilled trades to build more secondary suites? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his question. And at home in Halifax, we need to be building about 10,000 units a year. We have a complicated machine comprised of tradespeople, supply chains, building inspectors, people who grant the permits, people who provide the appliances that go into these homes that can only deliver about 3,000 homes a year. So it's clear that we need help across that continuum, that big machine that builds housing, not just in Halifax but across the country. A critical piece of that, of course, Madam Speaker, is the talented workforce. We are seeing the Minister of Immigration focus with great precision on creating streams that would bring talented, skilled tradespeople into the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Halifax for his brief remarks this morning. The fall economic statement includes a bunch of measures that the NDP pushed really hard for that are going to help make life easier for Canadians during these challenging times. But there's one pretty large omission, which is any sort of help with the cost of home heating, which is going to skyrocket this winter. Now, we've been pushing for the federal government to remove the GST off home heating, which of course would help people who not only heat with fossil fuels, but also people, the 40% of Canadians who heat with electricity. Could my colleague from the Liberals speak to why his government so far has not chosen to remove the GST from home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for his wonderful question, and we're always glad to have the support of the NDP caucus for the measures that we work so hard to pass through in this House. It's great to have people cheering from the sidelines. Now, on the question of GST rebates, I think, Madam Speaker, Canadians can see that we're deeply invested in and involved in lowering home energy costs for Canadians, whether that's through the loan programs and rebate programs to switch from fossil fuel heating systems to decarbonized heating systems. I encourage the member to stay watchful for other measures that may come that will provide more immediate relief, but know that the long game is the important game, and we are working to decarbonize in a way that is equitable for all Canadians so that we can all participate in the decarbonization of our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide some additional thoughts in regards to the forgiveness of interest on student loans and the impact that that's going to have on the affordability issue of post-secondary education, something in which I know many of my constituents are very much concerned about affordability of post-secondary education.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his excellent question. In my remarks, I gave some firsthand testimony from students who are feeling the relief that this elimination of the federal portion of interest will provide. The students and youth are the future of our economy. They're the future of how we're going to fight climate change. They're the future of how we're going to create an equitable, inclusive, and low-carbon economy in the future. And to accomplish all of those things, to live up to all the pressure that we're placing on them to change the world that we all live in, they need to be educated. They need to get trained. And they can only do that, Madam Speaker, if they can afford it. There is tremendous relief across my community and across the Canadian student population for this measure, and it's going to make education accessible just at the exact moment that we need these youth to be getting those educations. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, I am very pleased to rise today in this House in order to speak about our government's work and its effect in our ridings.
With the House, of course, the importance of the fall economic statement. It follows midway, I guess, from the budget to bring us to the fall. And it will look at some of the measures that we've passed lately that will help Canadians and affordability, but it will also share some key investments as we move forward, which is so essential. But, Madam Speaker, let's not forget that we went through 2 difficult years with COVID, and we were able to help Canadians because we were in a great strength and positive position financially, and we were able to help Canadians individually as families and businesses. We were there, we had their backs. And, Madam Speaker, once again, we're faced with affordability challenges for Canadians, of course, at the pumps, at the grocery stores, and we need to be there for Canadians again, but we need to target, this time more focused on targeting Canadians so that we can help those that have the greatest difficulty out there. But let's look at the accomplishment. Since when COVID hit, we lost about 3+ million jobs overnight. We recaptured since the coming back out of COVID, building back better. We recaptured those millions of jobs that were lost, but we also added, as we speak today, 400,000 jobs to the economy, which is a direct indication of some of the successes in building back better that our government worked towards in improving. We are in a great shape again this time around with the strongest economic growth in the G7. We still have, of course, a strong AAA, if you want, credit rating, and our debt to lowest debt to the deficit and the GDP, of course, ratio in the G7, which puts us in a great shape to move forward as we do. Now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about some of the things we've done in the last few months with the help of the House and others, parties, of course, is the doubling for 6 months of the GST for those people that are receiving the GST. How many people are we helping? Well, we're helping over 11 million families with that investment, which is really important to those individuals. And we're also helping seniors. Some seniors will average about $225 more over the 6-month period. Big investment to help the people low income on GST. The second thing we did, of course, is a top-up for housing for those individuals that were struggling as well. And this is a one-time tax-free. Again, making sure that it doesn't affect their income, as we've seen, of course, through some of the investment with COVID. So we're able to make the adjustments beforehand to help, of course, 1.8 million, again, Canadians, which is so important. And we also passed, which is, again, a very, very important, tax-free payment for dental care for families with kids under 12 years old. And, Madam Speaker, that's essential. You know, every member of Parliament has coverage for dental care, but these individuals, these families don't. So families making $90,000 or less, of course, will be able to benefit from this investment, and this will help over 500,000, of course, children right across this great country. Now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about some of the new initiatives which are so important to individuals and to low-income individuals, because often single individuals as well are saying, you know, what kind of supports do we have for single individual Canadians in the country? Well, Madam Speaker, our expansion, if you want, of the Canada Workers' Benefit will help over 3 million people on low income. Those people making minimum wage or just above minimum wage are working extremely hard. Our government recognizes that they too need some supports, and these supports have been put in place through budget initiatives. However, this time, with this investment, we're going to be able to advance the payments quarterly so that these individuals can receive the funding, the monies, rather than having to wait the whole year to get the tax credit. So this will be a very big change that will help many Canadians, and this will take place, Madam Speaker, in July of 2023, so we're not that far away, and this will be a very big helpful, as I've spoken to many people in my constituency about this as well. The elimination of a student loan, as you know, Madam Speaker, I'm a former teacher, and I know the investment, the cost to families and individuals for education, let it be a university or community college or whatnot. And having to pay, of course, interest is one thing, but having to pay interest when the interest rate is climbing very quickly, it makes it that much more difficult. Many of these individuals will, over the life of their loan, will save up to $3,000 in interest. That's a very big support, if you want, for those individuals. And let me quote the Canadian Alliance of Student Association, who said, "Big news for students right across the country. Starting on April 1st of 2023, the Government of Canada has removed the interest on the Canada Student Loan. This investment is welcomed by the past, the current, and the future students who borrow money for their education." Housing is also a big initiative. Of course, this government is the first government that brought forward the National Housing Strategy, which has various features of it to support Canadians in many ways in housing. But some of the initiatives that we're bringing forward here is the first-time home saving account, up to $40,000 that the individual can put away. No tax going in, no tax coming out. Very similar to the TFSA, which has helped many Canadians. Also some support of up to $1,500 for closing costs when you're purchasing your home. And the other one, which is very important, is this multi-generational home renovation tax credit. I've heard so many families talking about, you know, having a second suite, if you want, for a parent, a senior, whatnot, or for people with disabilities. I had a constituent who called me and said, will I be able to take my garage and renovate it into an apartment for my child who has some challenges and some barriers, disabilities. Am I able to do so? And yes, with this investment, you can reach up to 15% of your investment. So let's say you invested $50,000 to make the transformation, then you would be able to receive $7,500 on your tax return. So those are big, focused, targeted areas to support Canadians. Also, let's talk about the jobs and the growth and the economy, which is so important. And we're making investments to work with in the skill area and the net zero, if you want, economy. We need to be better prepared to put forward the necessary skills in the labor market so that we are able to achieve our goal and have done that transition so that we're able to have the skills to meet the needs. And this investment, of course, Sustainable Job Training Center is extremely important, where the partners will come together to help in that area. Also, Madam Speaker, job for youth, very important, of course. One in investment is the Youth Employment Strategy, which again is for people facing barriers. And let me share the ready, willing, and able across Canada and in Nova Scotia. This is increased participation in the workforce for people with disabilities. Just in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, we've been able to establish 265 jobs, and these jobs, many of them are Air Canada, Costco, Shoppers Drug Mart. The Canada Summer Job, Madam Speaker, we've seen over 70,000 jobs. Those are key for young people who want to, for financially, of course, to attend university or community college, but they're also achieving success by learning new skills and also being out there showing and meeting with many entrepreneurs, so that will help them in the future to receive various jobs. Immigration is a key strategic stone, if you want, for our government. We need to bring more people in the country. We know we have a shortage of over 1 million jobs, so we need to find ways. People forget that immigration, we bring 60% of the people that immigrate to Canada are immigrating. They have the skills to meet the needs of our country. That's extremely important. We're also bringing some programs forward that will help the regional and rural communities, and there's extra that we're doing in that area, Madam Speaker. But I know my time is running out, so I thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Kenney.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 61 of the Fall Economic Statement, there is a line item for $135 million. It's indicated that the money is allocated for temporary lodgings for asylum seekers in need of shelter. Indeed, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada rightfully shut down Roxham Road and other illegal points of entry. Why is the Government of Canada opening up these illegal points of entry and putting $135 million forward for people to jump the immigration queue in Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. As I said in my speech, immigration is key to the success of our country, to the growth of our country, and we've made some changes which will bring more people, skilled workers, to support us. We'll have the family reunification, where we'll bring families that are already here but added family members. I look at the Francophone strategy, which will bring 4.4% increase in the Francophones coming to Canada. Those are key areas that we need to work and support our country by bringing more immigrants to Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, my Acadian colleague, for his comments, and I've worked with him on the Francophonie. But my question is, the government is generally prompt in recognizing sensitivities, but it seems to me that in this bill, there's discrimination between two classes of seniors, those from 65 to 75 and those over 75. So I'd like to know, this government that's supposedly so sensitive to sensibilities, so to speak, my question is, why do they tolerate this discrimination, which in our view is unacceptable? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very important one. You know, when we invest, you have to determine where the needs are highest.
And if you look closely at the research, it shows clearly that seniors over 75 have much higher costs and harder to address than younger seniors. That doesn't mean we shouldn't help those from 65 to 75, but for the time being, the investment is for those who have the much higher costs to deal with, particularly around health care, and their spouses who may be having a harder time staying at home. So that's how we decided to approach it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, our role in this place, and something New Democrats have been fighting for a long time, is to distinguish between needs and wants of Canadians. It's important that when Canadians, or especially right now who are feeling the cost of living pinch, actually see our economy get better. Part of that is ensuring that we actually tax those who have been disproportionately benefiting from this crisis, like Loblaws, who's benefited $1 million a day, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to see the Canada Recovery Dividend in the member's speech. I was also pleased to see that the government was going to act on this. What that is, Madam Speaker, is a 15% tax on banks and life insurers. Madam Speaker, we've also seen an incredible greed from not just food companies, but also the oil sector. Madam Speaker, why won't the government expand this tax and tax those that are making disgusting profits?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his important question. One of the first things we did when we formed government is to add a 1% tax on those most fortunate, and that was a key step forward, and that allowed us to bring some revenues in to reduce the taxes for the middle class, which was essential. There are very important questions to be had around banking and the profits of some of the bigger companies, and we need to find, I agree with my colleague, we need to find ways to ensure that they're paying their fair share, and that's exactly what we're working on as we speak. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to rise once again as Thornhill's voice in Ottawa, and I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member and my friend from Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon. Everything is fine. Canadians have never had it so good. That's the constant refrain we hear from these Liberals and their NDP coalition partners, while Canadians from coast to coast to coast are struggling, while everyone in Canada pays the highest taxes on record, ever. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have a problem in this country, and the Liberals must know it by now. It's hard to ignore. They either aren't listening or they don't care. The Liberals have doubled our national debt since they came to power. The Prime Minister has incurred more debt than all Prime Ministers who came before him. Madam Speaker, they've doubled the debt. They've tripled the carbon tax. They've quadrupled Canadian mortgage payments because of Liberal inflation has led to Liberal interest rate hikes. We have a cost of living crisis in this country. They must have some inkling of that now. The fall economic statement could have helped. It really, really could have helped. But unfortunately, it does nothing to address the immediate cost of living crisis they seem to be ignoring. We asked for two very simple things from the Liberals: no new spending and no new taxes. This statement delivers neither. We asked for compassion for Canadians trying to get by and fiscal responsibility for future generations, and this statement delivers neither. For weeks, Conservative told Liberals that this statement would have the opportunity to change course, to freeze spending and to freeze taxes, to reverse the failed policy that are causing the chaos that we see all over the country. It seemed like the Liberals were finally getting the message. The Deputy Prime Minister told Canadians that it was time to cut back, that we should live within our means, that the era of big government spending was over. We even heard the Prime Minister utter the words fiscal responsibility. I almost fell out of my chair when he said those words together in the same sentence. But when the update was delivered and Liberal promises and talking points collided with reality, like on every other issue, they fell short. Only a Liberal would think that this year's fall economic statement shows fiscal restraint. Since April, the Liberals have added $11.6 billion to new government spending, and this update will add another $11.3 billion more. They are addicted to spending and Canadians are paying the price. And on top of all of that, the new taxes in this statement that this statement frankly fails to do away with, like tripling the carbon tax and no new taxes on paychecks. Inflation is already at 6.9%, Madam Speaker. Interest rates are the highest they've been since the financial crisis. Rental rates are up 15%, food inflation at 11%. Where do families find that money? Gas is up over $2 in many parts of the country. Diesel hit $3. Canadians have never felt worse about their finances. Every survey to every Canadian comes back with exactly the same refrain. All these liberals had to do is check out of the $6,000 a night hotel room, turn off the Disney Plus, and actually talk to Canadians to understand what's going on in this country. The Liberals are flooding the market with cheap cash, driving up the cost of goods, while simultaneously making people pay even more in taxes. How does that make any sense? They hear from the same people as we do, just struggling to get by. They read the same statistics as we do. The fact that 1.5 million people in this country used a food bank in a month shouldn't be lost on anyone. This is Canada. They go back to their constituencies at the end of the week, just like we do. So why aren't the Liberals changing course? Why aren't they listening? Why are they continue to do the same thing that got us in this in the first place? They know their actions, their policy, their spending is causing inflation. The Deputy Prime Minister herself said it. The Bank of Canada governor said it. The one before him said it. The banks have said it. Everybody except for members on the other side have said it. Well, with the exception of the Deputy Prime Minister. The simple answer is the Liberals care more about the power of government than the power of people. They care more about making their friends rich than helping struggling families get by. They care more about the voices on the cocktail circuit than the voices of real, everyday Canadians telling them to stop. It's time to start listening to people. Real people who know that budgets don't balance themselves. Real people who know that monetary policy is important. Real people who know that canceling Disney Plus isn't a solution to put food on the table. Real people who know that $6,000 for a hotel room is absurd. Real people who know that $12,000 grocery bills a month at the Prime Minister's house is ridiculous. Real people that know that private jets and limousines are insulting as they cancel their vacations and struggle with driving to work every day. Maybe this is a statement of fiscal restraint for the Liberals, but it's not a statement of fiscal restraint for anybody else in this country. But I'll promise Canadians, fiscal restraint for the Conservatives means deficits are at zero. Not $15 billion, not $30 billion, zero. For every dollar spent, there will be a dollar found, because that's how real people live in the real world. The Deputy Prime Minister herself has warned of difficult times ahead. And for her to spend so recklessly, despite knowing all of that, is frankly unacceptable. What will the government do when the cupboards are already bare? Because that's the position that we're in. How will they be able to deal with the rising interest rates on our debt, which will soon exceed the amount of money the governments transfer to provinces for health care in a crisis? We're going to pay more interest on the debt than we are going to pay for health care in this country from the federal government. Here's a spoiler alert: they won't. And it will be the fault of this government, and Canadians will suffer more for it. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, I've been part of budget processes before. In fact, the last one I was a part of in this country was balanced. I've never seen a government fiscal policy so lacking in vision and so utterly meaningless. At least in the last crisis, Canada had a plan. We had a direction. It was because of our strong fiscal management that we were able to make it out of the worst economic crisis in a generation at the top of the G7. We were the last ones into the recession and the first ones out. We need a plan. No more platitudes, no more talking points, no more half measures of NDP fantasies to keep the Liberals in power. I'd support this if it had a meaningful solution anywhere in the document, but instead I'll tell Canadians what we need to do. So consider this a little bit of an edit. There is hope for the future. Because we live in the best country in the world, we have so much of what we need right here, like our farmers, our oil sands, our natural resources, our minerals, and of course, our people. It's just a shame that we're not doing more to support any of those things. We're squandering our riches. We need to spend less cash and make more of what cash buys right here in Canada. We need to build more infrastructure, pipelines, LNG facilities, and get government out of the way to make that actually happen. We need to increase building new homes by 15% in the biggest cities where it's needed most, and make sure that the people who can help with this, qualified immigrants being blocked by pointless government rules and perpetual backlogs, can get the certifications they need to get the jobs they truly deserve. I'm a child of an immigrant, an uncredentialed engineer who came here to drive a cab. Almost 50 years later, the story is the same, only that uncredentialed engineer will be driving an Uber. No new taxes, no new carbon taxes, no new paycheck taxes. We need to ensure that the documents presented to this House have a plan to grow the economy and not flood it with cheap cash. We have the lowest projected growth in the GDP of any advanced economy in the world, and that ought to terrify anybody who wants to see this country remain competitive in a race that we are losing. And it starts now. It starts with rejecting everything in this fall economic statement and what it stands for. Bigger government, more spending, and higher taxes. That should be its title. And it ends when we elect the member for Carleton as the next Prime Minister of Canada.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that those comments, that intervention. I heard you towards the end talk about getting out of the worst economic crisis at the top of the G.
Remind the Honourable Member she didn't hear me. Yes, thank you.
Coming out of the worst economic crisis of our century at the top of the G7. And I can only assume she's referring to what this Liberal government has done during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, since we all acknowledge that that has been the worst economic crisis. And I'm wondering if that is the case and why, if it is, she is referring to our agenda and our fall economic statement as having no plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, perhaps the member opposite should actually listen to my remarks. I talked about being the last ones in the last global recession and being the first ones out. In 2008, when this country ran deficits of $58 billion and paid them back by 2015 because there was a plan. There was a responsible plan with leadership put on the table. This government has spent $500 billion, $200 billion of which had nothing to do with COVID. And instead of showing any modicum of fiscal restraint, they keep spending to fuel the crisis that they themselves started.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always fun to hear our Liberal friends across the way, the government across the way. The government, the federal government, when it comes to healthcare, doesn't manage a single hospital. They don't train a single doctor. They don't pay a single nurse. But they say, hey, we know how healthcare works. We know how things have to be done. If you want money, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to do that. You're going to have to do the other thing. It's as if the government across the way, we saw that with the passport crisis. The federal public service is extraordinary, exemplary. They've got lessons to give to everyone, but they can't get the job done. The health minister said last week in Vancouver, without conditions, there wouldn't be any checks. I would ask the Conservatives, if they were in power, would they increase health transfers from to the level asked for by the provinces?
Thornhill.
Speaker, thanks for the question. And the member opposite raises some very valid points. Canadians can't get a passport in this country. Canadians can't come here. Those who want to come to Canada can't come here because we have a 2.8 million backlog of immigration. The basic government services that this government purports to run are all broken. Everything is broken in this country. And now we see the interest on the debt going up, where our payments in Canada will actually exceed the current Canada Health transfer by next year. That should be concerning to every member in this House. That should be concerning to every Canadian. And until they get everything in order, can't commit to anything.
Yeah. The honourable member for Nunavut.
The member asked, where do families get this money from, and mentioned that there's no meaningful solution. I would say that there is a meaningful solution in the Canada recovery dividend. This recovery will gain $1 billion over 5 years. Although this is not enough, I do ask the member, does the member agree that this windfall tax needs to be extended to major corporations reporting record profits like Loblaws, who have been showing $1 million a day profits?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you for the question. Conservatives believe that everybody should pay their fair share of tax in this country. We also believe that we need a responsible plan to go forward, where cheap cash isn't flooding the market, where checks aren't going to prisoners or corporations who haven't made good on their tax payments. We know that this government has flooded the market with cash. They talk about checks in mailboxes. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? There's also a credit card bill. They said they wouldn't take the debt because they said they would take on debt so Canadians didn't have to. And now Canadians are there to pay the debt that they've incurred.
Good point. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of Canada's #1 riding, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and I'm pleased to share some initial thoughts on the fall economic statement. The economic update released by the Costly Coalition fails to address the cost of living crisis created by this out-of-control spending government. Just the Prime Minister's inflationary deficits to the tune of $500 billion have sent more dollars chasing fewer goods. His inflationary scheme is hiking up the price of groceries, gas, home heating. Canadians have never paid more in taxes because of this Prime Minister and received less. To reduce inflation and improve the cost of living crisis that Canadians are living with each day, Conservatives had two very simple and clear demands. Stop new taxes. And the second, stop new spending. None of our demands were met in the fall economic statement. And for that reason, the Conservatives will not support this irresponsible economic statement put forward by this government. The cost of government spending right now is driving up the cost of living, and Canadians have had enough. As the member from Thornhill just recently mentioned, we have a government here that is focused on the power of government, of extending the reach of the government. The Conservatives here want to put power back into the hands of Canadians, back into the hands of people who can create things, produce things, and pay taxes and be responsible citizens. But because the government continues to spend more, to infringe upon our rights and into our day-to-day lives, they're taking away the power of people to live the type of life they want to live. And I'm opposed to that, Madam Speaker. Before I go on, I would be remiss if I didn't mention one line item in the fall economic statement that relates solely to my riding of Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. And that is the promise made in June of this year regarding the $77 million put forward in good faith by the Government of Canada to rebuild the community of Lytton. I have yet to receive an answer other than to say that by transferring the funds from Pacific Economic Development to Infrastructure Canada, that the village of Lytton would have more flexibility. But what I'm concerned about, and what I hope I get an answer from the government very soon on, is why the government has decided to extend that unique and historical payment over a 5-year term. Right now, my community is out without a village office, without some core services. Debris removal is still taking place. The constituents of Mission Massacre Fraser Canyon need that $77 million and the flexibility to build in the spring, in the upcoming spring. Having that money spent over 5 years, I'm afraid, will delay even further the necessary construction work that needs to take place, Madam Speaker. So Lytton has been waiting long enough. The government came forward in good faith with a response. Let's move forward. Let's get that money to Lytton sooner rather than later. Now, turning back to the fall economic statement and the other measures included within it, I would be remiss if I didn't mention a few points regarding small businesses. One key item that has a broad support across this country is addressing credit card transaction fees. Canadian small businesses pay some of the highest credit card transactions in the world. To the government's credit, in Budget 2021, they agreed that they were going to address this issue. In Budget 2022, they agreed again that they were going to address this issue. And now, in the fall economic statement of 2022, they say if the private sector doesn't address this issue by December, then they're going to do something about it. So, Madam Speaker, while small businesses are struggling with a very challenging recovery in a post-pandemic economy, the government is dragging its feet on an area that there is broad consensus that needs action right away. So my point is, take action now, get this problem fixed, help small businesses. The second point I'd like to address is CEBA loans. Over the last number of weeks, industry associations and small business organizations have been coming to Ottawa and speaking about the challenges they're facing. I met a number of restaurant owners from Vancouver who are dealing with some very big challenges. They said next year in December, they're going to have to start repaying their loans. And right now, if they break it out on a month-by-month basis, they're going to have to be paying approximately $10,000 to the Government of Canada to meet their loan payments. Small business owners want to pay back that money. They took it in good faith, they took responsibility for that, but what they're asking from the Government of Canada is to give them some more flexibility, perhaps extend the timeline. And I mention this in the context of what's taking place in British Columbia. On the front page of the Vancouver Sun just a few weeks ago, it said lawlessness in Vancouver, that Canadians feel a sense of lawlessness. Property crime has never been higher. Businesses are not only dealing with smaller revenues, labor shortages, they're also dealing with property crime that is impacting their ability to produce goods and create money like they were before the pandemic. So my plea to the government, extend CEBA business loans, give our small business owners a break. We all need them and we need to stand behind them. The third item I'd like to address is the ever and ongoing crisis of housing. Now, in Budget 2022 and during the election, the government talked in grandiose terms about a housing accelerator fund that was going to help the private sector build 100,000 new homes by next year. Well, the government's not talking about that anymore because they haven't done anything about it. They haven't done anything to address red tape or work with municipalities to get housing built. We all need new housing, even in this affordability crunch that will reduce the cost of living for Canadians. We all agree in this House of Commons that we need more housing. Let's move to do it right now. But they're not, and that's a failure. The fourth point I'd like to make is regarding tax increases. On January 1st, small business owners are going to be having to pay more taxes to the Government of Canada. I recently mentioned that a small business owner with, say, 15 employees making over $60,000 is going to be paying over $20,000 every year to the Government of Canada just on employment insurance premiums. At a time when everyone in this country knows that small businesses are holding on by a thread, why is the government choosing to increase employment taxes on them right now? That is irresponsible, and it won't help wealth creation or job creation in this country. And then finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the elephant in the room, and that continues to be overspending by this government. Why is this a problem? Well, it's a problem because in the very near future in Canada, we're going to be paying more for debt than we are for health care. That is a sad day and a sad reality for a country as wealthy and as prosperous as Canada. We have a healthcare crisis. We need to be putting more money into healthcare, not into debt payments. But we can't do that because the government overspent when it didn't need to. And that's hurting Canadians across this country, Madam Speaker. And the final point I'd like to make relates to government operations. In this fall economic statement, there is a special line item fund for $135 million to address the asylum seekers coming into Canada and to provide them with shelter. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada shut down the illegal crossings across Canada. Why did they open them up again? And why are they putting forward $135 million? We have people across this world that want to come to Canada, that want to be productive citizens, that want to have a fair chance to do what my grandparents did, to do what many members of this House of Commons did, and that is to make a fair go of it in Canada, to pay taxes and to be a productive member of society. But with this $135 million, this government is saying, hey, you can break the rules and we're still going to support you. So shame on this government for not taking real action to address our border crisis and support that people that followed the rules and have been waiting for years in good faith to have the opportunity just to become a Canadian. We can do better. And finally, Madam Speaker, we also need to address the brokenness of the federal public service. Right now, I was near the Service Canada office in my riding very recently. There was a lineup of about 60 people outside. They couldn't access government services in a timely manner. Despite the growth in the public service by 24% since 2015, despite more spending than every other government in the history of Canada combined, we can't get a passport. Seniors can't get timely information on CPP and guaranteed income supplement. And we can't even give our hospitals enough money to give people the operations they need. Government needs to get its house in order, Madam Speaker. This fall economic statement is irresponsible, and frankly, it's damaging to the well-being of Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many aspects of the member's speech which somewhat contradict the manner in which he's voting. Let me give you an example. He talks about housing being important, and it is important, Madam Speaker. If you take a look in terms of what's being proposed, whether it's a doubling of the first-time home buyer tax credit, the multi-generational home renovation tax credit, the 1% annual underused housing tax that's being put into place. These are some of the initiatives that are taking place. Yet the member says Ottawa needs to do more on housing. When we're taking actions that are dealing with some of the things the member's talking about, he's actually voting against it. And that's consistent with the Conservative Party. They say they want to see this, and when they see that happen, they end up voting against it. Does the member not recognize that many would see that as a sign of hypocrisy?
Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui-Fraser-Kent.
The only hypocrisy in the House of Commons right now is that for a government to call an unnecessary election during a pandemic to make pie-in-the-sky promises about addressing housing, and a year later has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Shame on the government for making it harder for young families to have a home. Shame on this government for spending too much. Shame on this government for putting so many Canadians into a position that they can't afford their variable rate mortgage right now because the government overspent.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened very closely to my colleague's speech, and, we disagree on a number of things, but there's one thing that we do definitely agree on, and there's consensus on this in Canada, Madam Speaker, between Quebec and the provinces, is the need for an increase in health transfers. This moralizing government, which claims that it's doing good things in certain areas and which isn't able to manage its own affairs in its own jurisdiction, is now trying to put conditions on health transfers to the provinces. And once again, I'll note that the provinces are calling for an increase unanimously. I'd like to ask my colleague specifically whether or not the Conservative Party agrees that the health transfers need to go from 22% to 35% without conditions, and as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Masky Fraser-Kenney.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can be very clear on this point. The federal government must let the provinces manage healthcare for BC and for Quebec. At the same time, if the Government of Canada wasn't concerned with spending too much money, we could put more money into health transfers for the provinces.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I think is a very impassionate speech, and a speech that I think will hopefully be heard by members of this House for what I think is a very important need to address the cost of living for Canadians. As a means to do that, I want to contribute to the conversation in a way that I hope the Conservatives could, in their response, highlight the importance of the employment insurance program and also the Canadian pension. Madam Speaker, EI is not a tax, nor is pension a tax. And I offer this in the most respect to the workers, the men and women who continue to contribute to their EI and contribute to their pension. EI, Madam Speaker, is a program that helps folks when they're unemployed. Workers pay into that, and they also work for that. Same goes for pension. Madam Speaker, these are two important programs to our social safety net. Can the member speak to the importance of EI and pension in this country?
The Honourable Member for Mission, Masky Fraser-Kenney.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Edmonton Griesbeck for a very legitimate question. On employment insurance, when an employer hires someone, the employee is required to pay 1.6%, I believe, of their insurable earnings up to $60,000 into the General Revenue Fund of Canada towards their employment insurance contributions. The employer is required to pay 1.4% of the employee contribution into the General Revenue Fund of Canada. The employee and the employer contribution are mandatory. Secondly, as it relates to the Canada Pension Plan, an employee is required to pay a portion of their salary up to a threshold into the Canada Pension Plan. The employer is also required to pay a contribution into the Canada Pension Plan. On employment insurance specifically, both, and I will say this, both Conservative and Liberal governments have taken money designated for employment insurance from the General Revenue Fund to pay for...
Have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Cowichan Halifax Langford. I am very pleased to rise today about C-32, about the economic statement tabled by the Deputy Prime Minister earlier this month. Once again, this shows how much our government cares about helping the most vulnerable among us and helping Canadians face the increase in the cost of living and the housing crisis, while also helping Canadian businesses. This is exactly the kind of bill that our constituents want from our government. And I also tabled the bill C-207 to change the name of my riding, to change it from Châteauguay-Lacolle to Châteauguay-les-Jardins-Napierville. There were other members here in this House who supported the change of name. They told me that, and yet later, when there was a vote, they voted against the measure for reasons that completely escape me. And they voted against the bill despite the fact that my constituents supported the idea. Other people said that correcting this error that was made against the wishes of my constituents was a waste of time, that I should have done something else. But I must interrupt the honourable member. There is a point of order. Just one moment. I need to give you the floor. The honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, the microphone was on. I'm sorry. I completely understand my colleague's frustration, but I don't think that the fact that her bill was defeated has anything to do with what we're debating. The member knows that we have a great deal of latitude in what we speak about. I am sure that the honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle is going to get to the point. Yes, exactly. I'm here to represent my constituents. That's what I'm talking about. With regard to the bill that was defeated, regarding the bill here today, my constituents could support it just as they supported the bill about the change of the riding name. In this bill, we are respecting our commitment to make access to property more affordable for youth and new Canadians by creating a new tax-free savings account for making a first home purchase. This is very important for youth. We are also doubling the tax credit for a first home purchase. We are offering a tax credit for renovating multi-generational housing. And that's something that I'm looking forward to with great expectations myself. It's a way to provide housing for a member of the family. We are also ensuring that Canadians don't need to choose between bringing their child to the dentist and putting food on the table. We are bringing in a new quarterly benefit from the Canada Workers' Benefit. This is not a benefit that's very well known, but it's very important in order to provide regular payments for the lowest paid workers, who are often our most essential workers. We will be offering hundreds of dollars in new targeted assistance to low-income renters. And we will be doubling the GST credit over the next 6 months. We are doing more to help SMEs with credit card fees. These SMEs are often family businesses, and we don't want them to have to choose between reducing their narrow margins and passing on costs to their customers. We are ensuring to take action to make sure that large companies are paying their fair share. We are amending measures on stock buybacks. We are addressing the issue of real estate speculation. We are ensuring that housing is becoming homes for Canadians rather than financial assets constantly being flipped from one investor to another. That's what respect for our citizens looks like, Madam Speaker. That's what we're talking about here. And that's why we need to work together here in the House of Commons. That is what Canadians expect from us. And that is why they elected us. They do not want to see us engage in useless mudslinging. They do not want sterile opposition and politicking. No, Canadians expect us to work together concretely to improve their quality of life. Bill C-32 includes measures that our constituents are looking forward to impatiently. In my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, as elsewhere in the country, and actually, the mayor of Lacolle this weekend asked me a question about S207, actually. But with all due respect to my colleague, I won't get distracted from what I'm talking about. In any case, in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, like elsewhere in the country, people are counting on the government to help them get through this difficult economic period. Everyone's feeling the effects of what's going on. We're very lucky to have a number of organizations like the Châteauguay Community Centre, Rencontre Châteauguoise, Sourire Sans Fin, Entraide Mercier, and a number of volunteer action centers and services. These organizations help the most vulnerable among us. There's also Solide and the FROM, organizations that are working in the area of affordable housing. That's very important in my riding, and a lot is being done thanks to the hard work of the people working in the area of social housing. But these organizations are snowed under by the increasingly numerous requests that they're receiving. We need to be there to help our fellow citizens. Canadians expect that we help them, that we invest in their quality of life, and support SMEs as well so that they can continue working in a stable manner. In Châteauguay-Lacolle, we are very proud of the spirit of entrepreneurship that is very active among us. These SMEs are our partners, and they support millions of Canadians with jobs that enable them to feed their families. People don't want to see us squander our nest eggs with things like cryptocurrency. What is that even? These bitcoins. It makes me really mad. The kinds of things we've heard from some elected officials here in this House and elsewhere. Our government is familiar with the issues that people are facing right now. And right now, Canadians from all parts of the country are not only experiencing the effects of inflation with higher grocery and housing costs, but they're also concerned about the future. We're parliamentarians, and our role is to reassure them with measures like those that we have included in Bill C-32. Madam Speaker, we want to continue making life more affordable for people, for Canadians, and create an economy that works for everyone. There's a very simple recipe. Investing in Canadians who need help and asking the richest people and corporations to pay their fair share. That's going to help everyone. The fall economic statement that we had not long ago is targeting an economy that works for everyone so that no one is left to fall through the cracks. The investments we make today will make Canada more sustainable and prosperous for the generations to come. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, it's fascinating to hear my colleague. The Liberal government is very happy to be so happy about what it's doing in housing. What we're looking at here, there's a doubling of tax for buying a first house purchase. That will increase demand. And what we heard from the head of the CMHC is what we need to do is not increase demand, but supply. We need millions of new housing units in the next 10 years. We're halfway through the Canada Housing Strategy, but only 35,000 units, and there's nothing more being offered in C-32. Is my colleague really happy with her government's record on housing? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is not the first time I've had the pleasure of debating my honourable colleague on social housing in our region. And he knows that there are projects that are helping people. The way to hear him speak, you'd think that people who work for the home and for housing cooperatives in our region aren't doing anything, but that's not true. These excellent people are getting applications, they're supporting people, and they're producing results. Is there more to do? Yes, ma'am, but it's going to take everyone working together.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. During and after COVID-19, stable employment became and continues to be challenging. This party has not implemented its promise for 7 years now on a comprehensive AI reform. Can the member explain what their plan is to help protect workers and the employment and to improve the employment insurance program?
Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Well, thank you, Madam President, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question because I know I have worked in the field as a social worker, and I know how important the employment insurance program is as a safety net and how it's actually expanded over the years. It was something that was started very basic after World War II, and then with time it has been used, and that is why the mandatory contributions to make sure that the fund is healthy and well funded, because we never know when we're going to be in need, do we? Any one of us could be in that situation at any given time. And so, yes, there is reform that needs to be done, but I'm confident with the evolution that we have seen to date that that reform is forthcoming. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable, oh, no. I started with resuming debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed a great honour to be able to rise today to speak to the government's Bill C-32, which is an act to implement some of the measures that were announced in the Fall Economic Statement just a few weeks ago, before we were all home for the Remembrance Day week in our respective ridings. You know, this comes at a time, and many of my colleagues from all parties have spoken about this, this comes at a time of great struggle for constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Overwhelmingly, the correspondence I get in my office is with regards to the high cost of living and the fact that their wages are not keeping up. We know the increase in food prices is forcing families to make very difficult decisions at the grocery store. And for that reason, I'm very glad to have won the unanimous support of the Agriculture Committee to commence a study into that, and to also have had a unanimous vote here in the House of Commons acknowledging that this is a very real problem, and to support our committee's work in the weeks ahead. I, for one, am going to look forward to hearing from representatives of the large grocery stores on what their companies are prepared to do to address this issue. And the high costs of fuel, of course. You know, the war in Ukraine has sent shockwaves through the energy world. We know this because Russia is a major exporter of oil and gas. And through their geopolitical maneuvering and trying to punish countries who are supporting the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom, in their fight to halt Russian aggression, we have a situation where fuel prices in all sorts of fuels have spiked dramatically. And we have a very real problem where private companies involved in those industries are engaged in what I would frankly call war profiteering right now. They are taking advantage of geopolitical tensions right now to rake in billions of dollars of profit at a rate that we have never seen in this country before. Our healthcare system, Madam Speaker, and I think this is the big sleeper issue in Canada that is only just now starting to get the attention it deserves. But it's gotten so bad in my riding that, you know, while it falls largely under provincial jurisdiction, constituents are now coming to me as a federal member of Parliament and pleading with me to do something. We need to have a nationally focused amount of attention on this crisis. We need to have a Canada where people can be assured that they can have access to primary care when and where they need it. We need to find innovative solutions to help this crisis, to address it. And so I am disappointed that the recent meeting between provincial ministers and the federal minister has yet to result in anything concrete to address the crisis. And of course, while Canadians are struggling, they see a situation where it was reported last year that we collected $31 billion less in corporate taxes than we should have. So at a time when Canadians are struggling with costs to make their own family budgets work, and they see more and more of the burden falling on their shoulders, they see Canada's largest and most profitable corporations getting away through innovative tax schemes, hiding their wealth offshore so that they can escape the burden of paying their fair share in this country. And that, I think, is an issue that we absolutely must pay attention to. Now, you know, in response to these big issues, my friends in the Conservative Party have focused a lot of their attention on the carbon tax. And, you know, yesterday at the Agriculture Committee, I agreed with my Conservative colleagues in taking a small step to address some of the challenges that our agricultural producers are facing. We are going to be reporting Bill C-234 back to the House. But on the larger issue, I think what is ignored by my Conservative friends is the fact that the federal carbon tax does not apply in all provinces. What they are advocating for will have no effect on residents in my province of BC, because we as a province have chosen to not have an Ottawa knows best approach on pricing pollution. We as a province have preferred to retain autonomy so that our policy is determined in the BC legislature in Victoria under the good and sound guidance of the BC NDP government. It allows our province to basically take that revenue and to distribute it in ways that we see fit, because we as a province don't think that Ottawa should have control over that policy, so we as a province have decided to retain autonomy. I also think their fixation on the carbon tax doesn't take into account the fact that the inflationary pressures that we see in the world are the result of things that are largely beyond the control of Canada as a country. I mean, right now in the United Kingdom, we have a Labour opposition that is blaming a Conservative government for the same thing that Conservatives in Canada are blaming a Liberal government for. So this is a problem that we see in many of the G7 countries. It is not limited to one side of the political spectrum or the other. And again, Madam Speaker, if you're going to talk about inflationary pressures and completely ignore the massive profits that oil and gas companies are making, you are doing a disservice to your constituents. You are not addressing the elephant in the room here, which is that corporations are using inflation to hide and to pad the massive profits that they are making. And we need to have a serious conversation about that. I think that if we truly want to help Canadians with the unexpected costs that come with heating their homes and fueling their vehicles, we need to develop policies to get them off of fossil fuels, because it has always been a volatile energy source. You go back to the 1970s when OPEC as a cartel decided to cut production and see what that did to North America. It has always been volatile, and as long as we remain dependent on it as an energy source, no matter what the tax policy is, we are going to suffer from that volatility. So I think if we want to truly help Canadians, we have to encourage things like home retrofits, encourage programs that get them onto different sources of energy. But, Madam Speaker, in the meantime, if we want a policy that is effectively going to help Canadians no matter what province they live in, why don't we go with an NDP policy of removing the GST on home heating fuels? Because that, in fact, Madam Speaker, would benefit residents in British Columbia, unlike singly focusing on a federal carbon tax. You know, when I look at C32, there certainly are a few good things. I appreciate that the Liberals are starting to see that things like a Canada Recovery Dividend are necessary. They are limiting it to the large financial institutions. We would like to see such a model not be temporary, but also extended to oil and gas companies and to the big box stores. Again, this is about putting fairness into the system, because right now the free market, the so-called free market, is largely failing Canadians. They are trying their best, but their wages are not keeping up with the rising costs. One thing that members have not yet mentioned either is that in C32 there is a critical mineral exploration tax credit. Now, Canada has a very troubled history with mining, and any projects that go forward need to absolutely be done in conjunction and in consultation with First Nations. But if we are truly going to transform our economy into a renewable energy powerhouse that it should be, those critical minerals, which Canada has an abundance of, are going to be key to developing that kind of technology. And again, I think that some of the measures that, as I have often found with the Liberals over my 7 years of being in this place, is that there are a lot of good ideas, but they are not fully fleshed out. They don't go as far as they could have potentially done, and in order to make the full impact that we wish they would have done. So, Madam Speaker, I know I'm in my final minute here. What I will say is that I think there's a lot in C32 for the committee to consider, and I hope they certainly take a lot of feedback from a wide variety of witnesses. But I think that there are measures here which are building on what we as New Democrats have been able to force this government to do. Doubling the GST credit, providing an interim benefit for dental care, and making sure that there are help for renters. I'm proud that a caucus with less than 10% of the seats in the House of Commons has been able to achieve these things. This is what I came to Ottawa to do, to deliver for my constituents, to bring tangible results that are going to make a difference in their lives. And all I can say to them is that through this and other measures, I will continue to do that to make sure that they are getting the full benefit and assistance that they need to weather these tough times so they can come out even more prosperous on the other end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite for his thoughtful remarks and actually going into detail on some of the measures in this budget, or this fall economic statement, rather. One of the things that I'm particularly glad to hear is your comments on the price on pollution, which I do agree on. And I'm wondering, though, you mentioned the program in, the member opposite mentioned the program in British Columbia and how the government in British Columbia knew best how to deploy the resources. But in the same context, you mentioned in your intervention that the member opposite mentioned in his intervention that the healthcare crisis is looming. And so I'm wondering whether the member opposite has any comments on the tension between provinces knowing best and wanting to control healthcare expenditures while the federal government is trying to work to address this crisis, and how you see that in contrast, I suppose, or relating to the price on pollution. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, of course, I mean, every province is different, and that's why they need to absolutely have primary jurisdiction over healthcare delivery. I know in British Columbia, we are looking at an innovative model of how we pay primary care physicians, getting them off fee-for-service and more to a salary model. I know in Alberta, there have been discussions about allowing nurse practitioners to deliver more primary care because of the doctor shortage. What I will say is, though, as a federal politician and in some way responsible for the federal purse, I don't want to just hand a blank check to the provinces. I do believe that if that money is going in being consistent with what is already under the Canada Health Act, there should be some certain national conditions about what we want to achieve as a country. And so I not necessarily just a blank check, but I do want to see some federal leadership in determining what kind of a health care we want to see so that a Canadian from coast to coast to coast has that access to care that they should have.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague for his comments. There were a few things in his speech that I would question him on. He talked about war profiteering in Canada on resources and on the taxes that our natural resource industries pay. $30 billion more in taxes they've paid over the last 6 months than they have in the previous year. Yes, there has been a rise in commodities across the board. However, in Canada, let's acknowledge that our price for oil and gas, $30 less than it is in the U.S. for oil. And at times this summer, our natural gas price was actually negative. So he's right in some respects when he says that the free market is failing Canadians, because there isn't a free market, because this government has held up all kinds of infrastructure, no doubt, which is some of the things we should be focusing on. But I do want to focus on one thing he talked about, because he talked about the carbon tax. And he said Ottawa shouldn't have control over this part of the economy, something I completely agree with him on. Would he suggest and would he say that, number one, Alberta was the first province in Canada to have an industrial cost on carbon over 20 years ago, and he's suggesting that maybe this should be the way it is? Would he side with the Conservative Party here in saying, get the federal government out of its ridiculous carbon tax regime, which isn't working?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahart, Langford.
Well, let me clarify my remarks because I think my honourable colleague misinterpreted what I meant. What I meant was that in British Columbia, we are happy that our provincial government actually took leadership. In fact, they were the first province to go down this road. And actually, it was a Conservative government. I mean, they call themselves BC Liberals, but they were the ones that brought in the price. And by the way, do we all remember the name Preston Manning? when he used to advocate for a carbon tax. Yeah, I remember that. That's good. But ultimately, what I meant is that it's good that a provincial capital in BC took the reins because it allows us to have a little bit more flexibility over how we distribute that income and help our local citizens in need.
Des commentaires, une question très brève de l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. It's a bit related to C32, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk about C31 because my question, I have a question for the NDP. I'm intrigued about this. I do have some issues with housing, but that isn't really going to, this bill is not really going to solve the problem. So I've spoken to all kinds of housing organizations in Quebec, and they're basically having fits over C31 because they're spending so much money and nothing's being built. And there was a deal between the NDP and the Liberals, and people thought, well, maybe the NDP will push the government to actually build some new housing. Doesn't my colleague find it a bit that they've sold their soul for this deal with the Liberals and they're not getting anything out of it? The Honourable Member for Malahat-Langford.
No, absolutely not, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to be able to stand in front of my constituents' couch in Malahat-Langford and show them concrete measures that I've been able to deliver as a Member of Parliament, which are going to make a difference. And yes, there are going to be some kinks with dental care, and I agree, more needs to be done in housing. But there are measures here which are going to help Canadians, and I am proud that we've been able to deliver on those.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is truly a privilege to rise in this place and have the opportunity to speak on the Fall Economic Statement. Before I begin, I will note that I will be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-Les Rabelais. I listened with interest to the interventions made during the debate both yesterday and this morning, and just want to thank my colleagues on this side of the House for speaking up for Canadians. Canadians who are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet as there is more month left at the end of the money. Canadians who are having to make really tough choices because the Prime Minister and this government didn't. This piece of legislation comes at a critical time for Canadians. There is a severe cost of living crisis which this Liberal government has done nothing to address in this statement. Instead, they continue to spend more, which continues to push the inflation rate higher, causing the fastest rise in interest rates in decades. This has had devastating consequences for Canadians. In the Fall Economic Statement, the Liberals are predicting that economic growth will be 0.7% lower next year. That Canada's national debt will reach $1.177 trillion. Home prices have doubled since 2015. The increase in housing prices and skyrocketing inflation and interest rates have put the dream of home ownership out of reach for millions of Canadians. Paychecks no longer go as far due to just inflation. Nearly 50% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency, and the price of groceries, gas, and home heating just keep going up. While the Deputy Prime Minister made the difficult decision to cut Disney+, too many Canadians are being forced to cut their diets. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. With the price of groceries up by almost 11%, moms are adding water to their children's milk, and seniors can't afford to heat their homes. Canadians are getting closer to the edge, and this Liberal government just keeps pushing them further. This government does not understand how to assist Canadians. Over the past 7 years under this government, it has only gone from bad to worse. From believing that budgets will balance themselves and promising to budget from the heart out with no more than $10 billion in deficits, this Prime Minister has spent more than all previous Prime Ministers combined, running the most expensive government in Canadian history. Now, I know this government likes to use the pandemic for cover on spending issues, but 40% of all new government spending measures have nothing to do with COVID. That's over $200 billion, Madam Speaker. By next year, the cost to pay just the interest rate on our national debt will be equal to the amount being spent on the Canada Health transfers. Canadians need relief now, not more empty promises from this Liberal government. With over $170,000 being added to the deficit every minute counts. That is why we called on the government to do two things: stop the taxes and stop the spending.
Yes.
This government could have, indeed should have, committed to cancelling any planned tax hikes, including the tripling of the carbon tax. This would keep more money in the pockets of Canadians as they plan for their futures. Additionally, this government should have cut their wasteful spending and required ministers to find an equivalent saving to any new spending put forward. These are two simple initiatives which would have an immediate impact on helping Canadians. Businesses are also feeling the impacts and struggling. While home in the riding this past week, I had the pleasure of meeting with representatives from the Prairie Sky, Rosetown, and Humboldt Chambers of Commerce. It was the first time that we were able to meet face-to-face. I would like to thank the executive directors and chamber boards for taking the time to meet with me. While our conversations covered a wide range of topics, a common theme was how difficult the past 2.5 years have been for local businesses, especially independent retailers. And as I mentioned yesterday, I heard about how lockdowns have driven customers to larger retailers and online shopping sites like Amazon. I heard how lockdowns not only have had a devastating impact on independent retailers, but also a negative impact on supply chains. The impact of inflation was top of mind for most, whether they were business owners or municipal representatives. For business owners, not only is inflation cutting into the bottom line of their customers, it is also increasing costs for businesses, making it difficult for them to survive, let alone thrive. In addition to the federal government-caused inflation, the recent hike in interest rates by the Bank of Canada is having a big impact on individuals and businesses alike. The likelihood of renewing loans and mortgages at rates more than double what they are currently paying is bringing solvency into doubt for both. Added to this is the mess that this government has made of the Department of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. Many business owners have told me that they are desperate for workers in certain industries, but that it takes far too long for qualified people to get through the system. While this government loves to make grand announcements, citizens, business owners, and newly arrived immigrants are telling me the system is broken. Madam Speaker, their mismanagement knows no bounds. The pattern of this government over the years has been to completely disregard the needs of Canadians and consistent inability to manage Canada's finances. Inflation is not just hurting individuals and businesses. One mayor told me that inflation is causing municipal projects to run 25 to 40% over budget, forcing municipalities to make cuts and raise taxes in order to balance their budgets. I also heard from many municipal leaders in recent weeks that they may be forced to cover the back pay for the RCMP following the conclusion of the Forces collective bargaining agreement with the federal government. If municipalities are forced to cover the back pay of an agreement which they had no say in negotiating, this will put more pressure on their municipal budgets. This means individuals and businesses will have to pay more for less from their municipal governments. Canadians, small and medium-sized business owners, and municipalities need a Conservative government that will put an end to the Prime Minister's inflationary spending, which is driving up the cost of everything. Under the leadership of the member from Carleton, our Conservative caucus has been working to develop policies that will address the issues facing our country. Conservatives have a plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. Instead of printing more cash and fueling the inflation crisis, we will create more of what cash buys. More homes, more gas, more food, and more resources here at home. By increasing the supply of goods, we can fight the rising cost of living. We will make energy more affordable by repealing the anti-energy legislation of this Liberal government. And we will cut corporate welfare and get rid of the carbon tax. To fight climate change, we will make alternative energy cheaper rather than making Canadian energy more expensive. We will ensure that paychecks go further. We will reform the tax and benefit system to make sure that when a Canadian works an extra hour, takes an extra shift, or earns an extra bonus, they are better off and keep more of their dollars in their pockets. Conservatives will continue to fight for Canadians across the country. We will continue to hold this government to account for their inflationary spending, and we will continue to put forward policies that put Canadians first before Liberal insiders and their friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, time after time, Conservatives get up and say the same thing. They say that this was Liberal-made inflation, and they suggest that it is only happening in Canada, but the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, that is incredibly false. In the G7 countries alone, Canada has the third lowest inflation in the most recent summary of them. As a matter of fact, where if Canada's sitting at 6.9, the US is at 7.7, the UK is at 8.8, Italy is at 8.9, and Germany is at 10%. So how is it that Conservatives get up time after time after time? Are they completely oblivious to what's going on in the rest of the world?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his question. I would have to say that I don't take his word for anything. Madam Speaker, all he needs to do is talk to the past. All he needs to do is talk to the past Governor of the Bank of Canada or the current one to know that they are starting to recognize that this inflation is becoming more and more Canadian-made. This Prime Minister has spent more than all previous Prime Ministers combined running the most expensive government in Canadian history. As I said, Canada's national debt will reach over $1 trillion next year, and the Liberals are adding $170,000 to the national debt every minute. We can't afford.
Questions et commentaires à l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I have a question for my colleague. The Liberal ministers and members always avoid answering questions. 98% of the time we spend here is wasted when we try to get answers to our questions. But I'd like to get a clear answer to this question. There's a huge health crisis in Quebec currently. The urgency room doctors are sounding the alarm. People are dying in hospital corridors. And the answer is simple. The health transfers need to be boosted without strings attached. If the Conservatives took power tomorrow morning, would they increase health transfers to 35% in keeping with the Quebec government's calls? The honourable member.
I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think if the pandemic highlighted anything, it certainly shone a light on our healthcare system all across the country. The federal government, we know that the federal government must respect the jurisdiction of the provinces when it comes to healthcare. And we now know that the cost of servicing this government's debt is going to equal the health transfer payments. Yeah. That is staggering and astounding, Madam Speaker. What we need to do right now here in this place is focus on holding this government to account in getting their financial house in order. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut. Nunavut.
No, Nunavut. That's okay.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I'm glad that she had a focus on some of the social issues that are being experienced all across Canada. And one of the things that I do like about this bill is the Canada Recovery Dividend, because that is going to it's going to tax from banks, from major insurers, and I think that the gap in this is that it's not taxing major corporations who are showing great profits, and I wonder if the member agrees that we need to also make sure that major corporations that are showing greater profits need to also be included in ensuring the Canada revenue dividend is greater.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate my honourable colleague's question. I would point out to the member, through you, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives did support the NDP's Opposition Day motion to study possible price gouging by grocery chains and other major retailers during the pandemic. We are definitely concerned with the allegations, and we do want to ensure that Canadians are not being taken advantage of. We recognize that that the study called, the motion called for a study. What is really grievous is knowing that that member and her party are supporting this government in taking away resources from committees who would probably be tasked with doing the very study that they asked for.
Exactly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start with a number, $1,000. $1,000. That's the amount that a mother just paid to have her first load of heating oil delivered for this winter. $1,000. For her, that was a big surprise. That's a huge amount of money. And, you know, she wrote to me this morning to say, I hope that the winter won't be too hard because I won't be able to afford to fill my reservoir 4 years like I do every year if it costs me $1,000 to fill up my tank each time. You know, it's not a question of comparing with other countries and, you know, with numbers within Canada or what we had in the past, Madam Speaker. This is the reality that this mother of a family is dealing with today. And she wrote to me today to say that her bill was $1,000 to fill up her heating oil tank. And she's probably going to have to pay that another 3 times over the winter season if winter isn't too bad, and maybe 5 times in total if it's a hard winter. This mother is desperate. She's also very discouraged by the increase in the cost of food. Her groceries cost 11.2% more than last year. And that's if you look at just sort of the overall cost of groceries, Madam Speaker. If you look at the details, if you look at the price of meat, if you look at the price of, even pasta, usually pasta, basic dry pasta is something that, students are going to eat because they can afford it. Pasta's gone up by 30%. So, the food, that's used by, students who don't have a lot of money, their basic food stuff, pasta, it's gone up by 30%. That's the reality that families and students are facing. And this mother that I've been talking about is going to have to make a choice, between pork chops and hamburger or bologna if she wants to make sure that her children have enough food and enough protein. That's the reality that this mother is looking at this winter. Then there's gas prices. Gas prices are very high. And, people in rural areas need their vehicles to get around and to work. Why? Because there is no public transit in rural areas. Because that option doesn't exist. Because it's not possible to get around if you don't have a car. And in rural areas, often jobs, aren't just down the street. You absolutely need to have a car to get around. And in Quebec, and it's the same in lots of places in Canada, there's winter. Winter is hard. Winter is cold. Winter brings, snowstorms and blizzards, and people still have to get around to go work. So, vehicles, yeah, they tend to be a bit bigger. People have pickups. People have SUVs. And unfortunately, gas is more and more expensive, and we're hearing from more and more people who are telling us, I don't know how I'm going to go to work. I have to go to work, so I'm going to make other choices. I'm going to cut on groceries. And that brings me back to the choice I meant earlier. Is this mother going to be buying hamburger or bologna to feed her children? Well, with the money that's going to be left after she's paid to get around in her car to go to work, she's not going to have much choice. She's going to have to choose bologna, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality in today's Canada. We asked the government to do something to help families, or at least to not make things worse as of January 1st. We expected that in the economic statement, as the member for Carleton asked, the leader of the opposition asked, we expected this government to act, that they would do something. 2 simple requests. First of all, Madam Speaker, to cancel any tax increases on Canadians as of January 1st. And now they're going to say, well, listen, but increasing EI contributions and pension contributions, that's not an increase in taxes. That's what they'll tell us. But the end result is the same. It's exactly the same thing. People are going to have less money on their paychecks. That mother that I mentioned earlier, who already had to make some difficult choices when it comes to paying for heating oil and paying for groceries, now the government's telling her, well, on top of that, you're going to have less money on your paycheck to pay for everything that's costing more. We would have expected that the Liberals, instead of adding new inflationary spending, as they did in the economic statement, would have heard the message from this mother. And it seems like, no, they didn't. Because unfortunately, this mother's paycheck is going to be cut on January 1st. And depending on where you live in Canada, it'll be worse for some people, because in a number of provinces, there will also be an increase in the carbon tax, and that's going to put even more pressure and pain on these families, because it's going to cost even more for absolutely everything. By tripling the carbon tax, well, that's tripling costs for the family. Right, they're going to have less money left to pay for the cost of everything else: gas, food, rent. And that's today's reality in today's Canada. We would have expected that the government would say, we recognize that the times are tough. We recognize that interest rates are at their highest level in the last 40 years. We recognize that the cost of groceries has never been so high. We're seeing price increases that are the highest in 40 years. And so we would have expected that the government would help people. But no, that message was not heard by this government. And when we ask them day after day after day in question period, when we ask government ministers, why not? Well, we hear things like, well, listen, it's a global crisis. In Canada, we're doing a little bit better than other countries. We hear all of these excuses, every possible excuse. The war in Ukraine, which is responsible for all of this, but never do we hear a minister take responsibility for the current situation. And yet, Madam Speaker, the government must also look in the mirror and say, what did we do that led us to this situation today? If we go back to 2015, when the Liberal government was first elected, I remember that the Prime Minister campaigned on a promise to people that his government would, just make some little eensy-weensy deficits, tiny deficits. $10 billion the first year, $10 billion the second year, $6 billion the third year, and then a return to balanced budgets after that. Wow. I can't say that he lied, but I can certainly say that he misled Canadians because, Madam Speaker, that's what happened. The deficits weren't eensy-weensy, quite the opposite. they exploded in size. Hundreds of billions of dollars of inflationary deficits even before COVID. And it's not surprising because in his first speech, the Prime Minister said, listen, it's time to borrow because interest rates are low and they're going to stay low for decades to come. You know, they were talking about, tiny interest rates of 0.75%. And the Prime Minister's crystal ball told him, no problem, we can borrow, it's time to do it. There are people here in this House, members of the official opposition, who told the Prime Minister that interest rates would go up and it would be tough for families. But no, they put their heads in the sand and they kept borrowing and borrowing. And then we had COVID. Nobody was expecting that. $500 billion in new deficits, Madam Speaker. And, we would have expected that would be for measures that would help Canadians get through the pandemic. But, Madam Speaker, of the $500 billion, $200 billion was spent on new programs, on spending that had absolutely nothing to do with COVID. So, Madam Speaker, the fall economic statement from the finance minister is literally a failure from one page to the other. We can't support measures like this, which are going to add new spending when the government got $40 billion in new revenue. Where did that come from? Well, it came from the pockets of workers like the mother that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, who has to make difficult choices when it comes to home heating, when it comes to food, and when it comes to going to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know this member spoke about inflation as well, and I asked a question of the member from Carleton, Trail Eagle Creek, prior to this member about inflation being a global issue, not something that is just related to Canada. And I asked her, could she explain what she thought about that? And her response was that she wasn't going to trust my opinion on it or take my word for it. I am not, and now she's saying that's right. What I'm reciting here is from the OECD, Madam Speaker. These are well-known, factual stats, not my opinion on what inflation is throughout the world. And I can't believe that we have now got to the point where conservatives are openly saying, oh, no, the inflation throughout the world, that's just your opinion. These are stats, Madam Speaker. These are facts, Madam Speaker. Can the member comment on whether or not he agrees with the member from Carleton Trail Eagle Creek that this is my opinion?
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable.
During my speech, and I was expecting that my colleague was listening to me, to what I said. I was talking about a mother who's struggling to pay for the home heating of her house, for her groceries, for the gasoline she needs to go to work. And no matter where we stand about the OECD, nothing in this fall economic statement, nothing helped that mother face those new spending.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his point of view. And I'd like to ask him something. He illustrated in a brilliant way the risks for Canada of, implementing this economic statement. But I'd like to ask him to be more precise. And, what could there be that's good for Quebec in this? Let's forget the rest of Canada. What's important for Quebec here? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, what I see, and I thank my colleague for his question, what I see here specifically is the trend line of this Liberal government when it comes to interest payments on debt, which are just, increasing and ballooning year after year. And that means that next year or the year after, this government is going to be paying more in interest charges than in health transfers for all of the provinces. So that makes it harder for the government to help the provinces, including Quebec, to face the healthcare crisis that we're facing right now, Madam Speaker. So I'm trying to find something good in the economic statement, but unfortunately, I still have not succeeded in finding something in here that's going to help Quebecers. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. I I have yet to hear Conservatives talk substantially about the record profits that oil and gas companies are making. These companies are literally swimming in piles of cash right now at rates that we have not seen profits like this for years. And so I'm just wondering if my Conservative colleague would like to address the elephant in the room. They complain about high fuel prices but say nothing about record profits. Does he have any comments or policies to address that unfair situation that's affecting people from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
The room. Why can't we talk about this costly coalition that the government formed with the NDP? This is the elephant in the room. Yeah. That will cost us $21 billion more in new spending. That's in the fall economic statement. That's the costly coalition fault, and I think we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am grateful to hear the speech earlier. What I'm hearing in my riding and people calling in, they're having troubles with the cost of food. And I have mothers that call in and are beside themselves because they can't decide if they're going to have a family that eats or the family that will have heat on. And I'm just wondering if you're having some of those calls into your office as well.
I can say to the Honourable Member that yes, I do, but I'd like l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I'm happy to see that you are also getting those kinds of calls. Like all colleagues here in the House of Commons, I'm persuaded that we all are getting those kinds of calls from people who are facing these real challenges. We're asking for one thing, to not increase taxes for all Canadians on January 1st so that everyone can have a bit of a break. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the government has chosen to do otherwise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to see you, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Davenport. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's debate on Bill C-32, a bill which introduces measures in the 2022 Fall Economic Statement and key initiatives from Budget 2022. Madam Speaker, the 2022 Fall Economic Statement includes a series of new targeted measures that will help Canada weather the coming global economic slowdown and thrive in the years ahead. Measures that will deliver good-paying jobs by seizing the opportunities of the net zero economy, by attracting new private investment, and by providing key resources to the world. The next few years offer a historic opportunity, Madam Speaker, for Canada, a time when we can continue building an economy that works for everyone and create the good middle-class jobs that Canadians will count on for generations to come. But if we are to capitalize on the opportunities before us in the years to come, we need to step up and make more smart investments today. Today, I would like to talk to a measure in the 2022 Fall Economic Statement and Bill C-32 that will grow Canada's economy, create opportunities for workers, and continue to address Canada's challenge with investment and productivity that stretches back decades. Mr. Speaker, our government knows we are at a pivotal moment. The climate crisis is more urgent than ever. Canada is already experiencing an increase in heat waves, wildfires, and heavy storms. These impacts and the economic and health repercussions that come with them will continue to accelerate if we do not act now. We know that climate change is real and the path forward is clear. To protect our planet and to build a stronger economy, we must do even more on climate action. Over the past 6 years, the federal government has taken important steps to position Canada at the forefront of the fight against climate change, while also working to seize the economic opportunities provided by the global transition to net zero. Canada's commitment to putting a price on pollution has provided an incentive for businesses and households to pollute less, conserve energy, and invest in low-carbon technologies and services. However, it is clear that Canada will need to do even more to secure our competitive advantage and continue creating opportunities for Canadian workers. This challenge has become even more pressing with the United States' recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, the government has been making foundational investments in clean technology, many of which in the U.S. is doing now with the IRA. We welcome the U.S. legislation as it will play an important, pivotal role in the global fight against climate change and will further accelerate the building of sustainable North American supply chains. More importantly, the IRA's Build North American policy for critical minerals and electric vehicle tax credits is also good news for Canadian workers and Canadian companies. But while the IRA will undoubtedly accelerate the ongoing transition to a net zero North American economy, it also offers enormous financial supports to firms that locate their production in the United States, from electric vehicle battery production to hydrogen to biofuels and beyond. Without new measures to keep pace with the IRA, Canada risks being left behind. As a first step in Canada's response, the government is launching the Canada Growth Fund, which will help to attract billions of dollars in new private capital to create good-paying jobs and support Canada's economic transformation, as well as bringing forward 2 new measures to support the adoption of clean technology across Canada. Today's legislation authorizes the Minister of Finance to requisition up to $2 billion from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in order to provide an initial capitalization to the Canada Growth Fund. The legislation will enable the Minister to purchase non-voting shares in the corporation in exchange for capital. Mr. Speaker, Canada's road to achieving our climate targets, creating and maintaining good-paying jobs, and building a net zero economy that works for everyone will require the transformation of our industrial base. Specifically, the commercialization and deployment of low-carbon technologies and resources, and the continued growth of clean technology businesses across Canada. We have an opportunity to lead the way on the road to net zero and ensure that Canadian workers can benefit from good jobs for decades to come. However, this will require investment on a scale that government alone cannot provide. There are trillions of dollars in private capital waiting to be spent in creating the good jobs and prosperity for workers that a net zero economy will bring, and Canada is competing with other countries to attract the private investment we need. To succeed, Canada needs to address 2 challenges. First, we need to incentivize companies to take risks and invest in cutting-edge technology in Canada. Second, we need to keep pace with a growing list of jurisdictions which are using public financing to attract private capital and to create jobs and prosperities for workers that accompany it, from the United States to the European Union and beyond. In Budget 2022, Mr. Speaker, we announced the government's intention to create a Canada Growth Fund that will help attract private capital to invest in building a thriving, sustainable Canadian economy with thousands of new, good-paying jobs, and help Canada keep pace with a growing list of jurisdictions that are using innovative public funding tools to attract significant private capital required to accelerate the deployment of technologies required to decarbonize and grow their economies. Mr. Speaker, because Canada's economic prosperity has traditionally been built on natural resources and other emissions-intensive industries, a substantial transformation of our industrial base will be required to meet our climate targets and ensure long-term prosperity for Canadians and the Canadian economy. Canada needs to build the technology, infrastructure, and businesses to reduce our carbon reliance, but this will not occur without rapidly increasing and then sustaining private investment in activities and sectors that will strengthen Canada's position as a leading low-carbon economy. Today, while companies and investors are aware of opportunities to commercialize and deploy emissions reduction technologies, they are often restrained due to investment risks that are frequently associated with these investment opportunities. That is why the fund is designed to invest in a manner that mitigates the risks that currently limit private investment and unlock the domestic and foreign capital that Canada needs now. The 2022 Fall Economic Statement outlines the design, operation, and investment strategy of the Growth Fund. The mandate of the Growth Fund will be to make investments that attract substantial private sector investment in Canadian businesses and projects to help seize the opportunities provided by a net zero economy. And this includes, Mr. Speaker, investments that will help reduce emissions and achieve Canada's climate targets, accelerate the deployment of key technologies such as low carbon hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization and storage, scale up companies that will create jobs, drive productivity and clean growth, and encourage the retention of intellectual property in Canada. And finally, to capitalize on Canada's abundance of natural resources and strengthen critical supply chains to secure Canada's future economic and environmental well-being. Just concluding, Mr. Speaker, in the challenging economic landscape that Canada and the world are contending with, there is no other country better placed than Canada to weather the coming global economic slowdown. The measures in Bill C-32, such as the Canada Growth Fund, will build on actions the government has taken to make sure that Canadians and the Canadian economy come through this challenging economic period as quickly as possible, and that we are ready to thrive when we do. That's why I encourage all members of this House to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague on the side of the House, and I sit in committee with this member as well. And I often think he's reading off a page because so much of what he said is dissonant with the reality. He's talking now about a Canada Growth Fund on top of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, the financial incentive systems that are all built throughout this government in order to foster investment in Canada, throw money at a wall on some of these technologies that aren't going anywhere, that continue to actually risk taxpayers' money. In the time this government's been in power, hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign investment, of Canadian investment, have left the Canadian economy. And now trying to backfill it with more Canadian government money is putting a finger in the dike. They've caused an investment climate that is destroying foreign investment and all investment in Canada. Can he get to the root of the problem here, undo some of the destructive policies, and not have to throw more government money at a wall here, please?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I of course, enjoy his interventions in the Environment Committee, the Standing Committee. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member should give his head a shake. We have invested $9.1 billion in the emissions reduction plan, Mr. Speaker. I know that many of his colleagues in Alberta are very supportive of our plans. The oil patch has embraced net zero by 2050. They're working closely with us, Mr. Speaker. We will be capping oil and gas emissions, working with them. We're investing in carbon capture, which I know the honourable member supports. And Mr. Speaker, just finally, the clean technology market is worth $2.5 trillion. It will be worth $80 billion in Canada in just a few years. We've got to get on that train, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately the other member has left at the stop.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I listen to my Liberal colleagues talk about the environment, I always feel like we're in the Twilight Zone. It's like we're not watching the same movie. Last week with COP27, we heard that Canada is investing $8.5 billion in fossil energy. That's very bad. And we also learned that Canada is the worst country in the G20, the worst when it comes to per capita emissions. And we're the only G7 country whose emissions has gone up since Paris, since the Liberals arrived. They say lots of nice things. They say we're green, we want the transition, but no, we're the worst in the G7, and we're the second worst in the G20 when it comes to investing in fossil fuel. Clearly, we're not talking about the same thing. What is the Liberals' plan to face these issues?
Point of order from the honourable member for Saskatoon. West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious. I do not think we have a quorum in the House at the moment.
There we go, and I'll stand here and start looking. Camera's on. None.
There's only one conservative here, that's why. There's only one conservative, Mr. Speaker.
Let me look to the table. I believe we have quorum. So we're back on to questions and comments. I believe a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Because there's only one conservative in the House, does that really matter for the quorum count?
Part of the debate we're having. So I believe we have quorum, and I said that, so thank you for that intervention. Questions and comments? I believe the Parliamentary Secretary was just finishing up his thought, or going to be responding to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I'm a great admirer of his because he is a fellow curler, and I'm sure he's very, very good, yes. And I introduced him to my father a few short weeks ago. But to his question, Mr. Speaker, emissions actually went down in this country in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Speaker, and we're working very, very hard with the oil and gas sector. And Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, we're going to be capping oil and gas emissions. We are eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. And Mr. Speaker, like the honourable member, we want the oil and gas sector to step up. They are making record profits. They need to invest in the clean economy. They need to reduce their pollution. Together, we can ensure that there's a livable planet for our kids and grandkids.
Time for one more question and comment. I believe the Honourable Member for Nunavut is up next.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for focusing on the environment. Nunavut relies entirely on diesel for power, 25 communities, and there needs to be a transition from these polluting energy sources to renewable energy. At the same time, oil and gas companies are the largest contributors to polluting the environment. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary through you if he can explain why their government did not extend this windfall tax to oil and gas companies to help Nunavut get off their reliance on diesel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, 30 seconds.
Thank the honourable member for the question. We know the Arctic is warming at 3 times the rate of the global average, Mr. Speaker, so climate change is up close and personal, and we are challenging oil and gas companies to step up, to invest in the clean economy. They've committed to net zero by 2050, Mr. Speaker, but we need to accelerate the pace and get there sooner.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a true honour for me to rise in the House today to speak on the Fall Economic Statement, Bill C-32, on behalf of the citizens of my riding of Davenport. To remind those who might be watching the speech, the Fall Economic Statement provides insight on Canada's economic outlook and outlines the government's intention moving forward. The Fall Economic Statement also builds on the fiscal and economic work already underway in Canada to make life more affordable for Canadians, to build a stronger economy, and to prepare for what lies ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, it's always good also to take stock of what the current context is. We have high inflation due to 2.5 years of historic turmoil, including the after effects of a pandemic, the current destabilizing geopolitical situation as a result of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the energy crisis, and the impacts of climate change, to name just a few. I am very, very proud of how our federal government has stepped up to support Canadians during the pandemic. We were generous of our support. Some say it's too generous, but I feel very good about the decisions that we've made. I'm also very supportive of the investments and the additional supports to Canadians that we've been making over the last year. National childcare is now in the process of being implemented, which in my home province of Ontario and in the city that I live in, Toronto, will see childcare costs reduced by 50% in December of this year. This is huge, 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 not only for the families in Davenport, but right across this country. We've seen an increase of 10% for seniors, 10% in the OAS for seniors over 75. We've seen a doubling of the Canada Student Grant for post-secondary students, among many, many other targeted supportive measures. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, as you all know, we've doubled the GST credit for the next 6 months. 11 million Canadians received some additional funding this last Friday. And then we have the dental care benefit and the housing benefit winding its way through the Senate. And we've also announced that students who have Canada student loans do not need to start repaying their loans until they've earned $40,000, which is up from $25,000. So all of these measures will go a long way to help Canadians who are struggling with the rising cost of living. I know I hear from Davenport residents every day. They do worry about the prices. They're appreciative of the support the federal government is giving, but they're also hoping that the prices come down in the near future. So the Fall Economic Statement puts forward a number of additional measures to support Canadians and to grow our economy, one that works for everyone. And I wish I had more time, but I'll only be able to cover 2 or 3 key measures. So I'm going to cover immigration, business investment incentives, and growing the clean, green energy economy in Canada. So, the Minister of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago announced new immigration levels for Canada that would see us move to invite 500,000 new immigrants to Canada by 2025. This is going to help with the persistent labor shortages that we continue to have, especially in healthcare, construction, and manufacturing. It will also help with ensuring that we continue to have a strong welfare system. Someone that's indicated to me that about 10 years ago, we had 1 retiree for every 7 workers in Canada, and now it's down to 1 retiree for every 3 workers. So if we actually want to continue to have a strong social welfare system, we have to make sure that we are replacing our workforce. So the Fall Economic Statement, more specifically, is going to increase some money into the immigration system that will increase the capacity to ensure that applications are processed as quickly as possible and to eliminate backlogs. And it's also going to invest in systems that we need to help make sure that we bring in the talent and the skills that we need. So the details are the federal government has committed $1.6 billion over 6 years, and that's for the processing and settlement of new permanent residents, and then an additional $50 million in 2022-2023 to address ongoing application backlogs, which I can assure you so many of our offices have, and it's very frustrating to try to deal with them, but it's wonderful that we continue to put additional resources to address this issue. And I think I'd want to note as well, Mr. Speaker, that we are bringing in a historic number of immigrants and refugees. We should be very proud that over the last 3 years, Canada has settled the highest number of refugees in the world. Not the highest number per capita, but the highest number of refugees in the world for each of the last 3 years. It is something that I'm very proud of. We believe that diversity truly is a strength. We truly believe that the increased diversity makes us a stronger and better country. The next thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, something I worry a lot about, is the lack of business investment by our businesses in Canada. I'm sad to say that business investment in Canada is about half of what it is in the United States. And I was reading a few reports online, and C.D. Howe has put out a report recently, and I agree with a number of the things that it says. One of the things it says is business investment is so weak that capital so weak that the labor force is falling, and the implications for incomes and competitiveness are ominous. I think I wrote that quote a little wrong, but basically it reaffirms the fact that business investment is very weak in Canada, and the fact that it has huge implications for our competitiveness both today and tomorrow. I'd also want to say that over the last 10 years, when we've had historically low interest rates, our businesses in general have not invested in research or innovation or in increasing wages. And so the government needs to step in and take some action. And so one of the key things that we're doing, and we're introducing this in the Fall Economic Statement, is to introduce a corporate level 2% tax rate that would apply to all share buybacks by public corporations in Canada. And this is a similar measure that was introduced in the United States. So I think this is, it's estimated that this measure will increase federal revenues by $2.1 billion over 5 years, while also encouraging corporations to reinvest their profits in workers, in innovation, and in their own businesses in terms of growth. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a great first step. I think far more needs to be done to ensure competitiveness in Canada. And I think that there's a number of additional measures that we are looking at and are considering as we're running up into federal budget 2023. Our future economic prosperity depends on us getting this right. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about is climate change and growing.
Appel au règlement, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to be a nag, but it looks like we do not have quorum in the House.
For quorum, so let's start the count. There we go. I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would just point out that there are several Liberals that contribute to this quorum, but virtually no Conservatives. So,
might be worth.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it is not proper to call out the presence of or the absence of anyone in the House, and so I would also make note. That it is the Liberal job to actually do the work in the House, and with their NDP lapdogs, it's not being done properly.
Thank you. In order. Okay, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry. I want to apologize for pointing at the fact that there are virtually no Conservatives here. I apologize.
All right, I know we do this in laughter. We're not supposed to point out the absence or whether the member is in chamber or not. Quorum call should be that, where we count the members that are here to make sure that quorum is here, and not to underline who is and who isn't. And you don't need to apologize again. I think the member is covered because I'm looking at the time that we need to get the number of speakers in, and I know the member for Davenport was wrapping up her thoughts. She has about 2 minutes and 53 seconds left, so I'm sure. I think she was starting to wrap up. She had a couple great ideas there, so we're looking forward to the rest of her discourse. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I have lots more to say, but I know I only have less than 3 minutes left. The next thing I want to point out in the fall economic statement, because Davenport they're very passionate climate activists. They really feel very strong that we need to move as aggressively and as urgently as possible towards meeting our net zero by 2050 targets. So the fact that there are some measures in the fall economic statement that is going to accelerate us decarbonizing our economy and meeting our climate change goals, I think is as welcome news to them. We were all, I think, alarmed when we heard our Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, say the clock is ticking, we're in the fight of our lives, we're losing, greenhouse gas emissions keep growing, global temperatures keep rising, and our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. So it's incumbent on all of us to take as many measures as possible, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to say that the fall economic statement proposes major investment tax credits for clean technology and clean hydrogen, which will make it more attractive for businesses in Canada to invest in technology and to produce the energy that will help to power a net zero global economy. So, Fall Economic Statement 2022 proposes refundable tax credit equal to 30% of the capital cost investment in the following: electricity generation systems, stationary electricity storage systems, low carbon heat equipment, industrial zero emissions vehicles and related charging or refueling equipment, among other things. And I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Finance is going to continue to consult on additional eligible technologies. We, of course, are introducing these measures not only because we want to meet our net zero target by 2050, but also it's in response to the adoption of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States and ensuring that we remain competitive both in the current and future economy. And maybe, given the fact that I only have less than a minute left, I'll maybe mention two other small measures, but I think that they're significant ones that are going to be helpful to individuals, to all Canadians across the country. First is the elimination of interest on Canada student loans and the Canada apprenticeship loans. I will tell you that anything we can do to help students start their lives without debt or as a minimal debt as possible is going to be helpful. And the second is the new quarterly Canada Workers Benefit, which is $4 billion over 6 years. And we're going to be issuing that Canada Worker Benefit quarterly, which will be helpful and put money into the pockets of low-income Canadians sooner than later. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on the Fall Economic Statement on behalf of the residents of Davenport. I would urge my colleagues on the other side to support this bill as expeditiously as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question. There's nothing in the Fall Economic Statement that addresses single senior women. We have, there's been a report in CBC, I'm sure they've all read it, about 2 women, one in Nova Scotia, one in Toronto, that are still living in their cars and unable to afford housing. What are they planning to do to assist the female single seniors have a retirement that they so much deserve? If it wasn't for them, we would not be here today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I will say to you that there are a number of measures that we have introduced. So as I mentioned as part of my speech, we've already introduced a doubling of our GST credit for the next 6 months. That is going to give individuals an additional $234 and seniors $225 additional dollars. That's one of many measures. We've also introduced we also have a national housing strategy that has put billions of dollars more in investment into building more affordable housing and to make housing more affordable for Canadians. And that includes not only that includes all Canadians, including our seniors. And the Fall Economic Statements has some targeted measures, which I don't have time to go through, but I would urge the member to review this. We always, I think the message I want to leave is that we will continue to do more for Canadians. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you very much. What's surprising this morning is to hear the Liberals applauding the economic statement. It's not that positive, really. And yet there were calls from Quebec and all provinces in Canada. Surely it's less problematic when it's unanimous and not just Quebec calling for something. So how is it that there's been no increase in health transfers? They don't even talk about it. And yet it's a unanimous call from the rest of Canada. I can't understand it. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I think we're all concerned about our healthcare system. I think that there's not a day that goes by that not one of us hears stories about the backlog in our emergency systems. I do want to remind the member that we have put a massive increase into the healthcare system over the last few years, and that we've made a commitment that we're going to put in more money. Where I understand we are at, Mr. Speaker, is that we want to put far more money into the healthcare system across Canada, but we're looking for some accountability measures back from the provinces and territories to make sure that that money actually goes to reducing the wait times, to producing more physicians, to hiring more nurses, as opposed to tax rebates or tax cuts that a number of provinces are engaging in right now. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I was particularly interested in the member's comments about welcoming immigrants. The government of Nunavut's Premier, PJ Akarok, had said in a statement recently that Nunavut is not able to welcome immigrants because there is a lack of housing. And I wonder if the member agrees that there needs to be investments in housing so that Nunavut can take part in welcoming immigrants.
Member for Davenport.
so much, Mr. Speaker. I 100% agree with the member and her question. You cannot bring in new immigrants without having a housing plan and without actually ensuring that there's sufficient support for settlement services across this country. Both of those things are absolutely necessary. And I'd also say in the north, in my opinion, there's a need for additional sort of IRCC resources in general, just to support the population in terms of additional newcomers that are coming into that part of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. D'entrée.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I'd like to indicate that I'll be doing the first part, and my colleague from Jonquière will take the second part. So I'm rising to speak to Bill C-32, the 2022 Fall Economic Statement. Unfortunately, this bill is more impressive in form than in substance. It contains around 25 miscellaneous tax measures and about 10 non-tax measures, and that may sound like a lot at first, but in fact, there are two kinds of measures. One is legislative housekeeping, which we routinely pass here, and secondly, measures already announced in the spring budget that weren't included in the first Budget Implementation Act. And so, in other words, it's just reheated leftovers. Clearly, the economic statement and the bill contain no measures to address the new economic reality of the high cost of living and a possible recession. So it's a completely missed opportunity by this government. This is an entirely forgettable bill, and its lack of vision deserves no applause. But there's nothing harmful in the bill either, so no reason to oppose it or try to hold it up. Often the government tries to bury bad things in an omnibus bill, hoping they'll go unnoticed, but not this time. There's no surprises in this bill, neither pleasant nor unpleasant ones. C-32 contains a few good things, I'll be honest, but they were already announced in the last budget. So here's a rundown. Implementation of an anti-flip provision to limit real estate speculation, that's okay. A tax credit for multi-generational residences for those who renovate for an aging or disabled parent. The Bloc's been calling for this since 2015, as have many seniors groups. There's a tax credit for first-time home buyers to cover part of the costs that come along with a first purchase, so it's hard to be against that. Temporary surtax and permanent increase in the tax rate for banks and financial institutions. Canceling interest on student loans outside Quebec. Quebec has its own system, but we'll get an unconditional transfer equivalent to what Quebecers would have received if they had come under the federal program. Scrapping a tax measure on oil extraction. It's a drop in the bucket, but it's a start. Tax measures to encourage mining development in critical minerals essential to the energy transition. An increase in the amount of aid that can be provided to foreign countries, from $7 billion to $14 billion, and up from $2.5 billion to $5 billion. So this will increase Canada's international aid, but it's still something far from what the Bloc's been calling for and far from the UN target of 0.07% of GDP. And as status of women critic, I'm regularly reminded that Canada can and must do better for the health of women and girls. In summary, this is a bill that misses the major challenges facing society, but there's nothing harmful about it. It advances some good things and does some legislative housekeeping that was necessary. That said, we're unenthusiastic about this bill, but we will support it, though it's a disappointing economic statement. We're critical of an economic statement that mentions the problem of inflation over 100 times without offering any additional support to vulnerable people while a recession is apprehended, and it's as if by waving a magic wand, everything is going to be fixed. A Quebecer who's worried about the rising cost of living will find little comfort in this economic statement. They'll have to make do with the mere implementation of last spring's budget. The Bloc has clearly asked the government to refocus on its fundamental responsibilities toward the vulnerable. So for the rest of my speech, I'll focus on the failure to boost health transfers, the lack of adequate support for those 65 and over, and the urgent need for a real reform of EI, which is the best stabilizer in difficult economic times. Unfortunately, the government rejected our 3 demands, which were nothing but common sense demands. So we can only call out a missed opportunity to help Quebecers face the difficult times they're already going through or that may get worse in the months to come. The Bloc asked the government to meet the unanimous demand of Quebec and the provinces to immediately and permanently boost health transfers without strings attached. While emergency physicians are warning our hospitals have reached the breaking point, the federal government is doing nothing. The federal government is clearly focusing on its strategy of prolonging the health funding crisis in the hope of breaking the consensus of the provinces and convincing them to agree to water down their funding demands. In other words, it's the old divide and conquer technique. Not to mention that yesterday at Status of Women, in the midst of a study on women's and girls' mental health, the ministers of Status of Women and Mental Health acknowledged that the National Action Plan process, with attempts to impose national standards, this is slowing the whole process down. Meanwhile, those who are suffering are being held hostage. This government's feminist facade needs to be seen for what it is and should come to an end. Secondly, people aged 65 to 74 continue to be denied the increase in the OAS, which they need now more than ever. Seniors' fixed incomes don't allow them to cope in real time with such a sharp increase in the cost of living. They remain the most likely to have to make difficult choices at the grocery store or the pharmacy. And the government continues to penalize the less fortunate for wanting to work more without losing their benefits. Inflation, unlike the federal government, does not discriminate against seniors based on age. And at a time when Canada's replacement rate, the proportion of income that a senior retains when he or she retires, is one of the lowest in the OECD. And the government cannot be said, therefore, to be treating seniors with dignity. An increase in the OAS should prevent demographic changes from causing a sharp downturn in economic activity. Contrary to what the government says, starving seniors between the ages of 65 and 75, that's not the way to keep them working. It's by stopping penalizing them for working. Not a day goes by that I don't get a message about that. And there were comments even this morning about how important this issue is to seniors. And I don't even want to talk about the so-called champions who have held things up for seniors. Way to go. Third, let's remind this government that EI is the ultimate economic stabilizer in a recession. As more and more analysts fear a potential recession as early as 2023, the Canadian government seems to be backing away from the comprehensive EI reform it promised last summer. The system has essentially been dismantled over the years, and now 6 out of 10 workers who lose their jobs don't qualify for EI. That's a whopping 60% of applicants. 7 years after the government promised reform, time is running out. We must at all costs avoid being forced to improvise a new CERB to compensate for the inadequacies of the system if a recession strikes. As we've seen in the pandemic, ad hoc programs are much more expensive and less effective. The government's financial projections show that they don't expect more people to have access to EI and other programs. The government is projecting a $25 billion surplus in the EI fund by 2028, which will go to the Consolidated Revenue Fund rather than to improving EI coverage. As for the 26 weeks of sick leave, which was passed 18 months ago, even before the last election, that we're still waiting for an order in council to put it into effect, and people are still waiting for that benefit. One last important thing on this subject. Last week I attended a benefit concert of Musicophonie for the Louis-Philippe Janvier Foundation, which helps young adults suffering from cancer. I was told that the organization has to make up for the lack of government support, and this only adds to the inhumane stress for patients who should be focusing on healing with dignity rather than fundraising. In conclusion, the government has identified the problem of the increased cost of living, but they just stop at that. They talk about tough days ahead this winter without any plan for how to get through those tough times. The government is making dire statements about the state of the economy, but they haven't taken into account any of the opposition's proposals to try to prepare for those dire days. Finally, let's think about supply chains that were so fragile during the pandemic. Last spring's budget identified the problem 71 times. The budget update identifies it another 45 times, but neither include any measures to address the problem, leaving our entrepreneurs in the dark. The new Liberal Conservative Finance Minister missed the opportunity to send a clear message of leadership, but she left the threat of austerity hanging in the air. She's repeating what she's done in the past, implementing what she announced in last April's budget, but there's no indication that she knows where she's heading, and leaving those who lose their jobs behind, leaving those who are ill out in the dark, left to their own devices. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that the Bloc are, in fact, supporting the legislation, and they have concerns in regards to health care. And when I reflect in regards to healthcare, I think it's important to recognize that there is a strong role for healthcare coming from Ottawa, whether it's the Canada Health Act, whether it's recognizing things through the pandemic, such as long-term care, mental health, and so forth. And I'm wondering if she could provide her arguments as to why she believes the federal government should not play more of a role in healthcare, when in fact I would ultimately argue a vast majority of Canadians want a national government that is there in regards to healthcare, more than just being an ATM machine, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question, and I'm going to ask him the same question again that I asked the Mental Health Minister yesterday. What does he know more about the health care system than everyone who works in Quebec's health care ministry? What does he know more about managing a hospital? Meanwhile, it's patients who are waiting, who are taken hostage, who are waiting in hallways, who are waiting for the federal government to provide more money. They used to provide 50% of funding. Now we're down to 20-something%. This is a great loss the federal government needs to put back into the healthcare system what it's taken out of it.
For Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention. I really enjoy working with her on Status of Women Committee. My question would be around a lot of what she has spoken about and what we work for in Status of Women Committee in particular. In the fall economic statement, the word mental health was only mentioned 3 times. So this Liberal government continues to say they care, and their actions show a complete opposite. They continue to solve a problem with the same problem of inflationary spending. I'm curious on her thoughts on that aspect of the fall economic statement.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I also enjoy working with at the Status of Women Committee. And as I said yesterday to the Minister, and as we're seeing now, the people who should be taking care of our healthcare system are the people who are in charge in Quebec. And we talked about this in committee. They have projects that are on the table, but they can't put them in place because the organizations don't have the funding that they need. And that's because we have to cut corners to make ends meet because the federal government isn't paying its fair share. And I'll say it again. They say that they're champions when it comes to healthcare, but at the same time, they're still not able to reform EI, and they think that cancer can be cured in 15 weeks. And to go back to mental health once again, they're leaving Quebec and the provinces without the money that they need to manage this program, and they have the expertise to do it, and they are best placed to help the women and girls. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I believe to be a very important speech, and I agree with her in regards to the crisis that we're facing in our healthcare systems. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that healthcare, whether it's in Alberta, British Columbia, or Quebec, is facing a dire crisis. We're seeing hallway care prioritized and becoming far more common across the country, and we know that the federal government must play a role. The member spoke about the need for enhanced federal spending for our public healthcare system. However, what we're seeing in my province of Alberta is a concern that I hope that she can recognize and share with me, is that in Alberta we're starting to see a decrease in public spending on healthcare, an increase in the allowance for private surgeries, something that Canadians don't want. We know that we need a publicly accessible, publicly administered healthcare system. Does the member agree?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in Quebec, we believe that the healthcare system must be universal and accessible to all, and I think that the health transfers will give some fresh air to that system, and that's what's important. That's what's crucial. And then after that, there's one thing that's certain, is that, when it comes to the private sector, the position within the Bloc Québécois is that we are in favor of a free public universal healthcare system, and that's essential. But for that to be able to be in place, the federal government has to stop impoverishing the system, as Liberals and Conservatives have been doing since the 80s. They need to invest in our healthcare system and make sure that Quebec has the money that it needs to do things properly. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As usual, you look like you're doing great, and it's a pleasure for me to talk to you about health care, among other things, today. So we have an economic statement, and so as my colleague mentioned, in this bill, there aren't necessarily any measures to address the new economic reality that we're seeing today with inflation, and let me reassure you, I won't take the same direction as my Conservative colleagues. I don't think that the best way to fight inflation is to give more money to the oil and gas sector. But, my colleague showed this earlier. There's no measures in this to support seniors, and that's very disappointing. That's something we've been acting for 3 years now. But the thing that's really missing from the economic statement is the increase in health transfers. And you saw this week, I'm not sure if you were listening to the question period yesterday, but we saw the health minister's attitude again. And I would say, that it's a stubborn and arrogant attitude when it comes to healthcare transfers. And so because of that, I'd like to focus my remarks today on the issue of health transfers. And now, I don't want to suggest that the government has bad intentions, but I know that through their actions and what they're looking for over the next few weeks, we know that they're trying to break the common front between the provinces so that they can negotiate a cheaper agreement. And my colleague mentioned that earlier. But, under the circumstances, right now, our healthcare systems are under immense pressure, mandatory overtime for nurses. We're also looking at an aging population that's putting additional pressure on the system, just to name a couple of points. But before, I'd like to go back to talking about why we are talking about this request for health transfers and why we've been talking about it for such a long time. We're talking about $28 billion. So that would increase Ottawa's share in healthcare funding from 22 to 35%. And if you put that in perspective, you probably know that at the beginning, when the healthcare system was put in place, for every dollar invested in healthcare, 50 cents came from the federal government and 50 cents came from the provincial governments. That was at the beginning of the 1960s, rather. It was a good system, 50-50, fair sharing of healthcare costs, and that's not the case anymore. Now, the federal government, when it comes to Quebec, pays barely 22% of the costs. And the pandemic has obviously had a major role in exacerbating and increasing the costs of the healthcare system. And so everyone now agrees today to say that we need considerable reinvestment from the federal government. There was a unanimous motion from the National Assembly of Quebec, and, that's the situation. There are needs. Everyone agrees that the federal government isn't doing its fair share, except maybe for those who are in the Liberal government. But now let's try to explain the situation we're facing right now. And I have no choice but to come back to something that embarrasses the government and which embarrasses federalists, which is the fiscal imbalance. Now, I don't know if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the Séguin report. I'm not talking about Richard Séguin, the singer, but Yves Séguin, who was a finance minister, a liberal finance minister. He wasn't a sovereignist. He wasn't somebody who was trying to create problems for Canada. He just presented Quebec's fiscal situation compared to the federal government. And as is... It's very well put in the report, so I'll read that. The structure of provincial spending means that it's growing faster than the economy, while federal spending is growing at about the same rate. Moreover, when it wants to review its spending, the federal government can simply act unilaterally by cutting transfers to the provinces without any other political consequences for itself. And so I'm going to come back to this throughout my speech. Without any political consequences for itself. The major problem with the Federation is that the federal government can strangle the provinces by cutting in these transfers, and they never pay the price for us. And I'm going to demonstrate this. And not only have we seen that in the Séguin report, but we've seen it over the last 20 years constantly. If you look at a report from the Conference Board of Canada and the PBO reports, you see the same thing. The federal government has surpluses. It can balance its budgets on the backs of the provinces, and they don't pay a political cost for that. In a 2013-2014 Conference Board of Canada report, it was indicated that if nothing were to change, in 2034, the combined deficit of the provinces would be $171.6 billion, while the federal government, meanwhile, would have a huge surplus. Now, yes, this analysis was done before the pandemic, but it shows that even according to a neutral organization like the Conference Board, this problem of the fiscal imbalance has existed for a long time and since before the pandemic. It was the same thing with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who said that over a 25-year period, Quebec's revenues would likely grow by around 0.6 percentage points, or rather, revenues would grow by 0.6% less than expenditures, while the federal government would have a positive revenue growth of about 1.2%. And that's not an MP who's saying that to try and bug the government. These are neutral, independent organizations who are saying this. And so the federal government, deals with the situation by cutting funding for the provinces. Now, the health minister has said that he's acting in good faith, but I'd like to measure. Let's look at this closely together. Is the health minister indeed acting in good faith? If the Minister of Health is acting in good faith, so when it comes to, for example, no strings attached, he says all that they want is a check to be sent to their finance minister with no strings attached, and that's not a plan. Now, listen, sending a check without conditions to the provinces, is it the role of the federal government to establish a health care plan? Now, I will remind you, once again, that the provinces have exclusive jurisdiction when it comes to health care, with the exception of health care for Indigenous peoples, for military hospitals, and a couple of other areas. But why is the federal government trying to come up with a plan for an area that's the exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces? In my opinion, the plan should come from those who have the skill to know what needs to be done. And who has that skill? The people who work in the field. And the health minister has said that, we need to let the health professionals do their work. And, yes, that's a good idea. We need to let the health professionals do their work. So maybe they should also be listening to those health professionals on the government side. We mobilized, a colleague and myself, everyone from the healthcare system, whether it be the doctors' organizations, specialized doctors, people working in public healthcare, the major unions, everybody who represents healthcare workers came here to Ottawa to tell the government, you should be increasing healthcare transfers. Why is the health minister not listening to these professionals? He says the minister has said that we need to work together to ensure that patients get the care they need, where they need it, and when they need it. Well, I will take the minister at his word. If he wants us to work together, why isn't he doing what we've been asking since the beginning? Why hasn't he organized a health summit? And, the minister's also talking about the old ways of doing things. The current crisis in health system proves that the old ways of doing things don't work. Well, when he talks about the old ways of doing things, well, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking about the government's cuts. 1996, 97, 1998, the government cut $2.5 billion in health transfers. Who paid the price for that? It was Lucien Bouchard who paid the price for that. They did the same thing under a Liberal government. Who paid the price? It was the Couillard government that was forced to implement austerity. And, the health minister talks about efficiency and results. And the minister's saying, and I paraphrase, before we can talk about means, we must wait on the objectives. Well, the objectives in immigration, when it comes to putting out passports, when it comes to EI, when it comes to pensions, there are 70,000 new pensioners who are waiting for checks. And they've put in place a dental check program, which means it's going to be twice as hard for Quebecers to access service. And, the health minister then says that it's a futile debate. Well, the day when the federal government spends 42% of its budget on just one budget line, then he can come tell me it's futile. Quebec's budget for education, fighting poverty, early childhood infrastructure, municipalities, support for Quebec businesses, that's only 58% of the Quebec government budget, because 42% goes to healthcare, and the government says that's not enough. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that, I have had one major goal in life, and that's to make my wife and my son happy. I now have a second major goal in life, and it's that this government be held accountable for what it's done to healthcare.
And comments? The honourable member for Westmount. I know I should have that one right off the top of my head. Notre Dame de Grâce, Westmount.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I know he's not going to appreciate what I have to say. He likes talking about the 22% in healthcare transfers, but I don't know if he's aware that in 1997, maybe he wasn't born yet, that the federal government transferred to all the provinces tax points. So the federal government reduced its tax capacity, and it transferred that capacity, those tax points, to the provinces. And so if you take into consideration the power that was acquired by Quebec and the other provinces, the contribution of the federal government to healthcare is 33%. Is he aware of that historic decision, which was made in 1997 to transfer tax points to the provinces? The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, and yes, indeed, I'm aware of that. But I'd like to tell my colleague, or I'd like to ask my colleague, is he aware that since 1997, healthcare technology has advanced, and the tax points that were given in 1997 aren't enough anymore? Is he aware that the Séguin report came well after 1997? Is he aware that the Conference Board of Canada report and the PBO report, which demonstrate that the federal government isn't doing its fair share, were published well after 1997. So it's unacceptable today to say and to know that only 22% of funding for healthcare is coming from the federal government.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my colleague from the Bloc speech, and in particular the conversation around the fiscal imbalance of such there certainly is a significant fiscal imbalance between transfers going into the federal system and what are paid out in the context of Alberta. But more specifically, my question for the member from the Bloc is very specifically related. I've been concerned about how the Liberals have been hedging a lot of their policy decisions, and we saw a continuation of this in the fall economic statement that says that Ottawa will be determining how provinces should do A, B, C, or D. And Mr. Speaker, I think that flies in the face of certainly what our federation is supposed to be, and is certainly contrary to the work that many provinces, and I know a meeting with health ministers this past week, I'd be curious for more thoughts from that Bloc member about how maybe Ottawa should stick to what Ottawa does best and let provinces do what provinces are supposed to.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I am in complete agreement with my colleague. The respective jurisdiction is something that could help fix this dysfunctional system. But unfortunately, we have a government which is a very centralizing government. In healthcare, we have a minister now, a minister for mental health. I didn't know that was a federal jurisdiction, so I completely agree with my colleague. Things would go a lot better if the federal government respected its jurisdiction.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention, and I'd like to ask about the Inuit in northern Quebec, in Nunavik, who suffer quite similar health disparities than to Nunavut, to my constituents in Nunavut. And I wonder what he has to say about ensuring the improvements can be made for addressing the health disparities suffered by Inuit in northern Quebec.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Sincèrement, je crois que la première chose.
Very sincerely, I think the first thing would be for the Minister of Health to realize that there are real needs on the ground. This isn't just about power plays. The federal government doesn't have the jurisdiction to analyze these needs. It needs to listen to health specialists and the provinces, but it's not doing that right now. Instead, it's just trying to balance its budget on the backs of the provinces.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to recognize that I'm appearing virtually, and I'm very fortunate to be able to live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Musqueam and Coast Salish peoples, and that I will be sharing my time with the member from Ottawa West Nepean. Mr. Speaker, we live in serious times. The world continues to grapple with the economic effects of the pandemic. The Russian invasion of Ukraine rages on, costing tens of thousands of lives, and continues to distort the world economy. Climate change continues to cause droughts and extreme weather events around the world, and we saw the devastating impact of the atmospheric river here in my home province of British Columbia, and more recently, the disproportionate harm witnessed in nations like Pakistan. Inflation and rising interest rates are a challenge for millions of Canadians, for our friends, our families, and our neighbors. No nation is immune from these effects, and Canada is no exception. As leaders, we must be candid about the future, and that is exactly what the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has done in this year's Fall Economic Statement. Canada cannot avoid the global economic slowdown from coming our way, and any more than we could have prevented COVID from reaching our shores once it had begun. Again, as leaders, we must be able to adapt, adjust, revise, modify accordingly. The Fall Economic Statement lays out a fiscal and economic roadmap that is targeted, practical, and responsive to the current and future needs of Canadians. It takes advantage of Canada's strengths. Our record low unemployment rate, a shrinking deficit, our AAA credit rating, and the lowest net debt and deficit to GDP ratios, and the strongest growth in the G7. We have witnessed historically low unemployment rates, and just last month, the Canadian economy added over 108,000 jobs. Due to the Government of Canada's strong fiscal position and outperforming provincial economies, we are still capable of making strategic investments. Investments in programs like the Canada Growth Fund, which will help to attract billions of dollars in private capital to create even more good-paying jobs and support Canada's economic transformation. This year alone, auto manufacturers have committed to billions in private investment to retool our auto sector to produce EVs and batteries. The Canada Growth Fund will help target these kinds of opportunities to attract private investment. Ensuring Canadian businesses remain competitive is critical if we are to attract private investment and grow the economy. Building upon billions of dollars of net zero investment since 2016, the government will implement a refundable tax credit equal to 30% of the capital cost of renewable technology. From power generating and storage systems to low carbon heat equipment and industrial zero emission vehicles. Helping Canadian businesses go green isn't just good for the environment, it makes good economic sense. To make this transition a reality, Canada must have a steady supply of skilled workers. That's why we are continuing to invest in Canadian workers. Starting in 2023 to 2024, the Fall Economic Statement proposes to invest $250 million over 5 years to help ensure Canadian workers can thrive in a changing global economy. These investments would include the Sustainable Jobs Training Centre that will bring unions, employers, and training institutions together. The centre will target areas of high demand, such as sustainable batteries and low-carbon building, as well as help forecast future skills requirements and develop on-site learning to train 15,000 workers. A new sustainable job stream under the Union Training and Innovation Program will support unions in leading the development of green skills, training for workers in the trades. It is expected that 20,000 apprentices and journey persons will benefit from this investment. Finally, the government will create a Sustainable Jobs Secretariat to offer a one-stop shop for workers and employers. That will provide the most up-to-date information on federal programs, funding, and services across government departments as Canada works to build a low-carbon economy with opportunities for everyone. Mr. Speaker, most of these policies are long-term solutions, but we know Canadians need help with affordability and housing now. That's why we are rolling out a new dental care plan starting with children under 12 to help families save this year. The government is also doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months and will start issuing advance payments of the Canada Workers Benefit in July. To help more Canadians buy their first home, we're doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit and a tax-free first home savings account. We will also help increase the supply of housing by banning foreign buyers for 2 years as of January 1st and by taxing underused housing to limit speculation in the housing market. To help Canadian students, we've doubled the Canada Student Grant, and we are permanently eliminating interest on Canada student loans and apprenticeship loans. The government is committed to supporting young Canadians in the economy. That's why the Fall Economic Statement commits over $800 million to the Youth Education Skills Strategy over the next 3 years. Immigration is core to our identity as Canadians, while also being a key driver of Canada's economic growth. Helping Canadian business access the skilled workers they need now is essential to reducing the labor gap. That is why the government is investing an additional $50 million in our immigration system and hiring 1,250 new employees. These resources will help tackle backlogs and increase processing capacity, allowing for skilled newcomers to fill critical labor gaps faster. Mr. Speaker, we stand at a pivotal moment in our history, indeed in our world history. Climate change continues to threaten the way of life for millions around the world and in Canada. The global economy is still feeling the effects of the pandemic, which is being further aggravated by Russia's ruthless invasion of Ukraine. It's in times like these that Canada has stepped forward to lead. The future of our Earth and our children depends on transitioning away from fossil fuels and towards a green economy. Canada must be a leader in sustainable technology, if we are to secure the fruits of this economy. The fall economic statement builds on the billions of dollars in past investments in clean technology and is a clear commitment to ensuring Canada's global competitiveness by continuing to invest in our net zero economy. Having the vision to introduce and implement solution-based ideas brings progress, and Canadians elected this government to bring about progress. That's exactly what the fall economic statement delivers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech, and he spoke all about climate change. What he didn't speak about is affordability. And I understand that we certainly do need to recognize climate change, and I look forward to our leader's plan, which I know will inspire confidence among all Conservatives and hopefully among all Canadians. But my question for the honourable member is this: just how does he heat his house? Just how do his constituents heat their houses? Because what I'm hearing from people is that they can't afford to heat their houses because of tax upon tax upon tax, taxes that he and his party supports. So simple question, how does he heat his house?
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
I thank that member from Kamloops, and it's a beautiful place in British Columbia. I enjoy going there. Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand that times are tough for so many Canadians today. Over the last couple of months, our government has put forward a plan to provide a $500 top-up to the Canadian housing benefit, provide up to $1,300 through the Canada Dental Benefit for low-income kids under 12, and doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months. Now, as Canadians and the Canadian economy contend with global challenges, our fall economic statement builds on this responsible fiscal plan. It proposes new targeted measures to support Canadians, like the ones he's talking about, who need it the most, and grow the Canadian economy, including permanently eliminating interest on federal student and apprenticeship loans, the launch of a new Canada Growth Fund, which will help to bring Canada the billions of dollars in new private investment required to reduce our emissions, grow economy, and create good jobs. Good jobs. Creating a new quarterly Canada Workers Benefit with automatic advance payments, delivering on key pillars of the government's plan to make housing more affordable, including the creation of a new tax-free first home savings account, a doubling of the first-time home buyers tax credit, ensuring that property flippers...
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton West.
I believe the member has already had his 10-minute speech. We don't need another one. Perhaps we could get on to some questions from the members in this House.
I will remind all members of this House, the shorter the questions, the shorter the answers, the more people get to participate in the debate. So I will remind folks let's just answer questions. Let's ask quick questions. Let's get quick answers as we go. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, I can't guarantee I'm going to be brief, Mr. Speaker, but I'll try. My colleague spoke about climate change. In Longueuil, we have an airport. We also have a company that's researching hybrid electric motors. They're working hard on that. There's even a flying school with an electric airplane. In Quebec, we also have electric buses and ski-doos. That's the future, but it takes a lot of investment. But meanwhile, the Liberal government invested $8.5 billion a year in fossil fuels and the energy of the past. If we took all that money and we invested in the energy of the future instead, we would be creating wealth and jobs and fight greenhouse gas emissions. Doesn't my colleague agree?
He's looking for the note.
I thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about electric buses. This riding of Richmond Steveston East also has tremendous investments that we've made in businesses like Lion Electric, Corvus Energy, and the investments we've made in electric batteries, $2 billion investment to make sure that electric batteries are developed here domestically in Canada, are measurements of showing of the investments that we've made for clean energy and clean technology.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm going to ask a similar question that I asked to the Parliamentary Secretary. The Canada Recovery Dividend needs to be extended to oil and gas companies. In his response, the Parliamentary Secretary said that they are working with oil and gas companies, but he failed to describe how. So I'm asking this member, can he please describe how exactly they are working with these oil and gas companies to address climate change?
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. We are working closely to move forward on the climate change initiatives that we are introducing to work with the oil companies to transition to clean energy.
For a quick question and answer, the Honourable Member for, and I know I should have that one ready, Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Steveston, Richmond East, did a great job with his speech, and I want to thank him for that. And he talked about immigration. I'd like to hear a bit more on his thoughts on how the Levels plan of increasing to over 500,000 new immigrants by 2025, how that will help benefit our country and deal with the labor shortages that we're seeing today across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
I thank that member for his question and for all his great work in Calgary. The Levels plan, if we look back at the unemployment rates that we've historically hit, all-time lows in this recent time, all-time lows in Canadian history, and we have strong, good-paying jobs that based on coming from a lot of the investments we've already made, and we need the skilled labor and the people that we're looking at with the Levels plan, people that are getting their education here, international students that are coming here in droves because this is the place to be. This is the place they want to live, work, and play, and it will only benefit the growth that we are talking about and the economic development, the investment.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased today to speak on Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. I hope that it will pass quickly through this House because it includes much-needed supports to Canadians during these challenging times. The last few years have not been easy. We have all gone through a global pandemic. Many of us lost loved ones. The economy shut down overnight. We witnessed horrific conditions in long-term care homes, and many of the existing divides in society were made visible, including inequalities that have been ignored for too long. Depuis Mars 2020, le monde a changé.
The world has changed since March 2020. I know that many Canadians have faced sickness, loss of their jobs, and isolation. We know that first-line workers have been dealing with overwork and mental health in order to be there for Canadians. Now, at a time when everyone wants to get back to their lives, we are facing significant inflation and an increase in the cost of living. Our government will be there to help Canadians and build a solid economy for the future.
Just as it seems like we may be putting the pandemic behind us, the world is facing a rise in tyranny and authoritarianism, with emboldened dictators around the world acting more aggressively and triggering conflicts and egregious human rights violations, the most alarming of which is Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. This has shaken a world already reeling from the pandemic, with supply chain disruptions, global food insecurity, leaving 50 million people in 45 countries on the brink of famine, and energy shortages leading to a global inflation crisis. At the same time, the world continues to face a climate emergency, with extreme weather events leading to devastation, as we recently saw in Atlantic Canada with Hurricane Fiona, and earlier this year, the rare Derico that hit parts of Ontario and Quebec, including my riding of Ottawa-West Nepean. Canadians are resilient, but these have been trying times. For most of my constituents, they just want life to go back to normal. We're all exhausted, worried about our quality of life, and uncertain about the future. But these are exactly the times when we all need to pull together the most. Through all of this, our Liberal government has been there, responding to keep Canadians safe, healthy, and to mitigate against the worst effect of these crises. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that everything is going to be okay tomorrow. According to the fiscal update, while we will see improvements, we'll likely still be battling inflation and possible economic slowdown for potentially another 18 months or more, as the global economy corrects itself. So there are two things we can do. First, we need to keep putting in place the building blocks for Canada to not only recover, but to prosper and to lead the world in the new economy. Second, we need to make sure that those who need it most are able to make it through, and that opportunities we create will benefit everyone. Mr. Speaker, let's start with a few facts. One of our key economic goals during the height of the pandemic was to avoid major layoffs, business bankruptcies, and high rates of unemployment coming out of it. In this, we were successful. There are 400,000 more Canadians working today than before the pandemic. We have recovered 116% of pre-pandemic jobs, and our economy is larger than it was before. At the same time, the fall economic statement is fiscally responsible. Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is the lowest in the G7. Our inflation rate is lower than the G20 average, the European average, the UK, and the US. And both Moody's and Standard & Poor's have confirmed Canada's AAA credit rating with a stable outlook. We are also investing in skills training, tax credits, and a Canada Growth Fund for the new green economy, both to tackle climate change and the costs of climate-related disasters, and to make sure Canada is well positioned to benefit from the economic opportunities of a net zero economy. But Mr. Speaker, none of this changes the fact that people are hurting right now. That's why the fall economic statement includes supports targeted specifically at those who need it most. We're doubling the GST rebate for the next 6 months. In fact, last week, 11 million Canadians automatically received hundreds of dollars extra in their bank accounts because of this. 4.2 million low-income working Canadians receive an extra $1,200 a year in the Canada Workers' Benefit. And with the fall economic statement, they will receive this 4 times a year instead of having to wait until tax time. 1.8 million low-income renters will receive a $500 top-up of the Canada Housing Benefit. Families with children under 12 will be eligible for up to $1,300 to cover dental care. And we are eliminating interest on all federal student loans and apprenticeship loans permanently. This, in addition to previous measures like increases to the OAS and the GIS for seniors and the Canada Child Benefit, which have already lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty, including 435,000 children and 45,000 seniors. And we are addressing issues that contribute to the wage gap between women and men, including pay equity legislation and cutting child care fees by 50%, and ultimately to $10 a day for child care. This is putting thousands of dollars back into the pockets of Canadian families and allowing more women to stay in the workforce. On top of that, we are making sure that in these uncertain times, vital programs like employment insurance and the Canada Pension Plan will be there when Canadians need them. Mr. Speaker, let's get the facts straight. The opposition is referring to the regular annual increase to EI and CPP premiums as payroll taxes. This is misleading. Putting money away for retirement or in case you lose your job is not a tax. It is a safety net, and it is essential. And with regard to the so-called taxes on groceries and home heating, what they're talking about is the price on pollution. This is a revenue-neutral tax, which means that every single dollar is returned to Canadians in the province where it was collected. And because everybody gets back the same amount, what that means is that the people who actually spend the least and need the most are actually getting more. In Ontario, 8 out of 10 Canadians are actually benefiting with more in the rebate than what they will pay. If you're a senior or a student living in a one-bedroom apartment and taking public transit, you pay far less in the price on pollution than the amount that you get back. So this so-called carbon tax, as it goes up, the amount people get also goes up. This is also helping people who need it, but also the people who are doing their part in their households to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, to those on the other side of the House that say a few $100s here and there makes no difference, I want to talk about a young woman who called my office a few months ago. She was very embarrassed to say that she had resorted to using food banks. And they only allow you a certain number of points, and she had run out of points for the month. And this call happened to be just a day after the climate action incentive was distributed. So I mentioned this to her, and while she was on the phone with me, she actually checked her bank account, and she said, "Oh my goodness, yes, there's money in my account. Now I can go get groceries." These amounts that our government is providing make a real and tangible difference, and I hope that all members will vote for this. Bien qu'il ne puisse pas.
While it can't solve all the problems of the global economy, the Fall Economic Statement lays the groundwork for a strong recovery, while ensuring that those who need it most will get what they need right away. This includes hundreds of extra dollars by doubling GST rebates, an extra $500 for low-income renters, $1,300 for children under 12 for dental care, and an extra $400 every 3 months for low-income workers under the Canada Workers' Benefit. We've been there for Canadians during the pandemic, and we will continue to be there.
All economic statement includes vital supports to the most vulnerable Canadians during these difficult times. But it also lays the groundwork for stability and for future prosperity. A prosperity that we will make sure is shared by everyone. I know that after the last 2 years, it is very hard to be optimistic for many Canadians. But our economy is strong, our position is secure, and our government has Canadians back. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, our honourable member. I have a question for you. You spoke about facts, you spoke about targets, you spoke about housing benefits and the most vulnerable Canadians. So can you please explain to me this morning the Auditor General of Canada, paragraph 20 to 24, made some comments. I'm going to read paragraph 21 to you. Although 5 years have gone by since the launch of the federal government's national housing strategy, there is still no organization in the federal government taking the lead in Canada's target to prevent and reduce chronic homelessness by 2028. In addition, the organization did not know whether their efforts so far have had improved outcomes for vulnerable Canadians. This is my concern. We have a lot of single, senior, female, that cannot afford housing. They're living in their cars. How is this government, how is this Liberal government going to help my seniors? Thank you.
I also just want to remind members to run through the chair, because I know sometimes we get passionate about our questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad to hear the honourable member opposite talk about support for housing, because in the Fall Economic Statement, we are including a $500 top-up for low-income renters through the Canada Housing Benefit, which is also one of the benefits through our $70 billion National Housing Strategy. And Mr. Speaker, may I add that this is very tangible. Right in my riding at Michelle Heights, we've been able to build through federal money new community housing for families. And we've also been able to build at the Carlington Community Health Centre seniors affordable housing for the very seniors that she's mentioning that is right above the health centre, so that these seniors have all of the supports that they need right when they go down the elevator. So, Mr. Speaker, it is making a difference, and I'm very glad to see that my honourable colleague is so concerned about housing that she'll vote for the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we heard the Auditor General who tabled her report And in one of the reports, she mentions the fact that CMHC and the department aren't talking at all about the housing strategy. So there's a flagrant lack of communication. And we say the same thing with the economic statement, because the industry minister was talking about reforming the Competition Bureau, but there's nothing in the economic statement about that. So is anyone talking to anyone on the government side? Do you talk to one another? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And housing is essential. And that's part of the $70 billion for housing.
In my riding, with the CMHC's help, we were able to build a new women's shelter. There was an old shelter in a house that was basically falling down, and now we have Nelson House, which not only is a women's shelter for women and their families, it is accessible and it's modular. So when the opposition says they don't see the results of our housing strategy, all you have to do is drive 15 minutes down the road here in Ottawa, and you can actually see what has been built for people with the National Housing Strategy. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I do believe that there are important measures in this fall economic statement, but, Mr. Speaker, it's important that on behalf of my constituents, we talk about the things that aren't there so that we can invite the government to hopefully take up some of these serious issues that are facing Canadians. Some of those issues from the community members of Edmonton-Griesbach are housing. You know, we're seeing a housing crisis. This isn't just in my community. This is from coast to coast to coast. But beyond that, we also need to see a true mental health strategy. We need to see a real tackling of the problems that we're seeing with the drug poisoning crisis. Mr. Speaker, would the member be able to speak on these three incredibly important issues facing my community?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have too short a time to talk about all of the initiatives, but in the fall economic statement, there is the $500 top-up for housing for people receiving the Canada Housing Benefit. And I'm very pleased that he mentioned mental health, because our Women's Status of Women Committee right now is doing an incredibly important study on the mental health of young women and girls. And I know that his colleague is working very closely with the rest of the committee members to make sure that we are addressing what is truly a crisis. The number one issue that's raised by my youth council is mental health, and that is the reason that we will be there for Canadians, and I look forward to working together further with all members of this House to make sure we address these important issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that at the outset that I am splitting my time with the fabulous member from Haldimand, Norfolk there. Wow. All right. So, of course, we are updating debating the fiscal update, the fall economic statement. And when we look at this, I think it's important that we put some context into the environment that the fall economic update was put into. So let's go back 7 years ago, if we can, to when this government was elected. And the soon-to-be Prime Minister said that there would be a tiny, tiny little deficit, so small, Mr. Speaker, that you couldn't even see it. A measly $10 billion that would disappear by the end of his first term. At the end of his first term, there was $100 billion in pre-COVID deficit spending. That is literally thousands of dollars of burden that he put on the backs of Canadians. And then, during COVID, there's no doubt that there was some good money spent to support Canadians, right? And Conservatives supported programs like the wage subsidy. But we wanted controls on the wage subsidy to make sure that multi-billion-dollar corporations weren't buying back shares or giving dividends at the same time they were receiving government large S. So, but in addition to that COVID money, $200 billion, according to this Prime Minister's own parliamentary budget officer, went out the door in non-COVID related dollars. Mr. Speaker, that equates to $5,400 for every woman, man, and child in Canada. $5,400 for non-COVID related spending. For a family of four, that's $20,000. I, of course, have spent a lot of time, as I'm sure all members of the House have spent time with Canadians traveling across. Of course, we had the unnecessary and unneeded and very expensive election. But I did have the great opportunity during that time to spend my time talking to constituent after constituent. Not one of them had an extra $20,000 in their bank account because of this excess spending. Not one. So I question the spending, the value of that money. What the reality is to come up with an extra $200 billion or $400 billion or $500 billion in spending. The government just doesn't have that money. The government has three ways of raising money. One is going to the markets and asking for a loan, and they just couldn't. They didn't have the fiscal framework or the ability to borrow $500 billion from the markets. Secondly is to raise taxes. And even this government didn't have the stomach to raise taxes that much that quickly. And then finally is to print money. And that's through a fancy term called quantitative easing, where the government sells bonds and buys them back themselves. In reality, it has the same effect as printing money. Well, Mr. Speaker, for the last more than 2,000 years, we know what happens to this story. Right from the ancient Romans on down into the Weimar Republic, into Yugoslavia shortly after World War II, Argentina, to name just a few examples. You know what? Actually, there's one right here in Canada. There was a Prime Minister here by the name of Pierre Elliott Trudeau who engaged in the same type of money printing. And guess what we got? Guess what we got, Mr. Speaker? We got inflation. And you know what? There was one individual who stood up here over and over and over again and said, we will get inflation. You should be worried about inflation. That was the member from Carleton, soon to be our official opposition leader. And what he said is that inflation is on the way. And I heard heckles. I heard people saying no. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that this isn't the biggest news headline every day as we sit in perhaps the biggest monetary crisis of certainly my lifetime, is that one, we had a deputy leader saying there's going to be no inflation, Mr. Speaker. None. Don't worry about this. In fact, the real problem is deflation. Talk about getting it wrong. Holy mackerel. And then we had the Prime Minister. And then we had the Prime Minister say out in public, this isn't just in the quietness of his own home. He said, I don't think about monetary policy. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's obvious. As we see now, inflation is out of control. And you know what? The inflation, which we'll have the inflation coming out again, the numbers, and we'll see what they are. But I guarantee you they won't be in the target rate of between 1% to 3%, as the Bank of Canada has put in the target. We will see what that inflation rate. But the thing is with inflation, it's not just numbers, it's not just spreadsheets, it's not just statistics. It has real impacts on Canadians' lives. There are parties on the other side of the spectrum who like to say conservatives are heartless. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you what's heartless. What's heartless is releasing a fall economic statement in the throes of one of the greatest challenges, one of the highest inflation rates, one of the greatest affordability crises, and not addressing it. Because that means that we continue on to see record use of food banks. In 1 month alone, in this great country that I love so much, 1.5 million Canadians went to food banks, a third of which were children. 500,000 children in this great land were forced to go to this food bank because this Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy. Well, he should think again. And Canadians are having real struggles. 20% more than ever before are using food banks because these Liberals have failed Canadians over and over and over again. And what was the response we saw in the fall economic statement? To the affordability crisis, to single moms not being able to feed their children, to seniors not being able to get across, not being able to make it to the end of the month, not being able to pay rent, to young adults not being able to afford houses? Well, we're going to have a 2% tax on share buybacks. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the number of constituents, the number of Canadians, the number of neighbors and friends who came to me and said, you know what, I'm having a tough time. We're having challenges. But what we really need, Mr. Lawrence, what we really need from the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, is we need a 2% tax on share buybacks, because you know that will create greater amounts of capital in corporation, which will create economic prosperity for all. Like, come on! Like, is this for real? Is this serious? This is a real document. And then we go on in this document. This is a document the Liberals made, and here's what they're saying. Okay, so bad news is we're going to have high inflation. Bad news is we're going to have high interest rates. Oh, and the topper is, guess what? The topper is we might be going towards a recession. And the way they assembled this document, like, if it wasn't so sad, it would be funny, is they, in their projection, in their economic projection, they said their baseline one, that we would have 1 quarter of negative growth and the other one at 0%. Do you know what that, because it's 2 negative quarters make a recession. So it was like my 9-year-old went and just changed his homework just a little bit so he didn't actually call out a recession. Like, how silly is that? Oh, and by the way, in this document, somehow inflation rates, which we'll see come out tomorrow, will drop down in 2023. That's in less than 50 days, Mr. Speaker. Will drop down to 3.5%. Well, I'm not going to buy some swampland from the Liberals, and I'm certainly not going to accept that ridiculous notion. So when we look upon this, we had a real opportunity. We had a real opportunity with the fall economic statement to do something great, to help Canadians with the affordability crisis, to get Canadians back on their feet by getting off their back. We could have reduced the carbon tax. We're the only country in the G7 that did not do that. These Liberals had the opportunity to truly help Canadians by reducing the payroll tax. But the Liberals seem intent on penalizing and not rewarding all those Canadians who are working so hard. They take more and more and more. Their greed knows no end. This government is out of ideas, and they need to be taken out of their misery.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always interesting to hear the member opposite. One thing that I've noticed is that he and his colleagues continue to criticize the federal government for introducing COVID-19 emergency programs. I understand the criticism. I don't agree with it, certainly. But if the criticism is there, there's a question that comes back, and that is, why did they support those programs? Why did they vote in favor of them?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. I may have to repeat my speech for the member, as he must have not heard or wasn't there. It's not the money that was put towards the COVID relief that we did support. It's the $200 billion in non-COVID dollars. It's $100 billion in deficit spending prior to it. That $300 billion, that's more than $20,000 for a family of 4. It's that money that we want back in the pockets of Canadians.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative friends will be happy. I'm going to triple my question. I've asked the same question twice to my Conservative friends this morning, but I haven't gotten an answer. So I'm going to triple for a third time. I'm going to ask the same question. The Liberal government across the way is saying no to properly funding the healthcare system, and we need that funding, particularly in Quebec. My Quebec colleagues here have obviously seen what I've been seeing in the emergency rooms in Quebec. It's scandalous. The Liberals are saying no. If the Conservative government were to take power tomorrow, which we don't necessarily want, but if that happened, do they agree, yes or no, to increase funding from 22 to 35%, yes or no, for healthcare? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
And what we can all agree upon is that a strong balance sheet helps us with all of our priorities, regardless of what they are. And so, right in 2023, we are forecasted to spend $43 billion in interest payments. That's more than the health transfers are to all of the provinces. So what we can do is we get our balance sheet, just as it was underneath Stephen Harper, under control, and then we have more money to spend on all of our priorities, including health care.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Food Banks Canada said that nearly 1.5 million visits were made to food banks this year. This is a 15% increase from the previous year. At the same time, Loblaws revenues was 12 billion. And the reason I say these two figures is because where did the food banks get their groceries from? I'm sure they bought them from Loblaws. Does the member not agree that the Canada Recovery dividend needs to be extended to these kinds of for-profit corporations?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Do you know which organization, which institution's revenue has raised higher than Loblaws, higher than any oil and gas company? It's the federal government of Canada. If anyone needs to give a refund or a dividend back, it's the Canadian government. It's called tax relief. It's called not tripling the carbon tax. It's called reducing the payroll tax and incentivizing our workers, our entrepreneurs, instead of penalizing and demonizing them.
And we do have time for one more question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can explain to Canadians why it is that the Conservative Party continues to vote against measures that is going to give breaks to Canadians in all regions. In this particular piece of legislation, for example, we have interest relief. Students of Canada that are going to post-secondary facilities will not have to pay interest if this legislation passes. Why does the Conservative Party consistently vote against supporting Canadians?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
This government, these Liberals, they just don't get it, Mr. Speaker. 7 years of tax and spend have put students in a difficult position. They're having to go to food banks. They're giving up the dream of home ownership. They want more. They want a Conservative government.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to rise to speak to the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022. There's an old adage that is found in the book of Proverbs, written by one of the wisest men that ever lived. King Solomon wrote, thousands of years ago, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. It is a statement that reminds us that the decisions we make today impact on the future. They can impact, and they do impact on future generations to come. How much more is this true of leaders who are in charge of our nation's finances? This proverb teaches us that if we want to truly be good, if we want to be wise, and if we want to leave an inheritance for our children's children, we must conserve. We cannot just spend. We must save and invest in our future. Mr. Speaker, as elected leaders, we have been entrusted with a profound responsibility to be stewards of our democracy and to preserve our Canadian way. I am very concerned about the direction of Canada and about the short-sightedness of this government. Canadians want clarity about the social contract that they have engaged in with this government. They know what they're giving, but they don't know what they're getting back. And often questions are dismissed and laughed at and mocked by this government. Canadians want answers to simple questions like, how can we buy an electric car to save the environment when we can barely afford food to eat? Or why does the government raise taxes on home heating, fuel, and groceries, only to refund us a pittance of what they've taken in the first place? Canadians just want to be able to fill up their gas tanks, to have a roof over their head, and to not skip meals, and to be able to take their children to school and to soccer practice. Canada is almost $1.3 trillion in debt, and the government has spent more than all other governments combined in the history of this nation. Right now, Canadians owe $56,000. That is their share of the national debt, and it's increasing by the day. Next year, interest payments alone will be nearly as much as the Canada Health transfer to all provinces combined. That is at a time when people are literally dying in emergency rooms because they cannot be seen in a reasonable amount of time by doctors. Just a few years ago, the Prime Minister promised to never go over the $10 billion in deficit. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, 40% of all new spending measures have had nothing to do with COVID. That's over $205 billion. The Liberal government used COVID as a cover for their non-essential, wasteful spending. The Prime Minister cannot be trusted with our finances. His government cannot be trusted. Things are falling apart. The government has spent $54 million on an unnecessary app, the ArriveCan app, that discriminated against seniors without smartphones and accidentally sent thousands of vaccinated Canadians into quarantine. One developer replicated this $54 million project in one weekend and said it shouldn't have cost more than $250,000. Several contractors said they never worked on the app and that they never received the millions of dollars that this government has said that they paid to them. Millions of dollars are missing, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals just cannot account for. The Liberals' out-of-control spending has led to inflation, which has caused an increase in the cost of living. The price of food has seen double-digit price increases. 1.5 million Canadians visited the food bank last month, which is an increase of over 35% from last year. People are worried that they will have to choose between food and heating their homes this winter. The cost of housing is unaffordable. Even people who do not have mortgages on their property, it is difficult to pay their utility bills and cost of heating. Young people cannot afford to move out of their parents' home. Seniors do not have the ability, and those on disability do not have the ability to earn extra money to supplement their income. People on fixed income are living an unaffordable existence. I met a lady named Hillary this weekend in my riding, and she told me that to put a half a tank of oil in her tank, it cost $1,100, and $300 of that was on government taxes. And this will only heat her home for 1 month. I received calls from farmers, manufacturers, small businesses who are desperate for workers. Yet we see massive backlogs at Immigration Canada. And despite this, our government still plans to triple the carbon tax on home heating, gas, and food. We're seeing billions of dollars of spending in this fall economic statement. And yet, the same problem of lack of transparency still exists. The Liberals have announced the Canada Growth Fund in the fall economic statement, and that's found on Part 4 of the Act. The fund will largely give corporations money to undertake projects in the area of climate change with investment towards net zero economy. While I and most Canadians support protecting the environment, it must be done in a transparent way that yields accountability and reduces emissions. Under the Growth Fund, we see a reference to ESG, Environmental Social Governance, and that is stated on page 31 of the fall economic statement. While the government has embraced this vague term, the average Canadian does not know what it means. But we have seen these types of pet projects before, Mr. Speaker, like the Growth Fund, that have resulted in outrageous waste. The $35 billion Canada Infrastructural Bank has not even finished one project, and the Liberals announced in 2016, 6 years ago, Mr. Speaker. The whole approach has been a failure. It was supposed to attract private sector investments, but has repeatedly failed to do so. Instead, the Liberals are spending millions on a bureaucracy, overhead, on operations, and on executive termination packages that yield no financial benefit to the taxpayer. Now we're expected to trust the government with billions of dollars in this Canada Growth Fund, a taxpayer-funded investment fund that, just like the Canada Infrastructure Bank, will subsidize experimental corporate-private business projects. Despite the failure of the Infrastructure Bank in not getting a single project completed, this Liberal government wants to invest invest $15 billion under this promise of a net zero economy in a similar scheme. But Canadians have questions about this Canada Growth Fund and about ESG. Here are some of the questions that came to my office. Since we know that businesses have to register the products and services of all transactions, and that all transactions will be digitally recorded and tracked under ESG, environmental social governance, does that mean that the spending of Canadians will also be tracked? How will this accounting for the entire emissions life cycle of a project affect small and medium-sized business owners? Will small and medium-sized business owners endure more red tape, thereby having to spend thousands of dollars on lawyers, accountants, and environmental social governance consultants in order to comply with this ESG requirement? Since the goal is to reduce the carbon footprint and reach net zero, will there be limits on what Canadians can buy, where they can go, and how much fuel and products they can consume? These are natural questions that Canadians are asking. There is so much that is broken in our system, and we aren't going to fix it with more liberal policies that continue to spend and lack transparency and accountability. Now, can we move forward? When questions that Canadians are asking about policies like environmental social governance and how this will affect their lives are left and unanswered and mocked by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, this is not about politics. This is about the future of Canada. This is about making sure that we leave a good inheritance for our children's children. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, for good conscience, I cannot vote in favor of this reckless inflationary bill that lacks transparency. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Speaker. For the past couple of days, during this debate of this bill, all I've been hearing from the Conservative side are highly partisan campaign-style slogans. The honourable member opened up her debate by talking about future. And today we know the world population has surpassed 8 billion. And there is no bigger issue for the world right now other than climate change. And that's why the government came up with the carbon pricing system, where the province can come up with their own system, or they can adopt the federal system. And with that, we offer rebates, grew from 300 plus now to 700 in the province of Ontario. And I think it's working to reduce emission and combating climate change. I want to ask the honourable member, does she have any substantial, real suggestions and possibly amendments to this bill that helps us to fight climate change? Thank you.
Honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I remind the honourable member that I have a Master's of Environmental Studies, so I do not focus on slogans. And the environment is something that I do not believe is a partisan issue. It is a very important issue that we should not be using in to advance our political agenda. And what I have seen from the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, is that they are making life more unaffordable by tripling the taxes on home heating, gas, and fuel. The Liberals are not serious about protecting their environment. They have not even met their targets under the Paris Accord. They are not serious. It is a slogan for them, and they know the meaning of slogan, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you. I'm just waiting for the mic. Okay, it's back here. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. And I have to say I don't necessarily agree with the environmental strategy that the Conservatives have, but it's very spectacular that this government is number 58 out of 64 and bragging about its environmental record. So I think we can agree on that. But coming back to this motion that we're talking about right now, in my riding, 3 hospitals have had their emergency rooms shut down repeatedly. In fact, in October in Port Hardy, 28 days of the whole month, there was no emergency services offered for the whole evening and night. And I'm just wondering if the member shares my concern about the reality that we're seeing no investment from the federal government to support provinces in being able to better deliver these services.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank the Honourable Member for a question. And indeed, Conservatives do share that concern about our failing healthcare system. And one of the reasons why the healthcare system is failing, Mr. Speaker, is because this government has spent more than all other previous governments in the history of this country combined. And right now, we are paying more on our interest. By next year, we will be paying more on our interest payments on our loans than we are paying in the health care transfer. And this is the reason why we have a failing health care system, and we need to get our finances in order and stop wasteful spending, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that's all the time we have for debate on this one. There'll be 1 minute and 15 seconds left for maybe another question when we return to debate on this. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was World Diabetes Day, and I want to recognize the patients, advocates, healthcare professionals, and more who are working hard to fight diabetes. Yesterday, I was pleased to meet with Jojo and Martin, who are advocating as part of Kids for a Cure. I want to thank all researchers who are working across the country to defeat diabetes. Through the National Framework for Diabetes, this government is working collaboratively to support those Canadians and Indigenous people living with diabetes. I also want to commend the efforts of Diabetes Canada, JDRF, Quebec Indigenous Diabetes Nurses Association, and many more. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all parliamentarians to attend Diabetes Canada's reception on the Hill on November 23rd for an empowering evening and the opportunity to celebrate this achievement. I invite all Canadians to learn more about diabetes so we can take action to prevent it and better support people living with diabetes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, heaven has another angel. Saturday, November 5th, Richard Ross Wilson returned to be with God. Rick, as he was known to friends, was larger than life. He was intelligent, kind, compassionate, and always the first to step up when he saw the need. When diagnosed with ALS, he didn't worry about himself. He worried about his family, and he turned his attention to his fellow Canadians who would be diagnosed with this terrible disease after he was gone. As a board member for ALS Action Canada, he poured his heart and soul into helping others. Mr. Speaker, they say that the measure of a man is not how did he die, it's how did he live. It's not what did he gain, it's what did he give. These are the units that measure the worth of a man. This is a loss not just for the Wilson family, but for all of Canada. To Brett and the Wilson family, we're thinking of you, we're praying for you. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs a rare disease strategy now. Time is not on our side. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, recently Coptic Orthodox Church leaders visited the Parliament. The delegation was led by His Grace Bishop Boulos and included Father Marcos Messai, Father Rafael Bichara, Madam Meryl Mishkiri, and Adil Boulos. Have the pleasure of working with the community and in particular with Father Shinauda Boutros of St. Mary Coptic Church in Nepean. We cannot ignore the growing religious intolerance and sectarian violence against Coptic Christians in Egypt in recent years, directly affecting the families of Canadian Coptic Christians. I would like to use this opportunity to recognize the contributions of Canadian Coptic Christians have made to the socio-economic development of our country and adding to our rich multi-faith and multicultural fabric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, recently, Guy Lucier of Lucier Buick GMC in Saint-Hyacinthe, and Robert-François Demers from the cutting-edge company SimLeader announced a worldwide development, an ambulance simulator. Completely built in Saint-Hyacinthe, these simulators are complex, ultra-realistic, and very immersive, which will enable paramedic students to perfect their driving techniques, as well as their in-motion medical techniques. Paramedic training will definitely be transformed for the better. These simulators are also green because they're based on old ambulances which would normally be brought to the landfill, but they've been refurbished and are 100% electric. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to congratulate both of these local businesses for this major invention which will improve the world of health both nationally and internationally. We are very proud of you. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, today we welcome to Parliament Hill members of the Unifor National Executive here to talk about the challenges and opportunities for Canada's workers. I'm especially proud to welcome Dave Cassidy and Dana Dunphy from Unifor Local 444. Unifor represents more than 315,000 workers across every sector of Canada's economy, and together our partnership is building an economy that works for everyone. Like the battery plant in Windsor that will create 5,000 good-paying auto jobs. We are partnering on skills training. We are listening and delivering on childcare and dental care and making post-secondary more affordable. That's right. And we are modernizing EI to make sure it's there for workers when they need it. There is more work ahead to make essentials like housing more affordable, but building a better Canada starts with solidarity, Mr. Speaker. A solidarity that rises up to defend workers' rights and freedoms when they are under assault, and a solidarity that delivers for workers and all Canadians. Thank you.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday on a Remembrance Day, Canadians from across the country have paused to reflect and honour the many contributions and sacrifices made by our brave men and women in uniform who served and continue to serve our country with the utmost courage, bravery, and respect. And it's because of veterans like Jim McRae from my riding of West Nova that we've been fortunate to enjoy the liberties we hold today, living in a free, safe, and democratic country. Jim, who turns 105 years old at the end of the month, is in fact the last living veteran of the Second World War to be still wearing the Distinguished Flying Cross. From joining our military in 1941 to serving our community as a firefighter and a bus driver, Jim is a true example of someone who devoted his life to public service by proudly serving the country that we all truly love. Veterans like Jim McRae are living reminders to us that in future generations that freedom is not free and that we need to carry a torch of remembrance in memory of their legacy. Mr. Speaker, please join me in wishing Jim an early happy birthday. We are forever grateful and shall never forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Speaker, for over 30 years, my dad was a Lions member. For over 100 years, the Lions of Canada have been pillars of Canadian communities, empowering thousands of hardworking volunteers to enrich their neighbourhoods, meet humanitarian needs, encourage peace, and promote international cooperation. Today, I had the pleasure of meeting with past Lions Council Chairperson Paul Cousins from my riding, along with his colleagues Beryl, Marianne, and Bernie, as part of an inaugural Lions Day on Parliament Hill. In addition to being great people, these Leos reminded me that Canada is filled with compassionate, dedicated individuals who love their communities. The ethos of the Lions Club can be found in their words: learn, discover, act, and celebrate. These words transcend formulas and borders, and we as parliamentarians would do well to take them to heart. Thank you to the organizers and the Leos here in Ottawa and across the country for your service and spirit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While trained as a professional forester, my father worked some 25 years in and around the Canadian mining industry. I too worked adjacent to it as an accountant early in my career. It's from that history and with great respect that today I recognize the important work done by the Mining Association of Canada. The Towards Sustainable Mining initiative of MAC is changing the industry around the world. This initiative supports mining companies in managing environmental and social responsibilities essential to our transition to a green economy. The world needs critical minerals. Equally, the world needs mining to be greener. Our Liberal government remains committed to making Canada a world leader in both sustainability and in the supply of critical minerals for clean technologies. The Mining Association of Canada has ambitious climate goals. I look forward to working with them and with these goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberal government came to power 7 years ago, there's been a 32% increase in violent crime in Canada. There was 124,000 more violent crimes last year than when this Prime Minister first took office. And that's not just a number, it's tens of thousands of families and women and children that have been harmed, most of all in our vulnerable communities. Canadians deserve far better than the revolving door of criminals that terrorize our streets with assaults and stabbings and murders and car thefts and break-and-enters. Frankly, it's out of control, Mr. Speaker, and this Liberal government is only making it worse. But there's hope on the horizon, Mr. Speaker. The new Conservative leader, as Prime Minister, will restore peace and security in our communities. He will end years of soft-on-crime Liberal policies that have allowed dangerous criminals and gangs to run free in our communities. Only Conservatives will make sure the worst criminals are kept behind bars. Only we will put the safety of Canadian families, women, and children first, Mr. Speaker, just as Canadians deserve.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Creating housing rapidly to address our housing crisis is a priority for our government. That's why I was pleased to hear the Minister of Housing and Diversity Inclusion has announced a third round of rapid housing funding that nonprofit housing providers in my great city of Hamilton are eligible to apply for. In total, $1.5 billion for communities to address their housing and homelessness action plans. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that RHI investments help vulnerable seniors, people living with disabilities, women and children fleeing family violence, and many more. As a former city councillor and past president of City Housing Hamilton, I had the opportunity to work on the planning, design, and construction of 2 rapid housing projects, including the city's first modular build. To date, we funded over 120 new units in the city of Hamilton, with $34 million in support from our Rapid Housing Fund. Mr. Speaker, local providers like Indwell, the YWCA, Good Shepherd, and City Housing Hamilton are anxious to build more. And there's more work to be done, and our government will continue to provide the necessary resources to address our affordable housing needs.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that Canada is #1. Unfortunately, we're #1 for the priciest cell phone bills, #1 for the lack of acute healthcare beds, and #1 for taxes and tariffs to farmers. Canadians are paying more taxes now than they do for food, shelter, and for clothing combined. It's a fact. Canadians pay the highest cell phone bills in the world. Of the 128 priciest cell phone carriers in 48 countries in the world, Rogers, TELUS, and Bell are #1, #2, and #3 for priciest cell phone carriers in the planet. Canadians pay over 3 times what Australians pay for cell phones, and they pay almost double of what Americans do. With interest rates rising, prices at the grocery store over 11% higher than last year, and gas prices rising, the government has got it all wrong, and Canadians are out of money. The answer is simple. Cut excessive spending, stop taxing Canadians more, and create competition to lower the costliest cell phone bills on the entire planet.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I was pleased to meet with members from the Hotel Association of Canada who traveled to Ottawa this week as part of their annual Day of Advocacy. The contributions of the hotel sector to our tourism economy are significant, and I saw firsthand how badly this sector was devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic in my tourism community, which was unnecessarily prolonged by this government's disastrous ArriveCan app. Wow. The required use of this app at our borders and airports could have been lifted this past spring or earlier. Instead, our federal government delayed its end and cost our tourism industry its chance at a recovery for the 2022 summer season. The economic recovery of Canada's hotel sector is key to the rebounding growth of our Canadian tourism industry. Today, let's celebrate our Canadian hotel sector for the resilience they have demonstrated through the past 2.5 years and for the bright future they have ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week was National Pain Awareness Week. Chronic pain can be invisible. It affects 8 million Canadians. This physical pain can also have an impact on mental health and family and community life. This situation is unacceptable. As a country, we must increase our efforts to ensure that appropriate care is offered to everyone, and that there be shared decision-making between health professionals and people living with pain. That's why Health Canada recently created the Canadian Pain Task Force in order to coordinate the federal response and in order to ensure that pain specialists and people with chronic pain can continue to advise our government on this issue. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, commercial fisheries remain important for so many communities in coastal British Columbia. And while there are many perspectives on fisheries management, I believe there are some principles on which we can all agree. Commercial fishing licenses shouldn't be treated like a private stock market controlled by big corporations. The maximum value of the fish that get caught should go to the people that do the work. And BC's catch should be processed in BC communities. In 2007, Canada reformed its Atlantic fishery to ensure that the benefits of licenses stay with the fish harvesters and the communities where they live. We need to do the same thing on the West Coast. And in 2019, the Committee on Fisheries and Oceans put forward 20 recommendations to reform the West Coast fishery, yet this government hasn't implemented a single one of them. There's a huge opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, for people, for communities. We need the political will to get this done.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, with its colossal population and its merciless apparatus of repression, the Chinese regime is taking shocking action: espionage, intimidation, election interference, illegal financing in 11 ridings here in Canada. And above all, the Chinese Communist Party is literally making an ancient culture and people in a conquered province disappear. The Bloc Québécois has taken a firm commitment to the Uyghur people, but the Canadian government is showing troubling cowardice. If the Liberal government wants to be worthy of respect, it must recognize before the eyes of the world that the treatment inflicted on Uyghurs is genocide. That is the only appropriate term. It must also apply sanctions comparable to those implemented by the U.S. in order to counter forced and child labor in Xinjiang. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, Canada will still be taking refuge in puerile protestations and empty gestures, displaying only its own powerlessness. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Canadians were shocked to learn that the government of China illegally funded candidates for office here in Canada starting in at least 2019. How could this happen? How could the government of China think they could get away with this? Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that a former Liberal cabinet minister and ambassador to China actually directly encouraged the government of China to intervene in Canadian democracy in the very same year. It's true, Liberal minister John McCallum encouraged the Chinese government to intervene in Canadian politics, and so they did. Why have Liberals spent years ignoring foreign interference? Because they benefit from it. Yes. Liberals' weak foreign policy and failure to stand up for justice and human rights has led human rights abusers to want Liberals to stay in power. It's time for a new government that will end foreign interference and pursue a principled foreign policy no matter which foreign powers it annoys. It's time for a government that will put the national interest ahead of political interest. It's time for a government that will stand up to dictators and put the people first.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Speaker, for so long, provinces and territories have been working to combat gender-based violence in their own respective ways. Now we've come to a shared vision of how to combat this devastating issue, an issue exacerbated by the pandemic. Today, I'm proud to share the launch of Canada's first ever National Action Plan to end gender-based violence here in the House of Commons. The National Action Plan is informed by the advice and guidance of activists, academics, and survivors. It is endorsed by every province and territory, and we are united in our approach. When a woman fears for her safety at home, she doesn't have the opportunity to complete her studies, find the job of her dreams, or even properly provide for her family. The National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence isn't just about helping women escape violence, it's about helping make sure violence doesn't happen in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Des communautés rurales à travers le pays.
All across the country, there's a crisis when families are trying to figure out how to pay for increased heating bills. Acadians in the east or Franco-Ontarians in northern Ontario. They use diesel to heat their homes, and the carbon tax will triple the cost because of this costly coalition between Liberals and NDPers. Will they scrap the tripling of the carbon tax so that Canadians can afford to heat their homes? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have an economic plan that's responsible and caring at the same time. And I'd like to point out a few of the key features of that plan. We've already doubled the GST refund. That's going to help 11 million Canadian homes. We're also going to be sending Canadians who are having a hard time paying their rent $500. We are going to pay for dental care for all children, all Canadian children. We're going to eliminate student loan interest charges for all Canadians.
Finance Minister was out about a week ago saying that she makes a profit off the carbon tax because she lives in an upscale downtown Toronto neighborhood where she can go on a subway anywhere she needs to go or where she can ride her bike. Now, most Canadians don't have a chauffeur, and they don't live next. If they're a suburban family that needs to take their kids to hockey or school, they need a minivan. If they're a rural family, they need a pickup truck to fight through the snows and carry heavy equipment. The Liberal NDP costly coalition wants to triple their carbon tax. Will they cancel that plan so Canadians can afford to get where they're going?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just start by saying I think I've probably driven more pickup trucks than the leader of the opposition. Talk about the advice that he has for Canadians on the economy and on fighting inflation. Let's talk about his advice that he gave, which was you can opt out of inflation by investing in crypto. If people had listened to him, and I fear some probably did, they would have lost at least 65% of their money, maybe all of it. It's time for him to apologize, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister should talk to the people who live in rural Canada today. Those people are faced with $3 a litre diesel just to fill up their trucks. Similar fuel to heat homes in places like Northern Ontario and Atlantic Canada will cost families as much as $6,000 to get through the winter. The costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals have as their solution to triple the carbon tax that those families will pay. Canadians are worried about keeping the heat on. Will the government cancel the tax so that they can do so? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've already talked about the Conservative leader's reckless advice to Canadians to invest in crypto. It is time for him to apologize. But let's talk about the other elements of his plan. He wants to eviscerate the EI system that so many Canadians depend on. He wants to endanger seniors' pensions. He wants to make polluting free again.
That's terrible.
He wants to claw back climate checks from Canadian families. He wants to deprive Canadian children of dental care, and he wants to deprive low-income renters of the support they desperately need.
The Leader of the Opposition.
False, and false. But Let's look what the reality is on this carbon tax. She says she's going to send out checks that make families like her have a profit from the carbon tax. Well, according to the parliamentary budget officer, which this Prime Minister appointed, in Alberta, the average family will pay $2,000 more in tax than they get back in checks. In Ontario, it's $1,461. Similarly true elsewhere, and in many provinces, there's no rebate at all, even though the federal government is imposing this new triple tax. Will they cancel this tax so Canadians can pay their bills?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to be sure Canadians understand the blocking and delaying tactics of the Conservatives in our Parliament to prevent Canadians from getting the support they need right now. Here's what the Conservatives are blocking and delaying. Our efforts to make housing more affordable with measures like an anti-flipping tax and a tax-free first home savings account. Who would be opposed to that, Mr. Speaker? They're blocking our plan to permanently eliminate interest on Canada student loans. Why are they blocking that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, they have a majority with the costly coalition and the NDP. They can pass anything they want. That's right. If they were really going to make housing affordable, they would have done it a long time ago. It's been 7 years, during that which time house prices have doubled. And now, home heating prices are doubling, with costs expected to rise to as much as $6,000 for a single family to heat its home in oil-heated communities like Northern Ontario and Eastern Canada. And the government's plan with the NDP is to triple the tax. Why don't they stop the tax hike so Canadians can heat their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a plan. We have a positive plan which is fiscally responsible and it is compassionate. It is a plan to create jobs and fight climate change at the same time. And here are some key elements of our plan, Mr. Speaker. We are going to permanently eliminate interest on Canada student and apprentice loans. We are going to move the Canada Workers Benefit, which supports people who work really, really hard but aren't being paid very much. We're going to move that to advance payments. A family can get up to $2,400, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, the Bloc Québécois has warned that Bill C-13 gives a free pass to companies that anglicize Quebec. It gives the Air Canadas of the world a choice between complying with the Charter of the French language, if they feel like it, and continuing to disrespect the French language with no consequences. While Air Canada has made its choice, they're going to keep on disrespecting French thanks to the Liberals. They'll get around the Charter of the French language by using the Liberal loophole in C-13. Why are the Liberals encouraging the Air Canadas of this world to carry on anglicizing Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am obviously an Anglophone. But I'd like to reassure my Bloc colleagues and all my French-speaking colleagues in our Liberal caucus that to me and to this government, French is a priority. We understand how hard it is for the Quebec nation to continue speaking French on an English continent, and that is why this government will always support French. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP are suddenly in such a hurry to pass C-13 that they're limiting debate. That's strange until you remember that Quebec has given the Air Canadas of this world until December 1st to confirm their intention to comply with the Charter of the French language. There are 2 weeks left, and believe it or not, Air Canada, Via Rail, and CN, all champion flouters of the French language, well, they haven't signed up yet. And why not? Because C-13 allows them to get away with it. They're just waiting for it to pass. Is that why the Liberals and the NDP are in such a hurry to push it through? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government and I personally have been very clear with Air Canada when it comes to the importance of the French language and the use of French in that company. And I'd really like to reassure all Francophones all over Canada, and especially Quebecers, that we do understand how hard it is to protect the French language and how hard it is to continue to use this beautiful language. We will support you. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
À travers le pays.
All across the country, emergency rooms are full. And the parents are afraid their children won't be cared for. I spoke to a parent who had to wait 12 hours for their child who was having difficulty breathing. The Liberal government is looking for other problems instead of taking action. Why is this, Prime Minister? Why is this government letting children suffer instead of doing something to solve the problem? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that all of us, every member here, understands how precious our children are. And I'd like to reassure all Canadian mothers and fathers that our children are a priority. When it comes to health care, on the federal side, $45.2 billion, which is an increase in 8%. That will be the increased funding.
Crisis brewing in our healthcare system for weeks and weeks, particularly when it comes to kids, and this government hasn't been there to protect kids. We know that what's going on is terrifying for parents. We've heard really heartbreaking stories. Parents rushing to the emergency rooms with kids that are struggling to breathe. Children that have had to be resuscitated in emergency rooms. And parents wondering if there will be any space for their kids in the emergency room. What does this government have to say? What does this Prime Minister have to say to parents who are worried that if their kids are sick, there's not going to be a place for them in the emergency room?
Hear, hear. Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for raising that really important question. And I just want to start by saying I am absolutely sure that every single MP in this House cares so much about Canada's children. We know they are the most precious people we have in this country. And I also want to say our government understands the challenges our healthcare system is facing. Our Minister of Health did some important work with his provincial and territorial colleagues last week. And let me just point out that the federal health transfer this year will be $45.2 billion of 4.8.
For Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Cancels her Disney Plus subscription to miraculously save Canadians from going to food banks. Her government continues to tax Canadians to infinity and beyond. Proving how out of touch she really is, she goes on Liberal-friendly CBC and says the carbon tax is helping Canadians. Reality is, emissions are up and the carbon tax is only helping her government's greed while cost of heating homes is doubling. Why won't the HoC coalition axe the tax on home heating and give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know what is really out of touch. What is out of touch is to advise Canadians who are legitimately concerned about inflation, to say to them, I have a magic solution to your problems, and to advise those worried Canadians to invest in crypto. But that is what the Leader of the Opposition did. And Mr. Speaker, if a Canadian had listened to him, had listened to that advice, a $10,000 investment would be worth just $3,500 today, Mr. Speaker. They should apologize.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Sir, was almost as bad as the Finance Minister telling the 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals not to worry. Just cancel your Disney Plus subscription and everything should be fine. Canadians are crying out for help, pleading for the Liberals to stop the increases in taxes and inflation. They respond by calling them polluters and increase the carbon tax. The only ones getting rich off the carbon tax is her government. Liberals are out of touch. Canadians are out of money. Why won't the Liberals give some relief to Canadians and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know what Canadians Canadians need, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians need today is a government that is prepared to support them, a government that is prepared to be compassionate and also fiscally responsible. A government that doesn't reach for easy populist advice like investing in crypto, but a government that does understand people need real support today. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're going to stick with our plan. We're going to send those GST checks to 11 million households. We're going to send the Canada Worker Benefit to hardworking Canadians. We're going to eliminate interest on Canada's students.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, we have more Liberal waste. Fortis, a billion-dollar corporation, was promised $655 million for the Lake Erie Connector project to get electricity cable built. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is a taxpayer-funded bank, has never completed even one project, Mr. Speaker. Now we discover 1.5 years later that Fortis deal has been cancelled due to financial volatility and inflation. What happened to the $655 million that the Liberals promised this failed project? How much did taxpayers lose?
The Honourable Minister for the Provincial.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating my colleague on her appointment as the infrastructure critic for the official opposition. I obviously look forward to working with her on these important issues. Mr. Speaker, we have a fundamental difference with respect to the Conservative Party. They did not believe that there was a role for the infrastructure bank in helping bring access to private capital and institutional investments for things as important as investing in clean energy and greening our electricity grid, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to prioritize these important investments because we think Canadians are counting on us to do that.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
It's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. That's not a good enough answer. The project was cancelled because of inflation, which this Liberal Party caused. While Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, this government cannot account for $655 million. It's wasteful spending like this, $35 billion infrastructure bank that is causing inflation. And Liberals are financing it all on the backs of Canadians by tripling their carbon tax. When will this government stop their reckless spending and cancel their plan to triple the tax on suffering Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to spend a moment talking about inflation and our government's fiscally responsible approach. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote the Globe and Mail. The Globe and Mail is not always that supportive of our government's policies, but here is what the Globe and Mail had to say.
I'm sure the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk wants to hear the answer to her question. So I'll let the Deputy Prime Minister just continue, please, and hopefully we don't have to restart from the beginning, because I'm sure people want to make sure they hear it, but maybe just continue.
So here's what the Globe and Mail had to say, Mr. Speaker, about the fall economic statement. Quote, "It is, broadly speaking, the right approach. Canada has the slimmest government shortfall in the G7 in inflation-fighting terms that has Liberal fiscal policy looking pretty good."
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the best way to help Canadian families with inflation is to leave more money in their pockets and, above all, stop hitting them with new taxes. But no, this government's going to go ahead and triple the Liberal carbon tax. My question is very simple for the Deputy Prime Minister. Yesterday at COP27, the list of the most effective countries in the fight against climate change was published. There are 63 countries on the list. After 7 years of Liberal governance, could the Deputy Prime Minister tell us where Canada places out of the 63 countries in climate change performance? The Honourable Minister of Families. My honourable colleague is talking about leaving money in the pockets of Canadians, but every time we do things to put more money in Canadians' pockets, they vote against it. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to climate change, performance. We're putting more money back into institutions where there is a price on pollution. I'd ask the minister to start over again because I'm sure the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent couldn't hear your answer. Please start over. Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows full well, there have been a number of times in the last few years where we have proposed things to put more money into Canadians' pockets or leave it there. But unfortunately, every time the Conservatives voted against it, either whether it's the climate checks or better benefits, or there have been a number of opportunities where they could have supported us and supported Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, a member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, that's extraordinary. They can't even answer the question. If she doesn't know, we do know how Canada ranked. After 7 years of Liberal governance, Canada ranks 58th out of 63 in climate change performance. That, Mr. Speaker, they boasted that Canada was back. It's the same people, more like way back, Mr. Speaker. Maybe one day the Liberals will understand one thing. Taxing doesn't reduce pollutions, but it sure does reduce Canadians' pocketbooks. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are limits in terms of how much you can contradict yourself. The Liberals say we shouldn't be taxing pollution, we shouldn't put a price on pollution, that we shouldn't be so concerned about the environment. But now they're saying that we're not doing enough, Mr. Speaker. We're not. The Conservatives are completely they have no credibility. There are limits to speaking out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. Calm. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, right now, pediatric emergency rooms in Quebec are overflowing. Kids are being moved 150 kilometers from home because there isn't enough room for them at the hospital. It's time for the federal government, for the minister, to stop saying that asking for healthcare funding is futile. Ask these parents, ask the kids' parents if it's futile. It's time for the minister to stop his bureaucratic power trip, arrogance, and bickering, and send the $28 billion increase in transfers that Quebec and all provinces are calling for. What will it take for him to understand the urgency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A new politician.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We share the concerns of parents and healthcare staff when it comes to finding acetaminophen for their children. We obtained an extra supply of kids' acetaminophen, which will be available in pharmacies and on shelves in the weeks to come to help solve the immediate situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the answer should actually go along with the question. The federal government can see the healthcare system is underfunded. Everyone sees it's at the breaking point. Staff are overstretched and exhausted. But what the federal government refuses to see is that they're the ones who have to do more. Quebec is already spending 43% of its budget on healthcare. That's almost half. The federal government doesn't even spend 9% of its total budget on health transfers. The financial means are here in Ottawa, not in Quebec City. So when will the Liberals finally increase health transfers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a long time now, we've been working with the provinces and territories, not just to provide funding, but also to ensure that there's a national vision of healthcare and that the system meets Canadians' needs. Throughout the pandemic, our government has invested over $72 billion in protecting Canadians' health. In addition to an extra increase of 5%, which was already announced, we will be increasing Canadian health transfers by another 10%. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. You know, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers want governments that work together, But the Liberals have stooped so low as to govern by taking hostages. In healthcare, they're holding the sick hostage while they bicker with Quebec and the provinces in an attempt to deny them $28 billion in healthcare funding. In infrastructure, it's the municipalities who are being held hostage by forcing them to submit their projects earlier than expected by March, or they'll lose $2.7 billion. In both cases, it's Quebecers' tax dollars, not Liberal money. Why not just cooperate with Quebec and the cities instead of creating conflict? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we have any lessons to learn on bickering from the Bloc. The Bloc has looked for squabbles where none existed. We are definitely willing to cooperate with Quebec and the provinces. I had an amazing meeting with the mayor of Quebec City a week ago and with the provincial minister of infrastructure. And he came to Moncton a week ago. We had a positive discussion. We're going to do good things for the people of Quebec.
Number 4, Wellington, Halton Hills.
Speaker, the government has an opportunity to answer a question that I asked twice yesterday. This is a serious matter in the public interest that requires an answer. Who are the 11 election candidates who received hundreds of thousands of dollars funneled through the Beijing's consulate in Toronto in the 2019 election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind the honourable members what the motivation of foreign interference is. It's not to advance any partisan interest. It's to sow chaos, and it is to destroy our democracy as we know it. Our government will never tolerate it. The RCMP and our intelligence agencies are investigating, and Canadians expect us to do the work that is required and take the action, which is what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
The government's right, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a partisan issue. Both Liberal and Conservative candidates are implicated in receiving these illegal funds. But we need answers, public answers in this House, so investigations can be launched by parties on both sides of this aisle, by Elections Canada, by other relevant authorities. So who are the 11 election candidates who received these illegal monies funneled by Beijing through its Toronto consulate in the 2019 election campaign?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're very appreciative of the focus of the Conservative Party on foreign interference in Canadian elections because it's something that we've been concerned about for a long time. The Conservatives have recently decided that this is an important issue, but Mr. Speaker, good news. Our government set up a critical incident election protocol chaired by the Clerk of the Privy Council with the help of Canada's security and intelligence agencies to monitor exactly the kind of situation that my friend has addressed. It worked very well, and there was no change in the outcome of the election, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Création d'un réseau.
The creation of an underground network of candidates in 2019, infiltration of agents into MPs' offices, pressure tactics on politicians, a campaign to punish Canadian politicians. It's not a James Bond movie, it's real life. The last 2 Canadian elections were allegedly targeted by the Chinese Communist regime. The Prime Minister knew about it. The Prime Minister did nothing. Why? What does the Prime Minister know, and why is he trying to hide it from Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I said previously, we will never tolerate foreign interference. The whole purpose of foreign interference is to destroy democracy as we know it. The agencies responsible, the RCMP and the intelligence agencies, are investigating. We are taking action. We always will stand up for our democracy. We will never take it for granted. And we know that foreign interference is aimed at destroying that democracy.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. We know that the Chinese Communist regime has interfered in the 2021 election and the Liberals didn't do anything, despite the revelations which show that this regime was also massively interfering in the 2019 election. Nobody's been charged or sentenced for this, for interfering in these two elections. Guy Saint-Jacques, Canada's former ambassador to China, has said that the Conservatives several Conservative candidates lost their elections because of the Chinese Secret Services. Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking for one thing. Is there an MP in the Liberal benches who is one of the 11 candidates who received money from the Chinese Communist Party? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. Mr. Speaker, when it's a question of national security, it affects all parliamentarians. It's not a political question. It's a question of national interest, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken restrictive measures to protect science and research in Canada. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, we blocked 3 transactions to protect our critical minerals in this country, Mr. Speaker. We take national security very seriously, like all parliamentarians should.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
First Nations communities bear the brunt of the climate emergency. Today's report from the Auditor General confirms the Liberal government continues to abandon First Nations community, including to prepare for forest fires and floods. This abandonment is costing lives. Given the right resources, First Nations communities can prevent disasters on their lands. When will this government invest in First Nation emergency preparedness so they have the tools they need to rebuild vibrant communities?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Auditor General for a very important report. In fact, what the Auditor General found was that the Government of Canada is spending extraordinary amounts of money helping people respond to climate change. In fact, what the Auditor General pointed out is that the Government of Canada can save money in helping communities prepare better and have adaptability plans to withstand the onslaught of climate emergencies that all of us are facing. First Nations people are first in line, Mr. Speaker, to the detrimental effects of climate change, and that's why we have to continue, all of us, to ensure that we're ready, prepared, and that we have adaptation strategies.
For Vancouver East.
It's not true, Mr. Speaker. 112 projects went unfunded. That's right. Now, according to the Auditor General, the Liberals have spent billions to build homes that Canadians can't afford. What's worse, they don't even know if this money is reducing homelessness in our communities. The level of incompetence is breathtaking. We're in a dire housing crisis. The cold, wet weather is upon us. People are dying on the streets. They are desperate, and the Liberals have turned their backs on them. When will this government do their job so that everyone has a safe and affordable place called home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, through our Reaching Home anti-homelessness strategy, we've ensured that tens of thousands of people were prevented from joining homelessness, and others were actually housed permanently through our efforts. We welcome the Auditor General's audit of the chronic homelessness program. We accept all the recommendations, and we're willing to implement them all. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 9 weeks, we have watched the brutality that the Iranian regime has unleashed on its own citizens. So far, 15,000 courageous Iranians have been arrested, and over 350 Iranians have been killed. Yesterday, our government announced its latest concrete measures against the Iranian regime by designating Iran a country that commits terrorism against its own citizens. I'd like to ask the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship what the significance of yesterday's announcement is.
Good question. Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the member for Willowdale for his relentless advocacy on behalf of the Iranian-Canadian community. Mr. Speaker, I have joined in the protests and participated in roundtables with members of the Iranian community, and we've heard them, and I want to be absolutely clear. Canada has now designated the Islamic Republic of Iran as a regime that has engaged in terrorism and gross human rights violations. Senior officials of the regime, including the IRGC, who are inadmissible under this policy, will be removed from Canada. Our message to the Iranian regime and to its henchmen is unambiguous. Canada will not be a playground for bad actors, and you are not welcome in our country.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't afford this costly coalition. The more the NDP Liberals spend, the more expensive everything gets. Gas and diesel is over $3 a litre. Families have to find over $2,000 more for groceries this year. Home heating will double this winter. And food bank users, 1/3 are Canadians with jobs who can't afford to eat. When will the Liberals give Canadians a break and cancel their plan to triple their tax hikes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Speaker, and as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has pointed out, 8 out of 10 families are better off after they've received the climate action rebate. And the other thing the Parliamentary Budget Officer points out, Mr. Speaker, is that there are costs to climate change. A $20 billion impact to our GDP each and every year. From my home province of Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, we've had two 1 in 300-year floods costing $1 billion each. The Calgary flood, Mr. Speaker, $5 billion. 7,000 people were displaced from their homes, Mr. Speaker. Climate change has a cost. The Conservatives have no plan.
For Lakeland.
So it's clear from that answer that even though the Liberals have actually created this cost of living crisis, they're just going to make it even worse. The Finance Minister actually said that Canadians should cut Disney Plus to make ends meet. She bragged that she lives in downtown Toronto and doesn't have to drive anywhere, even while she's chauffeured around in limos and private jets at taxpayers' expense. She scoffs while my neighbors have to drive to get around and have to choose between eating or heating their homes and barns and shops this week at -28. The Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of money. Why won't they axe their cruel carbon tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you what is cruel. What is cruel is saying to Canadians who are genuinely anxious about inflation. What is cruel is saying to those Canadians, you know what? I have a magic idea that will let you opt out of that inflation. Saying to them, you know what? I think you should buy crypto. And that is what the current leader of the Conservative Party said to Canadians. If Canadians had listened to him, a $10,000 investment would have shrunk by 65%. That is cruelty, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding to the next question to the member for Foothills, I just want to remind some of the gentlemen in the audience who have these deep, strong voices that carry. And although they sound very nice, they are very disruptive when someone is trying to answer or even ask a question. Just a reminder, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Food inflation is at 40-year high. Canadians are struggling to feed their families. The Liberals' response? Let them eat cake. You can't afford food? Cancel your Disney subscription. I can't even buy a pack of bacon for $13. When fruit and vegetable prices are up 12%, bread 13%, and pasta 30%, the Liberals are out of touch. And it's only going to get worse. You think these prices are tough to swallow? Thanks to the Liberals' escalator, the tax on beer, wine, and spirits is going to triple. Will the Prime Minister give a sober second thought to his new taxes on food?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to stomach what the Conservatives are saying because at every opportunity that they could have supported Canadians in need, they voted against it, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Our record on this side is almost 2 million Canadians, including 450,000 children, have been lifted out of poverty over the last 7 years. We have supported Canadians with the Canada Child Benefit, with the Canada Housing Benefit, with the Canada Dental Benefit, with the GST rebate that has been doubled for the next 6 6 months, Mr. Speaker. We continue to support Canadians. We just wish Conservatives would do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nice. Well, member for Foothills.
So let me get this straight. While 1.5 million Canadians go to a food bank in 1 month, the Liberals' answer to that is triple the carbon tax on food production. We have farmers from across Canada in Ottawa this week begging the Liberals for some sort of sanity and to drop this tax. Thanks to the opposition, the Canadian farmers will get some relief from the carbon tax on natural gas and propane, and they need it. Diesel's at $3 a litre, and input costs are crippling. Liberal taxes are killing farms and forcing families to the food bank. Will the Prime Minister listen to farmers? Will he cancel his plan to triple the tax on food, fuel, and farms?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of visiting farms in my own constituency as a member who represents rural Nova Scotia, and I can tell you the farmers in my own community right now are telling me how expensive it is to deal with inaction on climate change, how expensive it is when severe weather events take down silos, how expensive it is when they lose more than 6 figures worth of crops.
Oh, really? Set them free, Sean.
Just let me know when you're ready. The Honourable Minister from the top by special request.
Mr. Speaker, it seems I may have struck a nerve. The reality is I have the privilege of representing dozens of dairy farms. Over the last number of weeks when I've been visiting those farms, what they are telling me in rural Nova Scotia is that the inaction that they see coming from the Conservative Party on climate issues is leading to costs that are unimaginable. And as the Conservatives continue to chide me because they can't handle difficult truths, they don't understand that these farmers are dealing with 6-figure losses that they needed to buy out of pocket to help feed their cattle. They're dealing with damage to their infrastructure. They want us to take climate change seriously, and they need to stop trying to trick Canadians because they know that the policy they've campaigned...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, forced sterilization, and I'm not talking about the Prime Minister who once again has demonstrated his complete lack of courage. No, forced sterilization, torture, arbitrary detention, political re-education. I'm talking about the situation that's happening to the Uyghurs and the indifference of the Prime Minister. There's a genocide underway in China. The Chinese government is working to make a people disappear. We know it, it's documented, and the Prime Minister is looking the other way so as to not displease the Chinese government. The government, will it finally recognize that the Chinese regime is committing a genocide on the Uyghurs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is extremely concerned by the treatment of Uyghurs in China. We are taking the allegations of genocide very seriously.
China at every opportunity with our Five Eyes partners, with G7 partners, at the UN Human Rights Council, at the UN, and most importantly, with Chinese officials directly. We will continue to stand with the Uyghur people in their search for freedom and human rights.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons, the French National Assembly, the British Parliament, the U.S. Secretary of State, among others, have all qualified China's treatment of the Uyghurs as genocide. The Prime Minister, however, refuses to get involved. How, Mr. Speaker, can you hope to help fix a problem if you're not ready to recognize that the problem exists? This is what's happening right now with this government and the Uyghurs. The Prime Minister, can he grow a spine, stand up, be brave, take responsibility, and finally recognize that the Uyghurs are suffering a genocide at the hands of Beijing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we continue to require that China respect its international obligations when it comes to human rights, and that it answer the concerns raised in the report.
That report seriously. It has raised the possibility of extreme crimes against humanity. We will continue to fight for human rights and the respect of minority rights for everybody in China and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
These Liberals wasted $54 million on their Arrive scam, and they waived the security clearance requirements for vendors and contractors that would deal with Canadians' biometric, personal and health information. And now they're refusing to release the documents and covering up which Liberal insiders got rich. Canadians can't trust these Liberals, and they can't afford the costly Liberal NDP coalition. Will these Liberals end their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arrive Can was an extraordinary measure in an extraordinary time. Canadians expect their government to act quickly, and we did just that. CBSA is aware of errors included in public disclosure and has made the necessary corrections. We, as a government, are committed to the highest standards to ensure that Canadians get the highest value for their tax dollars.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
You should judge a government by what it does, not what it says. And what this government does is spend, spend, spend. Spending is up 30% versus pre-COVID levels, and Canadians are paying the price. Inflation's at a 40-year high, and now next year we're going to spend almost as much on servicing the debt as we do on health care transfers to the provinces. Canadians can't afford much more of this costly coalition, so will they end their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the Globe and Mail wrote that Liberal fiscal policy looks pretty good. But let me give you a few more proof points. The day that I tabled our fall economic statement, Moody's, the ratings agency, reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating with a stable outlook. It doesn't get better than that, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the lowest debt in the G7. We are a very fiscally responsible government.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party sounded the alarm about the coming economic hard times, but the Liberal government is a bad manager. They continue to spend without counting. We have the app, the ArriveCan app, which cost $54 million. The purchase of twice as many ventilators as necessary, $403 million that cost us. Families are suffering. Workers are going to food banks. Young people are camping in their parents' basements. Can the Liberals please stop increasing taxes, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's simply a fact that the Conservatives are wrong. Our economic plan is responsible. On the day the economic statement was presented, Moody's reaffirmed Canada's AAA rating. Canada has the lowest deficit of the entire G7. Canada has the lowest debt of all G7 countries. Our economy is strong. Our plan is responsible.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Kings Hants and across Canada, our producers from supply-managed sectors are essential to our rural communities and for our food security. Our government has promised to make sure that our farmers are compensated fully and fairly after free trade agreements have been signed with Europe and Pacific countries. Can the Minister of Agriculture please update this House on the way that our government has kept its promises? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to inform you that we have completed all compensation for all supply-managed sectors. Dairy producers will share $1.2 billion, about $6,000 for an average farm with 80 cows. There's a new innovation program in place with $300 million in funding. Poultry and egg producers will share $112 million in a new program, and producers will benefit from a $105 million program. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefort. Mr. Speaker, inflation is very, very hard for Canadian families. Some have had to change their eating habits, while others are skipping meals to make ends meet. And yet we'd warned this government that $500 billion deficits in just 2 years would have consequences. The Prime Minister didn't listen to us, and what's worse, he spent twice as much. Will he at least listen to struggling Canadians and guarantee them that he won't increase their taxes again? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to quote the facts. I just want to talk about the economic reality of Canada. And the reality is that our economic plan is responsible. Canada has the lowest deficit of the entire G7. Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Canada's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed 2 weeks ago.
For Mission Maxkey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, things just seem broken in Canada. Costs are skyrocketing, and everything from children's Tylenol to get this leafy green lettuce can't be found on store shelves or in restaurants across Canada. And we all know why. The costs of producing, growing, and manufacturing are getting harder and harder and have never been more expensive. So why won't the Liberals just give Canada a break and cancel their plans to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and heating?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, the Honourable Member is from British Columbia, where we have seen the most dramatic impacts of climate change in the last year. $9 billion because of the atmospheric river. 600 senior citizens died, Mr. Speaker, because of the heat dome. And talking about the cost of lettuce, we had a major drought, Mr. Speaker, which is why vegetables are getting so expensive. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan for climate change. We're going to build community resiliency. The Conservatives have no plan.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, the costly coalitions made it a sin to eat, heat, and drive. They've added a tax like that on alcohol and cigarettes that automatically increases every year. With taxes on fuel and fertilizer, they're making food unaffordable. The government's homegrown inflation is forcing children to miss meals. When will this government give Canadians a break and end the triple tax on gas, groceries, and home heating?
Here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier one Conservative member referred to COP27, where the whole world is gathered, where people from around the world are focused on climate change, what it means for our economies, what it means for future generations, Mr. Speaker. But you know who's not there, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives are not there. They pulled members from their delegations, Mr. Speaker, and that's not surprising, Mr. Speaker, because for 10 long years they did absolutely nothing on climate change, and every time they went to an international meeting, they received the Fossil of the Year award.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents in Surrey Newton travel regularly to India to visit loved ones. Some of them are presently in Ottawa today. The pandemic put a pause on many of these international trips. My constituents are now looking to reconnect with family and friends. Would the Minister update the House on what steps our government is taking to make it easier for Canadians to travel to India?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Newton for his leadership and his advocacy on this issue. Yesterday, I announced that Canada is amending the air transport agreement with India to move towards unlimited number of weekly flights. This will increase the option for Canadian travelers who want to travel to India, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say that my colleague and I agree. We would like to see a direct flight from Canada to Amritsar. I've raised this issue with my Indian counterpart. We will continue to advocate for this until we see more options for Canadians. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Nothing is more important to Canadians than the health of our kids. But right now, children are being admitted to ERs because of a lack of pediatric medicines. Today, experts told the Health Committee severe drug shortages are a long-standing problem in Canada, with hundreds of medicines in dangerously low supply every year. This must change. New Democrats have long called for the Canadian government to create a public drug manufacturer to supply medications people need, our kids need. Will the Liberals finally act to produce life-saving medications here in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we share the concerns of my colleague from the NDP, of parents and caregivers about their inability to find infant and children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen. And this has been a really tough cold and flu season for parents across this country, and we acknowledge that. So we secured an additional foreign supply of children's acetaminophen that will be available for sale at retail and community pharmacies in the coming weeks to help address this immediate situation. Our littlest neighbours, our littlest constituents, they're our top concern, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague from the NDP. A domestic solution is one that will last a lot longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government is making the littlest effort. This was a good question about establishing a public drug manufacturer in Canada. We just came through a pandemic where we saw the government scramble to secure vaccine supply and only succeed at the expense of people in the global south who never did get the vaccine that they need. Now we're witnessing a shortage of children's medicine. We're seeing Amazon charge over $200 for 4 ounces of Tylenol on the internet. There's something wrong with the system that allows that and doesn't allow for the government to push back, which it could do with a public drug manufacturer to produce essential medications when the market fails. So when are the Liberals going to start the work?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that my colleague was absent for a couple of months, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing more important than ensuring the health and safety of Canadians. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we acted. We even brought Moderna in Canada, Mr. Speaker, to produce vaccines. Not for COVID-19, but for about 30 families of vaccines that Canadians would need, including cancer, Mr. Speaker. We got Sanofi investing in Toronto. We invested in BioVectra, Mr. Speaker. One thing on this side of the aisle we understand, we didn't choose that pandemic. We don't know if there's going to be another one, but we choose to be better prepared. That's what Canadians expect from us.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period for today. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table in this House the COP27 document Climate Change Performance Index, which concludes that Canada, after 7 years of Liberal government, is 58th out of 63 countries in terms of climate change performance, Mr. Speaker. Will all those opposed to this motion say nay? No? We do not have unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni is rising on a point. Order! 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 I see everyone crossing over and talking. It's great that everyone's getting along and talking, but would you mind whispering either outside the chamber or just keep it down inside? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. I move that given that 1, the mental health of Canadians has been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, 2, the toxic drug crisis has worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic and continues to have a tragic impact on communities. 3rd, too many Canadians are unable to access mental health or substance use supports in a timely manner, and economic conditions are exacerbating financial barriers. And 4th, Mr. Speaker, lack of timely access to community-based mental health and substance use services is adding to the immense strain facing our hospitals and primary care providers. That the House call on the government to take the necessary steps to bring a comprehensive range of mental health and substance use services beyond physician and hospital settings into our universal public healthcare system.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agree? No, I'm sorry, we don't have unanimous consent. Next. Or do we have another? Okay. No, we'll just keep going. Can I?
It's orders of the day and I recognize Mr.
Okay. So just orders of the day.
Orders of the day. One second. We'll turn this off. Orders of the day. Okay. Orders of the day.
The Honourable
Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your patience. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the consideration of Government Business Number 22, I move, seconded by the Minister of Tourism, that the debate not be further adjourned.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moves that in relation to consideration of Government Business Number 22, move that seconded by the Minister of Tourism, that debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables députés qui souhaitent poser.
All members wishing to ask questions may rise now so that the speaker can have a general idea of how many wish to take part in this question period. All those wishing to rise and speak, there are a few who have demonstrated interest. Thank you. Okay, quite a few. All right.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What we're seeing here is, once again, the Liberal government showing us that with the NDP coalition, they wish to limit MPs' abilities. MPs from everywhere in Canada, they want to take away our ability to speak freely on all sorts of matters. The government is trying to have this House pass a motion that would take away our ability to even talk about legislation, Mr. Speaker. So this way of doing things is really unacceptable. The Liberals, for months and months, claim to be the great defenders of transparency, openness, consensus. Today, though, with the NDP's tacit consent, the Liberals are once again limiting debate in this House. That's how things really are, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. We want to collaborate, but the Liberals just want to impose and order around.
Monsieur le Président, c'est tellement bizarre.
Mr. Speaker, this is very odd to me because this is a motion to extend the sitting hours. So this gives the opportunity to the opposition to speak more. So perhaps my honourable colleague didn't read the motion correctly because it gives them more time to speak. That's the problem here. That's the Conservative Party is using obstruction tactics over and over, and that blocks the ability of other parties to pass legislation that is needed in an acceptable period of time. And also, it allows all parties to speak freely in this House. If there are more hours during which the parties can speak, then there is more opportunity for the members from the other side to explain their positions and to engage in further debate. So this is a very odd question, I find, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear what the party across the way has to say, because my committee recently, the FIWO committee, had to be cancelled because the House hours were being extended. So this is an important committee that works for women and children. And I am a mother, so I was able to work, and so that's not the problem. So does that mean that when the House sits till midnight, that has an impact on mothers and women, and so we shouldn't be sitting until late because it has an impact on women, as I say. What does the leader say to that? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two things here. First of all, it is concerning the committees. That is why we can speak with the legislative agenda for the Parliament and for committees as well. So I am very sensitive to the fact that there are issues that the committees are discussing that are very important. We have 31 committees, and we have a legislative agenda here in the House that needs to be moved forward. And we need time for both committees and the House. And in any situation for mothers, and I hope that the member of the other side is going to support the hybrid system, because that is also a good solution, not only for mothers, but for anyone. So there are solutions here, and we have to continue to engage in debate.
Mr. Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to imagine any member of Parliament objecting to working longer hours, particularly when we look at what Canadians are facing right now. Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, and we have an obligation as parliamentarians to work longer hours, to work harder, to make sure that Canadians are supported. I wanted to ask my colleague, the Government House Leader, though, what the real reason may be for the Conservative objection. And looking back 2 years ago, the Globe and Mail reported that Conservatives hold the worst attendance record at the House of Commons COVID-19 committee, that only 47% attendance rate, and that contrasts with the Bloc at 73%, Liberals at 76%, and the NDP at 85%, the NDP being once again the worker bees of Parliament. Isn't that the real reason the Conservatives are opposing extending hours and working harder on behalf of Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague is 100% right that the times that we are in right now demand that we put shoulder to wheel and do more. And I do have to say that I can't speak for the motivations of anybody else, but let me be very clear for the motivation that we are coming to the table with, and I believe that the honourable member in asking his question is coming to the table with as well, which is that every time we ask questions of how many speakers there are going to be, how much time the party opposite needs in order to be able to adjudicate their arguments with respect to legislation, that we are frustrated in that, and we are given no answers. Even on bills they support, they won't tell us how many speakers they have. It's a never-ending cascade of obstruction. And that what Canadians don't expect is for Parliament to have one party stand in the way of all the other parties being able to do their work when there's essential legislation that we must pass.
And comments, the Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm to my honourable colleague from just a small note, given the last statement by the honourable member for a New Westminster, Burnaby, that the worker bees of Parliament are quite often the Greens. Just a small point. But to the honourable Government House Leader, I am also wondering what we don't have access as Greens to the House Leaders' meetings. I know that can't be discussed; those are in camera. But I'm at a loss to know why a procedural motion to allow this work to proceed wasn't able to be agreed upon without time allocation. And I also am. It comes to mind from an amendment that was put forward, and also from the honourable member from the Bloc who spoke moments ago, Shefford. Is there an issue here that's a real issue, or is this gamesmanship? Is the real issue, can the House do its work? Can every committee be properly staffed if we move in the direction of the motion before us? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And I think it gets to the core of a matter in front of us, which is that if we are direct with each other and we tell each other exactly how many speakers are going to be and how much time is needed on a particular bill, then maybe we'll need additional hours, or maybe we will not. It's oftentimes, and I'll be very direct, it has only been the Conservative Party where I've not been able to get straight or clear answers in terms of how much time. And so what does that mean? We can take a look at a bill like C9, which was a technical bill supported by all parties, where for days we ended up debating this bill with no clarity of when it was going to end. And when we had an issue with interpretation, where we lost 20 minutes and we just asked for that 20 minutes to come back, the Conservatives said no, meaning that we had an entire other day of House business that was wasted. Every day of House business is critical, and it needs to be used for real issues. And what we're saying is, let's focus on the real priorities that we have. When and where we have unanimity, we don't need to chew up enormous House time.
Comments, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Liberals signed the coalition agreement. The two parties have voted together over 90% of the time. In that period, Conservatives brought 8 motions to the House calling for tax relief. The coalition defeated all of them. The NDP are 60 for 60 on votes supporting government legislation. This is the 14th closure motion supported by the NDP to shut down debate, even though they used to call these motions undemocratic. Tonight, the hapless NDP are even prepared to vote for a motion that will further limit the resources of parliamentary committees doing very important business for Canadians. To the government House Leader, is there anything the NDP won't do for this Prime Minister?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I find it incredibly strange that the argument from the other side is that a motion to extend sitting hours and to expand speaking time is somehow limiting debate. And I hear people yelling committees. The reality is committees do incredibly important work. There are 31 of them. But the idea that this House, this legislature, should take a back seat to 31 other committees when there's essential legislation for us to deal with makes no sense. What we need to do is take a look at what is on the agenda of those 31 committees and make sure that where there is critical work, it's getting done. But you know, Madam Speaker, as all members know, that a lot of what these members are talking about on the other side are not looking into the issues that are facing Canadians or how they can make life more affordable. They are on a hunt that is partisan, trolling for things that they can put in newspaper headlines. That is not something that the House should be taking a back seat to. That is not something that the House should sit back and let them play partisan games in committees as a priority when there's essential legislation that needs to be adopted that's going to help Canadians.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I reflect on the games that are being played in this House, and the first thing that pops to my mind is with respect to Bill S5. You know, Bill S5 was a bill that ultimately was unanimously adopted in the House, and in the process of getting to the point where we could finally get a vote on it, we had 6 Liberal members speak, 4 NDP members speak, 5 Bloc members speak, 1 Green member speak, and you want to know how many Conservatives spoke, Madam Speaker? 27. 27 Conservatives. And the best part about it is, Madam Speaker, the best part about it is if you were in the House and actually listening to what they were talking about on that legislation regarding environmental protection, none of them even actually spoke to the bill. It was clear that what they were doing on something that they ultimately supported was just to slow down the government agenda. Would the House Leader not agree with me that the sole objective here from the Conservatives is to just slow down everything at any cost?
And before I go to the Government House Leader, I want to remind members of the opposition to hold on to their thoughts, because the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary doesn't have a low voice, and I had a hard time hearing him. So I would just ask members to please hold on to their thoughts until they're recognized. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I can recall the Honourable Member and my colleague and friend is 100% right. And in fact, I can recall in the last session a bill that was being voted on unanimously that the Conservatives directly said to me, there's no way we're going to let this go through. And in fact, they were moving motions for them to hear themselves so that they could force votes in the middle of the night. And you know what that did? Yeah. That meant that people that were trying to testify at the MAID committee about medical assistance in dying, who had flown from all over the country to speak and tell their story, were displaced because they could play a game. Shameful. And the reality is, in each and every instance when they have a smirk on their face when they refuse to tell us how many speakers they have, when they continue to tell us, oh, so they have a bill. That's the first number I've ever heard. So finally you have one, and maybe that's proof this motion is working, Madam Speaker. Maybe it's proof that now that they'll actually give us numbers, because this is the first time I'm hearing them, they'll actually give us numbers so that the House can adjudicate its business and do it. You do not have the ability as a single party in this place to interrupt the business of everyone else and to try to do obstruction by stealth, which is what they're doing. They're upset because they've been called on it. Now they have an opportunity. You can go, if you have speakers, you can go on into the night, you can talk. It doesn't limit debate, it expands it. You can make your point, you can do your speeches, and it means that the House can still do its business.
That's right.
Here. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Henley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have actually a very serious question that I'm hoping, I believe that our colleague across the way is an honourable member of this House. It's a very serious question. I'd like a serious answer. And it has to do with the Constitution of Canada. And I know that the Liberals get very upset when they see other levels of government tinkering around the edges of the Constitution. And yet this motion takes away the constitutionally required law that there be 20 members in this House at all times. So I ask him, why is the Liberal government so cavalier about simply ignoring the Constitution when it's convenient for them, but so adamant that it's a terrible thing when other orders of government see it the same way?
Section 33.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether or not the member has had an opportunity to consider the application of constitutional law in this matter, but I can certainly say that the House is in absolutely no way in its normal conduct of business being interfered with, as is the normal procedure when we're talking about after 6:30 p.m. It means that there cannot be the opportunity to play all sorts of different procedural games. It allows, after 6:30 p.m., after the normal conduct of business, for debate to continue and for that debate not to be interrupted with procedural tricks. And I understand that the Conservatives are disappointed about that. I understand that they would like the opportunity to be able to, in the wee hours of the night, play games and to do different things, because that's not their objective, to actually give speeches or to have speakers put up. It's to block legislation and block the other parties from being able to do the critical work that the government, not just the government, this House, Madam Speaker, and every party in it needs to do, which is to focus on the priorities of Canadians and make sure that we adopt legislation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
It's really unfortunate when the members opposite suggests that somehow we're trying to be absolutely obstructionist and that somehow members do not have the right to address pieces of legislation. There are issues sometimes that I know when I go back home to my riding on a weekend, I'll hear from constituents and they'll ask, you know what, this is a really important piece and I really hope that you can signal this important piece in this piece of bill, and I'd really like to have your voice on it. And you know what, that might be something that another one of my colleagues has brought up, but does it make it any less important that I bring it up on behalf of my constituents that have asked me to do so, that have sent me here to be their voice in this chamber? Exactly. It's not me being here to be a spokesperson and a parrot of talking points and everything else. I am sent here to be a spokesperson for my constituents. I am here to bring their voice to this chamber. And this motion is absolutely hurting democracy. Absolutely. We deserve to have quorum. We deserve to have quorum. This is absolutely atrocious.
Honourable member, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to confess that in all my time, I was elected in 2004, I've never heard such a passionate plea for quorum. And I'm very glad that the member opposite is so passionate about quorum. It's available every single day. In the normal operating hours of the House. It's available every single day. The second point that she made, that's a very important point, which is that every member in this House is elected to represent their constituents and to be able to voice their concerns, which is why I'm also puzzled why she would be against extending the hours so that she could do the thing that she just said that she wanted to do. And moreover, Madam Speaker, if we want to talk about our constituents, let's take a bill like S5, and my honourable colleague spoke to it earlier. 6 days on a vote, on a bill, that has unanimous support, Madam Speaker. Unanimous support. And every day we would ask, how much more time do you need? Well, we don't know. We'll see. Next day, how much time do you need? We don't know. We'll see. Next day, how much time do you need? We don't know. We'll see. Then you have to go to committee. Then you have third reading. You have report stage. And this is done at every single stage. And Madam Speaker, this is for a bill they support.
That's right.
This is a bill that they support. So I would ask the honourable member opposite, how does she go back and explain to her constituents that she's wasting days and days and days of House time?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting when the Conservatives, they talk so much about that efficiency, about the resources of the House. Maybe we could talk about how that balance is created in terms of what we're trying to do today, in terms of passing some legislation, to have that meaningful discussion, not hurting democracy, but instead expanding democracy, to have the conversations that are needed, but to also do so in a balanced way to ensure that we can be as efficient as possible financially as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And the reality is the resources of the House have to be brought to bear on that which is most important, which is adopting legislation to help Canadians and to make sure that their needs are being met. And the supremacy of this House must be recognized in that regard, that the legislation that's put in front of this House, Canadians have an expectation, rightfully so, that this House will give it the appropriate attention and move it expeditiously, and that every member will be heard. And this bill does exactly that. There are 31 committees. The idea that all 31 committees can sit on top of the House and block it from conducting its business is simply inappropriate. What is appropriate is that when we look at committees and their work, that we make sure that the resources of the House are managed in such a way that all of the business of the House is conducted and done. There are 31 committees. That means that we need to have conversations about what are the matters that are most important, and that if there is any influence because of the fact that we're waiting for more translators and additional resources so that we never face these kinds of issues, that we can ensure the House, which has the principal responsibility of adopting legislation, is not interfered with in that process.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George. Oh, sorry, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you clarifying that. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I am astounded at what I'm hearing here. Committees are integral to what we do here. And what I'm hearing from the government House Leader is that democracy is just too inconvenient right now. For them, oh, I'm listening. It's true. Oh, it's true. That is exactly what they're saying.
To have cross debates. The honourable member can get to his question. We'll get to his answer. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Democracy here for this Liberal government is proving just too inconvenient. That's what we're debating about here today. Why can't we have committees? Why can't we do things in the normal allotted sitting hours in a constitutionally compliant manner? It is the Liberals who are the first to complain about Section 33 of the Constitution, and yet here they are now taking these actions. It is a shame that they are suppressing the very right to democracy that we were all here elected to uphold. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the reason that we can't conduct our business in normal hours is because the party opposite refuses to allow that to occur, and that is a tactic. It's called obstruction, and their objective is to block not only the government but from this House from conducting.
Again, I just want to remind members they had an opportunity to ask a question, and they weren't disrupted doing that. Well, a little bit because I had to bring the order, but I want to remind members if they want to listen to the question so that we can get to the answer, so that we can get to more questions, that would be great. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, when you spend 6 days debating legislation that you support and have no amendments for, it is very clear your objective is to slow down the government's agenda. And it's not just the government's agenda, it is the agenda of the House and the responsibility of the House to adopt legislation. And the idea that that would not be responded to is foolhardy. And the idea that we have added time so there can be additional debate so we can do less allocation of time, less motions that program, is somehow offensive goes against the very point that they're making. We're trying to find a way to give them additional time to speak. And yes, absolutely, committees have incredible prominence and importance in our process. They feed our legislative process. But when you go and use committees to go trolling for partisan purposes, to go and put newspaper headlines that have nothing to do with helping Canadians, and you demonstrate that interest of trying to advance your partisan interests and troll for things you can put in newspapers has absolutely nothing to do with helping Canadians who need help right now. And the idea that should take supremacy, their partisan games over the needs and demands of this country is not responsible.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Madam Speaker, we're debating closure on a closure. That's how I see it. So how is it? I hear most of the arguments I'm hearing is that democracy takes a long time. There are processes, that it needs to be accelerated. But allow me to think we need to take our time to do things the right way. We need to take time. We've seen periods of crisis with COVID where decisions were made in a day, and that makes sense during a crisis. But often we saw that there were some negative effects because we hadn't done the full process. So we need time in committee. We shouldn't accelerate debate at all costs. We can work and we can do things correctly. Why do you hear indirectly what the government can't do directly?
La Chambre des Communes.
The Honourable Government House Leader. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague who asked a question, but also the leader of the Bloc Québécois, who is so responsible. And at each stage, he clearly explains the number of speakers, the time that the Bloc Québécois needs for the legislation, and I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, that's not the case with the Conservative Party. With the Conservative Party, there are always obstruction tactics. The motion here today is so simple. Extend time for debates in the evening, and it's possible for the Conservative Party because it's the only party that has a problem with this in the House. It's an option for the Conservative Party to speak more, to have more speakers. And what's really bizarre for me, Madam Speaker, is what is their problem with this?
For Courtney Alberni.
And Madam Speaker, I'm confused. And hearing Conservatives talk about democracy and that they want to have an opportunity to speak. The whole premise of this is to ensure that we sit later, Madam Speaker, so that they all get a chance to get up and speak on a bill. And we want to work later, Madam Speaker. It is true. That's exactly what we're doing here, to ensure that everybody gets an opportunity. Sitting till midnight, I mean, we want to work hard. We want it. We came here to work. I came 11 hours, Madam Speaker, to get here from my door, from a riding that has 31 communities, 3 time zones away, and I'm willing to sit here till midnight, Madam Speaker. I'm willing to get the work done. So I threw you, Madam Speaker, to the House Opposition Leader. Maybe you can speak about how ludicrous it is that we would be not sitting till midnight when we have to get business done. I came far from Vancouver Island to get work done here, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to take the opportunity to thank all members for the sacrifices they make in their personal lives to represent their constituents. And let me state that, yes, it does strike me as bizarre that in every meeting that I have with the Conservatives, I'm told we need more speakers. We don't have enough time for enough speakers. And so we create a mechanism where they could have more speakers, and then it's undemocratic. And they say that it's terrible that we're giving them more time to have speakers. And this is a terrible affront to democracy that they're being given what they've asked for. So it is very, very strange to me. And I think that what it cuts to, and what somebody who is reasonable might make a presumption, is that the underlying issue is not how many speakers the Conservatives might have, but that we're taking away an ability for them to block every other party in the House from doing the business of this place. We're taking away their toy, which is obstruction. We're taking away their ability to not tell us how many speakers they are, and we're taking away their ability to block this House from doing its business.
Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the House Leader across the way mentioned just a couple of minutes ago about the important business of the House, important business that Canadians ask us to be here. And you know, this motion impacts one of those issues. I sit on the Special Joint Committee for the Invocation of the Emergencies Act. We have lost multiple committee meetings in the last set before we broke for the summer because of exactly the same thing we're doing, because of night sittings. And you know, we talk about, this government talks about, you know, the important work that has to be done, and yet here is a, you know, it seems like this is a planned process. They don't want to be accountable for the Invocation of the Emergencies Act, which shouldn't have happened in the first place. And so by holding up our committee work, the truth never comes out. Well, that's what they think. So I would like the House Leader to respond to the impact that it has on important committee work that our Canadians are depending on this House and our elected officials to look after. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me say at the onset at the Board of Internal Economy, it is our objective to make sure that this House has every resource that it needs to be able to conduct the full totality of its business, that it's unacceptable that any committee or any procedure of this House is being interrupted. And that is an adjustment of which we are continuing to need to work because the number of committees has expanded greatly. But here is the fundamental difference, and I think the honourable colleague across the way would understand the difference, that whether or not you're investigating the use of the Emergencies Act or any other matter, that matter can be conducted the next day, the day after that, and have as many meetings as you want on it, and I encourage the member to do exactly that, and that the members have the opportunity to be able to conduct that business. But if I could, Madam Speaker, because I think it's an important point, the difference is when we're dealing with dental care, that there are people waiting for that benefit. Then when you're dealing with housing, there are people waiting for that benefit. There are people who, by delaying those supports and services, are suffering. And with respect to an inquiry, that can wait.
Question, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Just so that the Government House Leader can complete his answer in a more wholesome fashion, the delay of legislation, there is a substantial cost. And I wonder if the member could just expand on those costs.
Good question. In a very good time. I mean, just the timing. I just want to ask, remind the Honourable. I didn't mean a good question, but it may have been. I just want to say it was within the time frame. That's what I meant. The Honourable Government House Leader, a brief answer.
Speaker, and I know that you were appreciating the brevity of the question. I will appreciate its content, and I will say to my honourable colleague that he's 100% right. That we have to think that when we block and delay legislation, we are blocking and delaying critical support to Canadians who need it. And let's think of housing right now. When the party opposite talks about people who are struggling and need support, and then they obstruct and block in this House legislation that can give them support, that can give them relief, that is unacceptable. And that's exactly what we saw on a bill that was on dental and housing, C-31. In committees, we can move the next day. Support, it can't wait.
The time is up. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House.
The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 22, the debate not be further adjourned.
Member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded division.
Great idea.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Thank you. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Boissonneau moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 22, the debate not be further adjourned. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Koto.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McLeod Malpeck.
Mr. McLeod.
Correction, Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bashir.
Here.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Gray.
Miss Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Carey.
Miss Carey. Miss Ferrari.
Correction, Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Birubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I apologize.
OK. OK. Là, la Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand functions, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler le résultat des...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du...
Government business. Resuming debate on motion number 22 concerning the extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings. And on the amendment of Mr. Scheer.
Resuming debate. Actually, if I can have your attention, please. Before we start debate, I just want to remind everyone that we're starting debate and we want to hear what's being said, so I just encourage everyone to... There we go. Perfect. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby has 10 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are struggling. Canadians need support. Members of Parliament should be stepping up to work harder, longer hours, and making sure that Canadians are getting the supports they need. And so that's why we support the idea of working longer and harder. We believe Canadians deserve no less. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the debate just short minutes ago where the member from Kamloops, who I have a lot of respect for, he's a good guy, but he raised the Conservative objection that somehow MPs working evenings was against the Canadian Constitution. You can't make this up, Mr. Speaker. He actually said that the Constitution had to be respected. And so, Mr. Speaker, I took the opportunity while we were voting to look at the Canadian Constitution to see, because I'm sure he wouldn't be speaking out of turn, that there must be some prohibition on MPs working evenings somewhere in the Constitution. And I looked at page after page after page, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to report to the Conservative caucus that no, there is no prohibition on MPs working evenings, on MPs working overtime in the Canadian Constitution. So Conservatives should absolutely embrace the idea of working longer and harder. But I think...
Honourable Member, and I understand that everyone's excited about his speech. But like heckling during a debate is just like, I mean, I can understand it happens during question period, but now it's happening now. I want to compliment the Honourable Member for engaging everyone, but I want to remind everyone that we want to respect each other. So let the Honourable Member give his ideas and give his speech and do it in a respectful manner. The Honourable Member, please continue.
But there is in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and I want to point this out to my Conservative colleagues, there is the right of Canadians to have representation, and the right of Canadians actually to join labor unions, and the right of those unions to strike. And so this is what I wanted to tell my Conservative colleagues about. Doug Ford's actions in Ontario were contrary to the Constitution. The use of the notwithstanding clause when it had already been ruled out.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou has a point of order.
I am going to rise on a question of relevance. What does Doug Ford's use of the Constitution Act have to do with anything?
Fully well knows that there is some latitude during the discussion, and I'm sure that the honourable member will bring his conversation around to the debate that's before the House. I want to remind members that it's whenever you're debating, you're actually debating what the issue is before the House. And I can remind the members what that is, but I'm sure the member of New Westminster Burnaby, who happens to be the House leader for the New Democratic Party, is well aware of what that is. So again, I just want to remind members to be mindful and to not make points of orders when they know that there's that latitude within that speech. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
So my point is this, Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives were really concerned about the Canadian Constitution, they should have stood up against Doug Ford.
Hear, hear.
They should have stood up against what was happening in Ontario. But to stand up on the constitutional grounds for MPs working evenings, I think is a bit rich. But, Madam Speaker, I did a little more research as well, because I wanted to see why the Conservatives were objecting to us working longer, harder hours. I mean, certainly this is something that we should be doing at a time of crisis when Canadians need supports. This should be something that is pretty fundamental in nature. And so I went back to the times of the Harper government. Now, you'll recall, Madam Speaker, how dismal that decade was of the Harper government, where we saw environmental protection shut down and business and social supports ripped apart. Unfortunately, things like cutting of healthcare spending that tragically the Liberals have continued, and the Liberals should have known better, and the Liberals should have removed themselves from the legacy of the Harper government. But instead, they've chosen in many areas to continue on, except, of course, Madam Speaker, when the NDP pushes them to do things like dental care and rental supports and doubling the GST credit and a whole host of other areas where the NDP has made a difference in this Parliament and will continue to do that, Madam Speaker, as the worker bees of this Parliament. But the Harper government actually put in place evening sessions. And I was, as part of the NDP caucus at that time, present and speaking on behalf of my constituents in those evening sessions. But, Madam Speaker, what was curious during that period of evening sessions is that Conservative MPs did not show up. There is a tour, as you know, Madam Speaker, a turn for each member of Parliament to speak up and speak on behalf of their constituents. It turned out that Conservatives missed not 10, not 20, not 50, not 100, not 150, not 200, but more than 220 times. Shame. Conservatives failed to show up to work. They failed to show up for their turn to speak on behalf of their constituents.
Embarrassing.
220 times. Madam Speaker, they didn't show up to work. Now imagine what would happen in a hospital if nurses and doctors failed to show up 220 times. Imagine what would happen in a factory or a small business if 220 times people just did not show up. Madam Speaker, the reality is Canadians show up. They show up for our hospitals. They show up for our schools. They show up for our factories. And that's why Canada is the place it is, because people show up for duty. They show up for work. And Conservatives should learn a lesson from that.
Right. Yeah,
they should actually listen to Canadians, and they should show up to work. Now, Madam Speaker, it isn't just back in the Harper government days. We had, with the crisis and COVID, an opportunity to establish a House of Commons. And unfortunately, as you know, Madam Speaker, we normally don't take attendance. It's too bad, because when we do, we see the importance of actually showing up to work. But the Globe and Mail actually saw the tracking as we had the COVID committee after COVID hit on March 13th, and we had to rise as a House of Commons and establish new guidelines, new frameworks. Well, the Globe and Mail reported on June 23rd what had happened in terms of attendance over that period. This is a time of profound crisis as COVID struck right across our nation. Canadians were looking for leadership. They were looking for parliamentarians to show up for duty. And as the Globe and Mail reported on June 23rd, the Conservatives have the worst attendance records at the House of Commons during the COVID-19 meetings. Of the 21 special sessions in which all MPs could participate, Conservatives averaged, Madam Speaker, this is shocking, but it's important to put this on the public record. The Conservatives averaged a 47% attendance rate, placing them well behind all the other parties, Madam Speaker.
Embarrassing.
At that time, the Bloc Québécois had a 73% attendance rating. The Liberals showed up 3/4 of the time, 76%. And the top, of course, among the recognized parties, Madam Speaker, was the NDP at 85% attendance. The NDP playing our role, as always, as the worker bees of Parliament. We show up to work, Madam Speaker. Canadians show up to work, and the NDP shows up to work. And the Conservatives continue with that legacy of holding the worst attendance record in the House of Commons. Now, Madam Speaker, now we don't take those careful attendance the way we did during that period. This is not something that's part of our standing orders, but it does raise the question as to why Conservatives are so opposed to working evenings. Why Conservatives are so opposed to working overtime. Well, the track record, of course, Madam Speaker, is this, that this has been chronic with them for more than a decade. We saw this during the Harper government, where they failed 220 times to show up for their speaking slot, for their opportunity to speak on behalf of their constituents. 220 times. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. We see this in a 47% attendance rate during COVID, at a time when the country is in crisis and Canadians are looking for all parliamentarians to show leadership, to show up to work, to fight hard on behalf of their constituents. Conservatives didn't show up more than half of the time. At the same time, contrasting with the NDP at 85%. So I think, Madam Speaker, when we look at this, this is really the real reason why Conservatives have taken such objection, even throwing out the Constitution when it is not applicable at all. Nothing in the Constitution prohibits MPs from working overtime. Nothing in the Constitution prohibits Canadians from working evenings. I think this is really the crux of the matter, that what they want to do is do a short working day. If they want to speak, and of course they have the right to speak on behalf of their constituents, what they want it to be is during a sort of a standard office hours. They don't want to be working those evenings. And I think, Madam Speaker, I would disagree profoundly on them with that idea that somehow that MPs should only be working a short day and not be working evenings and not be working these other times. Madam Speaker, we are in a critical time for Canadians. We have seen food bank lineups increase. They're worse now than they were even during the Harper government. We have seen, of course, the fact that the housing crisis has hit. Madam Speaker, the member for Carleton likes to say that housing prices have doubled. Of course, what he leaves out is that housing prices doubled over the Harper dismal decade as well. And so what we've seen is the Conservatives putting in place policies that clearly failed. Now, the reality is now we have the opportunity, with Canadians struggling to make ends meet, with Canadians struggling to put food on the table, with Canadians struggling to keep a roof over their head, to actually put in place new policies that will actually benefit Canadians. And that's why the member from Burnaby South, and that's why the entire NDP caucus, members of Parliament from Vancouver Kingsway and Edmonton Strathcona, Hamilton Centre, we step up, we show up to work. It's because we believe our role in this House is to force change, to bring in dental care, to ensure that we have housing.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I did allow for a little bit more because it was my fault that I didn't quite give the honourable member the signal. Questions and comments? The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, the House Leader for the NDP, I think, really hit the nail on the head at the beginning of his comments when he specifically took aim at the issue that the Conservatives seem to have. They're repeatedly getting up and calling this motion undemocratic And all it does really is extend the ability to debate in this House. Like, I can't even wrap my head around their argument. It is so incredibly weak. They're saying it's undemocratic what we're putting forward here today. To add more time, to have more debate. I'm wondering, I'm at a loss for words trying to just understand this argument. I'm wondering if the member from Burnaby, is equally as confused in the position that the Conservatives are taking by calling this undemocratic.
There seems to be other individuals who want to answer the question, but it's not their question to answer. So I would ask them to hold on and ask questions and comments when it's time. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I took it at face value when they said it's in the Constitution. MPs shouldn't be working in the evenings. I took it at face value. I took the Constitution. I looked through it, Madam Speaker, and no, unless there's one wacky Conservative Constitution that only they can read and only they can consult, there is nothing, and I'd like to say this, I can't stress this enough, Madam Speaker, through you to my Conservative colleagues, there is nothing in the Canadian Constitution that stops a member of Parliament from working in the evening. Nothing at all. And I implore them to get a legitimate copy of the Canadian Constitution, and they can do their own research and prove it to themselves.
Again, I just want to remind members that, when someone else has the floor, they shouldn't be having side discussions and yelling at each other about what's in and what's not and being part of that discussion unless they're being recognized. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, so I would draw the attention of the Deputy House Leader for the Liberal Party to the constitutional requirement for quorum in the House. And quorum is what's being suspended under this motion.
Exactly.
And so that is the violation that would happen of the Constitution. That's what's undemocratic. My question is that will the member support the Conservative amendment that will ensure that committees' work is protected, to ensure that there is a guarantee by the clerk of this House that committee's work will be uninterrupted by the coalition's attempt to silence the work of the opposition that Canadians have sent here? Will he support that critical amendment?
New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. First off, the issue of dilatory motions, because last spring, and you've heard me say this before, Madam Speaker, that there are two bloc parties in the House of Commons, the Bloc Québécois and the Bloc Everything Party, which is, of course, the Conservative caucus. And the Conservative caucus, you'll recall, Madam Speaker, I remember this vividly because it was a piece of legislation that I felt was an important one to be debated. We had an evening session, and they spent the entire evening with motions on who should be heard among the Conservative caucus. They actually wasted the entire evening. At a cost of tens of thousands of dollars, we sat and watched the Conservatives stand up and move through dilatory motions that the member now be heard, and this member now be heard, and then we were supposed to vote on it. It was a complete and colossal waste of time, Madam Speaker, and this is why the Conservatives should really step up and be serious about the work that we do in the House.
Block everything.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very interesting, and I like that he did talk a little bit about what it was like when COVID hit, and we had those terrible attendance records. I have to say, as a member of Parliament, relatively new member of Parliament in 2020, I assumed that we all did our job and went to work, so I was quite shocked to find that in Alberta I was the only member of Parliament in that hybrid session that came to Parliament 100% of the time. The member does talk about committees, and we have heard about from the Conservatives their concerns with the committees, yet in my committee of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I have had to listen for 16 hours to Conservatives talk about women's rights, Conservatives that have not been, in fact, women. So I wonder if, in fact, the committees are just another tool that they use to waste taxpayers' dollars and waste our time.
9 to 9. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, this is actually the deal. The NDP has been striving because, as we know, we've got an interpreter shortage that we have to make sure. The NDP has offered important guidance in ensuring that we actually have the number of interpreters that do a fabulous job on our behalf, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they're safe and secure. And this is something that we'd like the Conservatives to actually help out and support, that we put in place the interpretation that is necessary. But I will say this, when committees are held and Conservatives block it, for example, the CRTC chair being forced to wait while the Conservatives conducted a filibuster saying that the CRTC should come before committee. With Canadian heritage, one of many examples, like the member pointed, to Conservatives wasting everybody's time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he thinks. In October, I was in Kigali to find out how parliaments could be more representative and be more diverse and welcome more women. And international studies show that to have more women, more young mothers, well, we should have much more regular hours and not have people sitting in the evening needlessly for political debates. I'd like to hear him on those recommendations because, once again, if we want more women in politics, if sitting until midnight for partisanship is not an attractive message.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's exactly for that reason that the NDP supports hybrid parliament. The Bloc doesn't support hybrid parliament, and that's the problem, Madam Speaker. With hybrid parliament, there's a lot more flexibility, Madam Speaker. I listened to the question. I'd like to be able to give an answer. Yes, I was about to interrupt. The honourable member set out the problem, so I'd like to remind members when they ask a question, they should await the response, even if it's an answer they don't agree with. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Hybrid parliament and the fact that we can vote remotely are two initiatives that the NDP pushed for that make a huge difference for women and men who are parents. I was a single father, so it's extremely important to me to give that access. And I don't understand at all why the Bloc has opposed those two important measures.
In comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, I've tried to remember the context in which one honourable member from the Conservative Party talked about the Constitution. And in fairness, I think it wasn't any effort to say that the Constitution said MPs don't want to work late. I think the point was that our committee work is also important work in Parliament. And on this issue, I feel torn. I think I will certainly vote for the main motion that we should be prepared to work till midnight to get work done. But I am concerned. Committees do important work. In all seriousness, because I respect the opinion of the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby a great deal, the committees do important work, and sometimes we have witnesses come who are refugees or who have been tortured. This is a specific example. They've been sent away because we don't have the resources to stretch. Could we not, in this place, get the resources we need to do both, work late and keep committees going?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with the member from Saanich and the Islands that this is committees do important work, and we have to ensure that we have in place, particularly with the interpreting staff, the number of interpreters that allow the interpretation to take place both in the House and in committees safely in a way that ensures that that we have the resources available. And we're certainly pushing the government, as I think members from all sides are, to ensure that we have in place those resources. That being said, Madam Speaker, as the member knows, at committee level, we have to also make sure that every witness is wearing only the House of Commons authorized equipment. This was a problem in the Senate a couple of weeks ago, and sadly, an interpreter was sent to the hospital. So we have to make sure of the safety and make sure the resources are available. I completely agree that we can do both, and I agree with the member's question. Thank you.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like just to read this into the record. This is Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867. It says, the presence of at least 20 members of the House of Commons shall be necessary to constitute a meeting of the House for the exercise of its powers. And for that purpose, the Speaker shall be reckoned as a member. Now, I want to ask the honourable member, does he understand that he is advocating for the passage of a motion which is in direct conflict with the Constitution of Canada?
The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Crazy disinformation, Madam Speaker. We saw Doug Ford, after court cases had clearly indicated that you couldn't use the notwithstanding clause to impede labor rights in this country, and not a single Conservative stood up against that. Not a single Conservative stood up and said, this is not something that we will tolerate or that we will abide by. And so, Madam Speaker, we have this situation where Conservatives throw the Constitution out the door whenever they want to, and they don't respect the right of Canadians to get representation and MPs working in evenings.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Trois-Rivières, and I'll actually answer that question that the Conservatives asked about having quorum in the House and it being in the Constitution. The unfortunate reality for the Conservative member who asked the question is that he should know that he has participated in unanimous consent motions in this House to waive that provision in the past. He has already set the precedent himself, so has the Conservative Party, and as a matter of fact, so has every single person in this House has set the precedent to waive the requirements for quorum. So you can't be selective as to when you want to interpret the Constitution to your benefit, which is what the Conservatives are trying to do now. The reality is that there's been a long-standing precedent that has been set to waive the requirement for quorum under certain conditions, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this motion, the same consistency that comes with that. But, you know, Madam Speaker, I think what we really have to do with regards to this motion is get to the heart of what's going on. And that the heart of what's going on here is the Conservatives' interest, the Conservatives' partisan interest, and allowing that to supersede the needs of Canadians. That is exactly what is going on here, and I will demonstrate that in my speech today, Madam Speaker, how they have routinely done that, not over the last 7 years of me being in this House and watching it, although they've done it over the last 7 years. I'm going to demonstrate 5 examples just in this fall session alone where they've done that. And they've done it on multiple occasions using multiple different tools. We all know, any individual that has participated in or is well versed in how the Westminster parliamentary system works, we all know that the one tool that the opposition has is to delay. That is their sole tool. And it's important for the opposition to exercise that use of that tool when they can in order to garner support or whatever it might be, when they find those issues to be so important that they feel this is the hill we will die on, we will fight and delay, we will filibuster that we have to because we don't feel this is right. That's the main tool that opposition parties have in a parliamentary system like this. The problem is, Madam Speaker, Conservatives are using it all the time. They're using that tool for everything. For absolutely every piece of legislation that comes before this House, they are saying, this is the hill that we will die on. And the problem is that, number one, it diminishes the value of that tool that they have. But number two is it affects directly, and this is what I don't understand, it affects directly their credibility on this issue. When they stand up and delay things that they are fully in support of, do they not understand that the public sees that and the public says, you're just doing the same thing. Your interest, your partisan interest, your interest in seeing a government fail is more important to me, this is them saying that, is more important to them than actually providing supports for Canadians. So let's review some of the legislation this fall alone. Bill C-29, the Truth and Reconciliation bill, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party blocked a motion to sit late to try to pass the bill at second reading before Truth and Reconciliation Day, which is what the government and I think all Canadians would have loved to have seen. It wasn't only until pressure was mounted on them by the public that they backed down from that position. Another one, Bill C-30, the GST tax credit. This is a bill that actually provided and needed to be passed in a timely fashion to get real supports to Canadians. Real, actual supports to Canadians that needed to be done in a timely fashion to line up with when the GST payments were made. The Conservatives, again, blocked a motion to sit late on the second reading of that important piece of legislation. They only backed down again and changed their mind on how they would vote on that particular piece of legislation based on public criticism and the public holding them accountable for playing the games that they're playing. And that's the reality of what we're seeing. Bill C-31, the bill that afforded very important measures regarding dental care and housing supports. The Conservative Party, again, blocked the adoption of the legislation to help the most vulnerable, forcing the government, with the help of the NDP, to have a programming motion to get it passed. And this is what we see time after time after time. Bill C-9, the Judges Act. And I will remind members, this is all just in this fall session alone. When technical issues with interpretation, you know, the party that's always standing up and using the interpreters as you know, one of their arguments for making sure that we have the best quality of debate in this House. When there was a problem with interpretations and there was a delay on the debate of the bill, the Conservatives refused to support a motion to add time to the debate that day. They say that they want more time to debate, and literally we said, okay, we lost 30 minutes of time because of a problem and we had to suspend temporarily. How about we add that 30 minutes on to the end of the day? And they said no. They don't want to do it. Like, this is the party, this is the group that is now sitting before us saying that they are in favor of doing absolutely everything to increase democracy and speak, and they want to have more and more speakers on every issue. But of course, the one glaring example of this happening in this fall session is with Bill S-5. This is the bill on environmental protections, a bill which everybody in this House supported. It was unanimously adopted. Conservatives put up 27 speakers on it. Now, I just want to create a comparison for those that might be watching. In comparison to that, Liberals put up 6 speakers, the NDP put up 4, the Bloc put up 5, and the Green Party put up 1. And what's even more telling, Madam Speaker, if you go back and you look at Hansard or you go back and you watch the videos.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is rather ironic that we're here debating a motion that is going to limit much of our capacity here and the lack of quorum. And yet I sit here looking in this chamber and I believe we do not have quorum.
I would just ask the honourable member, if she's raising a point on quorum, she needs to raise that point and not do part of the debate. So I will double check to see if we have quorum. Mais sur le bord, t'avais-tu regardé en ligne aussi? Okay, we currently have quorum in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 3.5 minutes to continue.
It's absolutely remarkable, Madam Speaker, that they proved my point during my speech. You know, what do the Conservatives do? They play this game, they play these games where suddenly they all leave the room and then pull a quorum call. I'm not referencing any particular member, but I can tell you that there was probably about 20 or 30 Conservatives sitting here when I began my speech, and then right now that number significantly reduced, right? Now they're going to tell you that they don't want to hear me speak, and that's fair enough, but we all know what they're up to. They're up to these games of playing to try to prevent the business of this House from occurring, and we see it routinely. But as I get back to Bill S-5, a bill that absolutely everybody in this House ended up voting in favor of, the Conservatives, what did they do? They didn't even speak to the motion, the bill when it was on the floor. Go back and look at Hansard. Go back and watch the videos. They spoke about just about everything except Bill S-5. Why, Madam Speaker? Because there was nothing to be critical on it.
The honourable member for Brockville?
Brantford Brant.
I'd love the riding to be called Brock. We don't have quorum.
Member is calling for quorum. I'll just double check with the clerks. We do have quorum in the House right now. At the moment, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. There's 2.5 minutes left.
You can see what happens. The member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake, my neighbour, is orchestrating all this right now, standing right behind the door there, orchestrating it, and
the honourable member cannot indicate who's in the House and who's not in the House. Again, the honourable member cannot claim who's in the House and who's not in the House. And when I have this, when I'm speaking, the honourable member should not be interrupting me. So the honourable. Another point of order. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is absolutely shameful that not only did the member think that it was appropriate to mention who may have been or not in the House, but also to impute false motives on members.
Debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, with respect.
If it's a debate or not, I haven't heard the point of order yet, so I would ask members to hold off to their thoughts. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The back row looks great on that minister, Madam Speaker, but I'd say that with respect to the point of order raised by the member for Kingston and the Islands, simply, my role at that time was. What?
Again, I actually ruled the point of order out of order, and I did indicate that the honourable. I don't know if I ruled it out of order, but I did indicate that he's not to indicate who's in the House and who's not in the House, and therefore I'm going to allow the debate to continue, because what the honourable member wants to do is raise a point of debate and not a point of order. The honourable member for Leeds, the honourable parliamentary secretary now has 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't think we need to even, I don't even really need to say much more, other than for people who are watching at home to have witnessed what just happened in this House. You are seeing firsthand, right in your TV screens, wherever you happen to be watching this, the games that Conservatives will play. And guess what? The Bloc Québécois is right there with them playing these games too. So if anybody in this House really needs a reason as to why we need this motion that we are going to vote on later this evening, you look no further than the games that Conservatives are playing right while I'm speaking. That's with the Bloc. That's the reality of the situation. Now, they can laugh and they can chuckle and they can give me the thumbs up like they're doing, okay? But I think it's very clear about what's going on. So, Madam Speaker, I come back to where I started with this, and that's at this obtuse idea that the Conservatives are somehow trying to suggest that there is less democracy as a result of sitting late. I'm sorry. If Conservatives thought when they got elected that this was a 9-to-5 job, they have been mistaken. I would encourage, my time up?
There's still 1 minute, but there seems to be some discussions going back and forth, I believe, and I don't have my speakers on, and I know that the honourable member has a boisterous voice, and I'm still having a hard time. I can still hear the heckling going on or the discussions going on. So I want to remind members, if they want to have conversations, they should take them outside. If they want to heckle, I would ask them to wait until it's time for questions and comments, and they'll have a better opportunity to be heard at that time. The honourable parliamentary secretary has 1 minute to finish up his speech before we get to the interesting part of the questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just going to conclude by saying, if Conservatives thought when they got elected that this was a 9-to-5 job, they're mistaken. I'm sure there are a lot of opportunities out there for them to have a 9-to-5 job and to contribute to society in a way other than being in this House, and perhaps they want to explore those opportunities. But the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, is democracy doesn't end at 5 o'clock. This is not a 9-to-5 job, and we have to be prepared to work later into the evening when it's going to directly be a benefit for 4 and 2 Canadians, which is the reality of a lot of the measures that have been brought forward this fall alone that the Conservatives have routinely held up. So I look forward to hoping that my Bloc friends who sometimes members can see the light, can come around on this issue, see the importance of this, and vote in favor of it, because I know that this is what Canadians and Quebecers are expecting of them.
Questions and comments? The member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to correct the record of the parliamentary secretary, because he said a number of things that are not true. First of all, I'm certainly a hardworking individual, and I don't mind working as many hours as needed to get the job done. Now, he did say that the opposition has only one tool, and that is delay when there is a bill that they feel is not going to be good for Canada. And there's just so many terrible pieces of legislation being brought forward. But I would point out that we are not obstructing, and that in fact on C30 we voted to move it quickly to committee. On the conversion therapy, we voted to move that right through first, second, and third reading. And on the Truth and Reconciliation, I think it's really rich that, when the Prime Minister goes surfing on Truth and Reconciliation Day, that they could say that we're trying to be obstructionist. Would the member agree that he needs to correct the record?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, if I was to take the member's word at what she's saying, and that they're genuinely only using that delay tool for the purpose of bills that they're in opposition to, she would have to then explain to me why they delayed S5 and ultimately forced the government to continue to put more and more days on so that they could come forward and speak to S5 and never even scratch the surface of talking about the bill. So, if the member wants to find one or two bills that they happen to move along a little quicker, to try to somehow justify their actions, it certainly doesn't sit well with those who are watching this and looking at it holistically and realizing that this is what they've been doing routinely, which is delay, 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 delay.
7 years. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been really amusing. It was very amusing when this side of the House emptied. And so we see that this is what we need to do to get Liberals to come to work. We just need to have a quorum call. That said, Madam Speaker, I find it insulting that it's been suggested that the Bloc doesn't want to work hard. We work very hard. We represent our constituents, and in whatever way necessary, if the sittings are extended to midnight, we will be here, and we will be here in person. And we challenge the Liberals to also be here in person, Madam Speaker. Now, here's my question for the Parliamentary Secretary. Now, let's say it's justified to extend sittings. Well, why are they being extended all the way through to the end of the spring session? Why isn't this being? Why does this have to be done for February, March, April, May? And I'd like to have a logical answer to that question.
The member finds anything to be insulting, Madam Speaker. What I find insulting, quite frankly, is that when we're trying to participate in debate, the reason why we come to this House to represent Canadians, that Conservatives and the Bloc, by his own admission that he just said moments ago, decide it's funny to stand up, walk out of the room in order to force a quorum call. Is that why he thinks that people elected him to come here, to play little games like that and to skirt around procedural rules? Does he really think that that's what his purpose in this House is?
Questions et commentaires. We have time for
questions and comments.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the subject of quorum calls, I was troubled to find the other night when there was a quorum call and it was clear that there were members in the lobby who didn't come out. I looked at the standing orders, and we have no standing order that requires a member of Parliament within a few steps of the chamber to show up when there's a quorum call. I wonder if the honourable member would agree with me that PROC should have a look at this and see whether we should add to our standing orders that when there's a quorum call, the assumption when those rules were written was that any member who was ambulatory would get in and get to their seat, because there was a stronger sense of duty in those days. I wonder if we should have PROC look at it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
I think we should be certainly looking at this issue, and I think it's also important to reflect on the fact that Conservatives aren't just doing it to Liberals, they're doing it to the Green member too. I was here that night when they did the exact same thing to her in the middle of her speech. So, should we look at a way to try to resolve this issue? Yeah, I think we should. Or we could just expect everybody to be adults and not play those games.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Trois.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for sharing his time with me. That's very kind of him. Madam Speaker, voters did not elect a majority government. If they'd wanted a majority government, they would have voted for one in 2019 or in 2021, but they did not. We have a minority government. That's what Canadians chose. But currently, there is a false majority. It is unnatural, and it came about thanks to the NDP giving up its fundamental values in exchange for some promises. Well, I have a word of caution for the NDP. All promises made by this government are future, hypothetical promises. Now, it's predictable that these promises, like its other promises, will evaporate. The government might have intentions, but an intention is like a false promise. An intention is not the same as action. What is M22? It's a motion which holds up democracy. A motion that shows that the government doesn't hesitate to transgress the spirit of the rules of this House. And these rules, let us remember, are the wisdom of previous governments and of our predecessors. M22 makes us question the legitimacy of the government. Some say that the Parliament, as it stands, is currently ungovernable. No, it may be unpleasant sometimes, but it is not ungovernable. 16 bills since 2019 have received royal assent. 3 are before the Senate, 10 are at second reading. Altogether, 36 government bills. So I don't think that government isn't running. Sometimes we have unpleasantness, but business is moving along. So why does the government want to silence the opposition? They say that there is urgency. Well, urgency is a very easy pretext to use. But philosophically speaking, there is no objective such thing as urgency. Urgency is subjective that we use to describe something. So what is urgency? It's subjective. It's not objective. It's something that we decide, that we ascribe to something. And we, the Bloc, do not subscribe to this subjective assessment of things being urgent. Subjective means it's how we perceive things. Objective means it's something that truly exists outside of our subjective minds. Subjective is an interpretation, not an objective truth. And so this is subjective. M22, the only thing that's objective is that it goes very clearly against the standing orders. Not all will be here. There won't always be quorum. We won't all be here, and yet the very essence of a parliament is dialogue, debate, all together. M22 will prevent proper debate. M22 holds up the government and its activities, its business. So why is M22 being put forward? Well, we all know that there has to be a reason for everything. So what's the reason? Why M22? Well, I have chatted about this with my esteemed colleagues, and it's clear that the government prefers to govern in absentia, in absence. They want to prolong the sittings of the House with another party leader, a House leader, and the government House leader. I wonder which House leader will support the government in that. Our business is planned in advance. We debate so that we can make our points of view heard. We can't just have debate because the House leader decides so. We have the concept of a calendar of works and business for a reason. I can't remember if it was Plato, Aristotle, or Martin Champoux, the member for Drummond, who was so wise as to say that M22, on the whole, is not ethical. It prioritizes the interests of some over the interests of all. It totally flouts the public good. It promotes M22, muzzling the opposition rather than debate. M22 takes dialogue and teamwork away from us.
I listened to the passionate speech from the member for Kingston and the Islands, and I'm eager to hear the people across the way defend the indefensible, because this motion is indefensible. And now I will be happy to take questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Strathcona.
Thank you to my colleague for his intervention. And I understand his concerns with moving a time allocation and moving forward on this. But I am curious, because it wasn't very long ago that the Bloc supported time allocation for Bill C-10 when we were debating that in the House, when we were seeing the Conservatives do everything they could to stop the important work that needed to be done for Canadians to make sure that Canadian broadcasting was protected, that we were updating our broadcasting legislation. And at that point, the Bloc supported time allocation. So it kind of seems like they are saying it is a massive overreach, but also it's a massive overreach they can support when it is in their interest. I'm just wondering how they square that circle.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question. It's very relevant. You know, we need to be able to distinguish between an exception, that is something that only happens once, and that was C-10, because there was a great deal of pressure from the Quebec cultural sector. And so we have to be able to distinguish an exception from a precedent. A precedent is something that has already been set, and we know it's going to repeat itself. And this practice should not be repeated, period.
The Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Is he not worried that committee work will be affected by this motion here in the House? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. It's an excellent one. Right now, we cannot properly assess all the negative impacts that are going to occur because of this motion. But what we do know, that it is possible that committee work will be affected, and that would be a great shame. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think if you take a look at the core of what it is that we're actually debating today, think about it. Opposition members will say, we want to have more time in order to debate legislation. When this motion passes, if it passes, it will provide for additional hours for members of Parliament to actually debate. So on the one hand, opposition is asking for more time, and we are giving them exactly that. So more MPs will be able to speak. Can the member speculate as to why the Conservative Party would oppose such a motion?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I cannot respond on behalf of the Conservative Party, but I'm going to respond on behalf of the Bloc and of myself. We might be able to be grateful to them for giving us a certain quantity of time, but what we need for a constructive society is quality time. So the quantity here is not as important as quality. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. A short question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. In fact, I wanted to ask for an apology from the member of Trois-Rivières because he named me in the House instead of referring to my writing. In fact, I was even going to raise a point of order, but I'll forgive him this time. No, in fact, Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise the issue of the timetables of our interpreters because in this decision, there's a definite impact on the work and on the schedules of the interpreters here in the House of Commons. And the fact that the government deciding to apply this measure until June 23rd, well, I'd like to hear what my colleague from Trois-Rivières has to say about it. Because the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands decided not to answer my question. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières, less than 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Until June 23rd is extremely exaggerated and unjustified. And yes, some of the negative consequences, well, you know, we members were elected to sit, but everyone around us, the pages, the interpreters, all the other services in the House, this represents an unjustifiable and needless burden.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Sarnia Lambton. Unfortunately, I'll have to interrupt her at some point, but she'll be able to continue her interesting speech right after. The honourable member Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I would say the more things change, the more they stay the same. Here we are again with another draconian move by the Liberal government. Now, I've been a member of Parliament here for 7 years, and so over that time, I want to talk a little bit about the history of this Liberal government trying to shut down debate and shut down scrutiny at committee. And let's start back at the very beginning with Motion 6. Actually, Motion 6 is the identical motion to the motion that we have here. And in between, there was another motion that's very similar as well, Motion 11. Now, if anyone gets the mathematical irony, Motion 22 is twice as bad as Motion 11. That. However, I just want to first, in the short time that I have, rebut something that the member for New Westminster Burnaby was saying in his speech. He talked all about how he's going to support this great motion and you know, called out other parties. But, you know, in 2016, May 19th, the CBC said that member said that this motion was fundamentally anti-democratic and showed a greater disrespect than we've seen developing for weeks. That's what the member from New Westminster Burnaby said in 2016, so I'm not sure when the moral compass was lost or what's different when the motions are so similar. But let's go back in time to 2016 with Motion 6. And if you would let me set the stage for you, there was the MAID legislation, medical assistance in dying. The courts had prescribed a date by which it was due, and the government was very angry that numerous amendments had to be brought because the legislation was so terrible. And we were there to vote on these multiple amendments, and it wasn't starting as quickly as the Prime Minister wanted it to start. And so he got very angry and came over and grabbed the late Gordon Brown and tried to shove him, but accidentally elbow-gated another member, Ruth Ann Broussard. And so, you know, that was the introduction of the first draconian motion. And we see that bad behavior continues. Then we get to Motion 11 that was brought, you know, forcing folks to sit till midnight, but not everybody, right? No, nobody in the NDP or the Liberal Party has to show up. They can be in their PJs in their beds. So they just want to keep the opposition busy talking without an audience until midnight, night after night. Now, obviously, I don't have an issue talking till midnight, but I'm being told I have to stop talking right now.
And when the member for Sarnia Lambton comes back, she'll have 7 minutes to form her thoughts. Comme il est 17h30.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business according to the order on the order paper.
Business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-293, Pandemic Prevention Preparedness Act, standing in the name of Mr. Erskine Smith.
I acknowledge the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. As of today, addressing this House, we've lost over 45,000 Canadians to COVID, and there are millions of people around the world who have died as a result of COVID. It has upended our lives in so many different ways, from isolation to school closures, upending businesses and major economic disruption, reverberations that we still feel with difficult inflation and interest rate hikes that are challenging many households. The global impact on poverty rates, the upending of education around the world will have long-lasting and negative effects. And then the increase in debt that governments around the world rightly took on to address this crisis in many respects, but both public and private debt in both cases also come with consequences. 57% of Canadians whose debt increased attributed that increase to COVID. As a parliamentary intern in my office, Alith, put it, even having just lived it firsthand, it's hard to wrap our heads around what we just experienced. Now, what can and should we do about all that? What lessons should we learn? Well, I think we have to be specific and clear and put a framework in place to make sure we don't lose these lessons. And simply put, Mr. Speaker, the message of this bill is that we need to learn the lessons from this pandemic in order to prevent and prepare for the next one. No, we aren't done with COVID, but we've also lived through enough to learn from our pandemic response across all levels of government, and those lessons should inform our plans going forward. So what does the Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness Act do? It does three things. First, it establishes a review of our COVID response, not just from the federal government's perspective, but across all levels of government. And the goal is to be comprehensive. And so just to comment briefly on the scope of the review, the bill notes, in conducting its review, the committee is, among other things, to assess the capability of the Public Health Agency of Canada and Department of Health to respond to the COVID pandemic before and during the pandemic, in collaboration with provincial and municipal governments to assess the public health and pandemic response capabilities of those governments, certainly to assess the effectiveness of the exercise of powers within federal jurisdiction, and importantly, and this is the broad element to bring to bear on lessons learned, to analyze the health, economic, and social factors relevant to the impact of the pandemic in Canada. So there's got to be a review if we're going to learn the lessons of our government's response and the response of all governments. Second, how do we take those lessons and put them into a framework where we're going to see accountability, transparency, and action on a going forward basis? So the second thing that the bill does is it requires the Minister of Health to establish a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan, and modeled on climate accountability legislation, legislation that, to my knowledge, the first piece of climate accountability legislation that I reviewed was a Conservative government in the UK in 2006, and we now have such a framework in place here in Canada. But this takes a similar approach to say there's got to be a transparent and accountable framework by which a government is obligated to table a plan to Parliament, to the Canadian public, and then update that plan on a regular basis. The bill, by the way, suggests every 3 years, but I went back and forth between 3 and 5 years. I think 5 years would be appropriate as well. And obligates the Minister of Health to establish a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan and to table that report. And the bill sets out a long list of factors, and this is where it was quite difficult, actually, Mr. Speaker, because I was drawing from a great amount of expertise out there, from the United Nations Environment Programme's report on preventing future pandemics, from IPPA's, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and their workshop reports in relation to pandemic risk and how we prevent future pandemics, and certainly from the independent panel, which has a series of reports now on preparedness and response at the national level and also at the global level, and how we can strengthen those responses at all levels, frankly. And so taking those expert reports and taking in consultation with some of the researchers behind those reports, and certainly with Canadian health experts as well, the bill sets out a series of factors that the Minister of Health must consider in developing a plan. And they are, I'm sure I missed some elements, Mr. Speaker, and that's partly why it's so important to get a bill like this to committee. The committee, I hope in a nonpartisan way, can say, this doesn't make sense, you missed something here, Nate, and this is how we can get it to the best place possible as a matter of what should be in and what should be out of a plan as the health minister considers it. But as a starting point, and I think obvious enough, what should the health minister do? Identify the key drivers of pandemic risk and describe how Canadian activities domestic and abroad, contribute to that risk, because we focus a lot in this House and frankly in the Canadian public around preparedness strategies, and that's part of what this bill does as well. We don't talk enough about prevention, but we know that the costs of prevention are a small fraction of the human and economic costs, the significant human and economic costs of living through a pandemic. So one, there's got to be a real strong focus on prevention. There also has to be a commitment to ensure collaboration at all levels of government, because it's not enough for, in our federation, the federal government to take action on its own. Similar to climate action, certainly with respect to mitigating pandemic risk and to preparing for pandemics, it can't all be on the federal government, and we've learned that. That's unquestionably a lesson that we've learned in the course of the response to COVID. So the bill requires the Minister of Health to ensure sustained collaboration between the Minister of Health and provincial governments and Indigenous communities in the development of the plan in order to align approaches and address any jurisdictional challenges. Now, I probably could have been a little clearer, but the language here also provides for training programs, including collaborative activities with other levels of government. What I had in mind there, though, and I think a committee could improve this, what I had in mind there is simulation and tabletopping exercises. It's not enough to have a piece of paper with a plan written down. You got to put that plan into action and learn where there are gaps in that plan and where jurisdictional challenges arise that can be addressed through a simulation exercise rather than as we live through a real-life pandemic. Now, there also have to be, and this is a critical element here when you draw from the literature, the plan has to be based on a One Health approach. And for those who don't know what a One Health approach is, it's a relatively simple idea, although it can be a challenge sometimes in how we apply it because of how holistic it is. But it's this idea that you can't pull apart human health, animal health, and environmental health, that these are interconnected ideas and we have to think of them as one health. And we know this, and if you read the literature, Mr. Speaker, from the United Nations Environment Program or from IPBES or from any number of experts, including Canadian experts in zoonotic diseases, they will tell you that zoonoses present the greatest risk in relation to pandemics, and the spillover risk of, let's take deforestation as an example, the spillover risks that can occur when humans are obviously going to come into closer contact with animals as a result of that deforestation creates not only a challenge to the environment, it's a question of environmental health, deforestation, it's also then a question of human health because of that spillover risk. And you run down the list of factors and there are different reports on this, but overwhelmingly the focus has to be on a One Health approach. Let me read, I've got notes everywhere, Mr. Speaker, but I want to read a particular quote from the United Nations Environment Program. They note, "This report confirms and builds on the conclusions of the FAO, OIE, WHO, Tripartite Alliance, and many other expert groups that a One Health approach is the optimal method for preventing as well as responding to zoonotic disease outbreaks and pandemics." So, there's got to be a focus on a One Health approach. There also, of course, has to be a whole of government approach. So it's not enough for the Minister of Health to work up a plan. The Minister of Health has to work with other ministers and break down silos in the federal government to ensure that we are putting ourselves on the best footing we possibly can be to prevent and respond to future pandemics. And so the Minister of Industry has a role to play in terms of ensuring that we have vaccine manufacturing capacity and manufacturing capacity for essential treatments and tests. There's a role for the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Transport to play with respect to border controls. There's obviously a role for the Minister of Global Affairs to play with respect to global health equity, an issue that unfortunately we have, I think, as wealthier countries utterly failed on in a serious way in the course of this pandemic. There also ought to be collaboration, and this is in keeping with that idea of a One Health approach. There has to be collaboration with the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Environment. So if we think of a framework that already exists within the Government of Canada, a One Health approach with respect to antimicrobial resistance, that is a partnership as between the Minister of Health, the Department of Health, and the Minister and Department of Agriculture. Because we know, again, that the overuse in some cases, certainly in other countries around the world, that the increase in overuse of antibiotics can create the risk of superbugs and create, there are researchers at McMaster that will call it the silent pandemic in terms of the number of lives that are already being taken by AMR. So, a whole of government approach. Now, I will say, and this has to be a focus of the committee when they look at the series of factors, ensuring that, and this gets to the sustained collaboration with provinces, because we need to make sure, for example, that there are preparedness strategies for public health services, including the protection of vulnerable and marginalized populations. Now, that will be as much a provincial question as it is a federal question. Working conditions of essential workers across all sectors. That will be as much a provincial issue as it is a federal issue. The availability and management of relevant stockpiles, including testing equipment and PPE. That is certainly more of a federal issue, but we've seen challenges at times at the provincial level as well. The surge capacity of human resources required for testing and contact tracing, because you can't have the human resources at the ready at all times. You need to be able to stand them up to meet the surge. And again, this is provinces and the federal government that will need to work hand in hand. Now, there are a series of other factors, and I won't go into all of them. I do want to mention the 7 key disease drivers identified by the United Nations Environment Program. So one is an increasing demand for animal protein, because again, we understand spillover risk, a lack of biosecurity, especially with increased demand in low and middle income countries. It is a real challenge that needs to be addressed. Unsustainable agricultural intensification, increased use and exploitation of wildlife. If you look at live animal markets around the world, they have presented challenges, including likely in the course of the crisis that we've lived through. Unsustainable utilization of natural resources accelerated by urbanization and land use change. Travel and transportation. Changes in food supply chains, traceability challenges are the issue there. And then climate change. These are major twin risks that climate change is an existential risk in and of itself, but it also drives pandemic risk. And it's not to say we can eliminate travel, and we're not going to eliminate agriculture, but how do we look at these industries and say, how do we take best efforts to reduce and mitigate pandemic risk, to prevent a future pandemic, and how do we make sure there's regulation in place so that we prepare for future pandemics as well? And I suppose that the last item, Mr. Speaker, that I want to close off with is there needs to be accountability in a particular role here. So, 1, it establishes a review, lessons learned. 2, the bill requires the Minister of Health, and I've gone into some detail. There's greater detail in the bill, but some detail about what ought to be in that plan. And again, I hope it can be a collaborative exercise at committee, because I do want this to be a nonpartisan exercise in getting it right. And 3, we need to make sure that we appoint a national pandemic prevention and preparedness coordinator to oversee and implement the plan, so there is proper accountability in an office for seeing this through. And lastly, and I just want to close out on this idea, because I think it is the relevant one. We forget crises in politics. We deal with them, and then we forget about them. And over time, we saw this with SARS. And we can't go through another situation where 20 years from now, we look back at a debate like this one, or a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan that we've developed in the year 2022 or 2023, and it's been sitting on a shelf, and it's not been updated, and it's not been implemented. And so the idea here very much, as a matter of accountability, is to ensure that all future governments, regardless of political stripe, take this seriously and renew their focus on pandemic prevention and preparedness, and make sure that we don't lose sight of the lessons learned, and we don't live through, as a society, something like this ever again. Because again, the costs, and I can't overemphasize this, the costs of a pandemic, as we've just lived through, are so incredibly significant, and the costs of prevention and preparedness are a very, very small fraction of that. So I hope there's all party support for getting this to committee and improving the bill at committee, amending the bill at committee, and seeing it through, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Speaker.
And because sometimes we go a little too fast here on the chair, we forgot to move the motion. Mr. Erskine-Smith, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that Bill C-293, an act respecting pandemic prevention and preparedness, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. And just because we already debated that, I'm not going to ask the member to do it again. We'll just go right to questions and comments. So, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I read the bill and I understand that there's a very prospective aspect. It would be setting up committees to have better processes to prevent what happened before. There's an unfortunate reality. We're still in a pandemic today. We hope to be exiting it, but we're still in it. And there's been mismanagement that may have been very serious by the government. And I'm surprised to see today from a member of the Liberal Party of Canada a bill like this one, when the Liberals are the only ones here in this House who still oppose a public investigation into federal management of the pandemic. Before we look forward, couldn't the Liberals have a look at their own selves?
So I appreciate the question, and I think it drives at something really important, which is we can't move ahead until we've learned the lessons of what's behind us. And we're still living with COVID, but much of the government's response, at all levels, frankly, has been seen through in a serious way. And so there are still serious conversations, public health conversations to be had. There's major crises in Ontario with respect to our healthcare capacity as a result, in part, flu, but certainly still because of the pandemic. And that core question, though, of how do we put ourselves on the best footing going forward, unquestionably, we need to look at the past. Now, I would also emphasize, though, and I hope this holds true for all of us, that this shouldn't be a point-scoring exercise, that if there were missteps, if there were things that were done right or things that were done wrong, this isn't a matter of us getting up and patting ourselves on the back or those across the aisle scoring points. The goal of this bill is to say, in a very serious way, let's scrutinize what went right and what went wrong to inform what should come next.
Comments, question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I just want to say how much I respect my honourable colleague and thank him for this bill. With great respect, I have to say there's some serious flaws with this bill. We in the New Democratic Party have, for a long time now, said that there would come a day where we need to have a public, comprehensive, searching, and fearless review of the federal government's response, both from a preparation point of view and an execution point of view with respect to COVID-19. Now, this bill that purports to do that would have the Minister of Health appoint an advisory committee, presumably to examine the behavior of the Minister of Health, and it has no power to order production of documents, summon witnesses, hold hearings in public. There's not even a requirement to table a report in this House. And so my question to my honourable colleague is, does he not agree with the NDP that what we need is an inquiry under the Inquiries Act chaired by an objective third party to hold hearings in public with the full powers of an inquiry so that all the questions can be asked and answered so Canadians have confidence in the review that's done so that we can not only learn from the past and expose the errors that were made, but also, more importantly, plan for the next pandemic and emergency that will come in the future.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
So I appreciate the question, and I also appreciate the member's work. We've always worked in a really collaborative way. And I would say I'm open to a different approach in terms of how the review ought to be conducted, in terms of certainly the powers of that review. Again, I started from a different perspective, though, here. The goal was, when I looked at the SARS report, for example, from David Naylor, who I consulted, by the way, in the course of drafting this bill. When I looked at that report, the challenge wasn't the nature of the review. The challenge was the implementation of the lessons learned in the course of that review. And so if that SARS report and the Naylor report, and if the powers that they had were greater than what an advisory committee would have here, then I entirely agree. There should be substantive powers to do that kind of review work and that kind of investigation to get at the right answer. But I think the core question we have to grapple with is not only how do we learn the right lessons in the course of a review, but how do we make sure this doesn't fall off the table, that this continues to be a serious political priority 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 30 years from now, and that we actually don't have a report like the SARS report that sits on the shelf, some of which was implemented, most of which was not, but we actually have a report that is significantly and substantively implemented. And that was my core focus in putting this bill forward.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House this evening. I think this is an important topic, and I appreciate that the member of Beaches East York has brought this legislation forward and prompted the discussion that we're having here today. I can certainly understand how after the past 2 years of COVID, there are those who feel that we need to get something like this done immediately. Nobody wants COVID or something worse to hit Canadians. Our first priority as parliamentarians is the safety and security of our citizens. We have to take the time to properly reflect on and examine what we've just gone through to have a meaningful conversation about how to respond to future pandemic. Now, the bill's proposal that the Minister of Health and other government ministers be the ones to put together or even make up the advisory committee to review their own response to the coronavirus is frankly quite ridiculous. That's like having the fox guard the hen house, because they all have a very vested interest in the outcome. Canadians will never get the answers they deserve if these same ministers who perpetuated or promoted many of the failures, the abuses, and the violations of charter rights that we've seen over the past 2 years are the same ones tasked with reviewing their own government's response. Let's face it, transparency and accountability and, frankly, honesty are hardly synonymous with this government. We've seen firsthand much of the misinformation propagated by these ministers. That's why I would propose, before embarking on some of the elements contained in C-293, we need a full, nonpartisan, national inquiry into how governments at all levels have handled the response to COVID-19. Because as I reflected on the past 2 years, there are just too many questions. Questions that have not only never been answered by government, but in many cases no one in government or the media have even had the courage to publicly ask. And herein we have the first major issue in the government's handling of COVID. It's the my way or the highway, we know best, you don't dare ask questions about what we're doing approach that the governments across this country have taken. We kept hearing, follow the science. We're following the science. Well, political science, yes, but the last time I checked, a big part of doing real science involved asking questions, analyzing data, and doing so with a rigorous skepticism. You make an observation, you research the topic, you form a hypothesis, you test the experiments, you analyze the data, and you report your conclusions as objectively as you can based solely on the empirical data. That's the scientific method. In the case of COVID, the government never really got beyond forming a hypothesis. They based their response on the assumptions that they and many in the medical field made in the early days of COVID, which led to selective and often misleading use of data being collected and used to back up those assumptions. The media also failed in their objectivity, to ask questions, choosing instead to parrot government talking points as truth, sowing fear and division, as they quietly pocketed millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in government subsidies. They refused to allow different points of view. They didn't ask the tough questions, and they silenced or mocked anyone who did. Canadians should not need to fear repercussions in their workplace, their communities, their professional associations, online or by the media. But that's what happened. Anyone who questioned anything related to the government's handling of COVID, any level of government, got smeared, bullied, and cancelled. In a free and democratic society, that should be deeply concerning to all of us. Government made huge demands of Canadians, and it is incumbent on governments at all levels to provide empirical data to back up their actions. We owe that to Canadians. So I sat down the other night as I prepared to deliver this speech today, and I started to write down some of those nagging questions. Questions that we cannot trust this government to ask because they have sought so diligently for 2 years to cover up the answers from Canadians for their own political purposes. So I'm going to take the remaining time here to ask some of those questions. For a start, why did the government make the decision in 2019 to shut down our pandemic early warning system? We had SARS, we had H1N1, we knew the potential of a Canadian epidemic. Who chose to shut it down? Who in this government was responsible for leaving Canadians defenseless? Why was there so much conflicting information provided by government and public health officials? There were days when the WHO said one thing, Dr. Tam said another, and in my province of Manitoba, Dr. Roussin said something completely different, all on the same issue. This bred confusion, fear, and mistrust. Again, think this is the type of issue this legislation, at least in part, may be trying to address. But again, we can't address these issues until we know firsthand what took place, who was responsible, and we can't trust this government to provide us with those answers. We learned how the Public Health Agency of Canada, the same department responsible for the government's COVID response, had allowed our National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg, one of our nation's foremost secure facilities, to be infiltrated by Chinese spies with direct links to both the Wuhan lab and the bioweapons program of the People's Liberation Army. Why? The government sued Parliament to cover it up. They refused to come clean. And then they turn around and make a deal with China to be the sole manufacturer of Canada's vaccine supply. The deal ultimately fell through, but there are a lot of questions here, and questions that require answers. Why does the government refuse to release procurement details, like the price per dose, when other governments have been transparent? There are still legitimate questions related to vaccine safety and efficacy. Why did the government agree to hide the safety data for Pfizer for 75 years? 51,714 Canadians have suffered vaccine injuries to date as a result of their COVID shots. 10,501 serious reactions, including 874 anaphylactic reactions, 1,342 cases of myocarditis, 140 thrombosis cases, and 382 reports with an outcome of death were reported following vaccination. Where does that information come from, Mr. Speaker? From the government's own website. You can look it up. Many reports of doctors refusing to even file a VAERS report, which is a vaccine adverse event reaction report. How many of those individuals have been compensated by the government vaccine injury program? To date, 8. Why is the media quiet about those things? Why is it the Prime Minister was more interested in his political fortunes than in public health? We saw this in his decision to call an unnecessary election last fall. We've seen this in his unacceptable rhetoric demonizing those who chose not to be vaccinated and his heavy-handed approach to dealing with vaccine mandate protests. One minute our truckers are essential workers, heroes who kept our country going. The next, they're villains so awful that the Emergency Act was invoked to deal with them. And I think the inquiry and ultimately history will show just what an unjustified and politically motivated response that was. There are also serious questions related to government spending. The Liberal government spent unprecedented amounts, hundreds of billions of dollars to fight COVID, but their own parliamentary budget officer shows that at least 40% of that money, $205 billion, never went to fighting COVID. So where did it go? We know tens of millions of dollars have found their ways into pockets of Liberal cronies as this government paid exponentially more for ventilators and other medical equipment that was never used and now sits collecting dust in warehouses. Who all got rich while Canadians suffered? Why did the government refuse to put any safeguards in place for CERB, resulting in 3 million people, including criminals in jail, receiving the CERB benefit? Why did they send federal public servants home at a time when 5 million Canadians had lost their jobs and were forced into government programs and unable to access services? Why are they still at home? My office stayed open every day over the past 2 years to help Canadians. We did it safely. We had no issues with COVID. There's no reason other government officials and agencies could not have done likewise. Canadians are paying their salaries, and public servants need to get back to the office and back to work full-time for Canadians. We could keep going on here all evening. We could talk about divisive and unscientific mandates. We could talk about the disastrous Arrive Can Act. We could also talk about the government's actions, how it destroyed border communities, separated loved ones. We could talk about how Canadians were assaulted in quarantine hotels. We could talk about provinces and their responses, the draconian measures that, in my view, did far more long-term harm than good. The questions go on and on. They deserve answers, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 2 years, governments have made big demands of Canadians. Canadians stepped up again and again, only to have their hopes dashed by this government and with their failures and broken promises as the goalposts got moved over and over again. Canadians deserve empirical justification for those mandates. History will show those mandates were based on politics, not public health. After 2 years of sickness, restrictions, divisions, and fear, governments of all levels need to be held accountable for their actions. Bill C-293 is insufficient because the government, any government, cannot and should not be trusted to investigate themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. Continuing debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, allow me to thank the member for Beaches East York. I thank him for tabling this bill. I especially appreciate this colleague. He is a free thinker. He is a quality parliamentarian. I've been waiting to have an occasion to tell him so, and here's my occasion. This bill essentially seeks to ensure that the Government of Canada, at least in principle, be in a better position to handle future crises, future pandemics, that we learn lessons. This is very prospective. So in this bill, there would be an advisory committee. There'd be a plan for the future with officials assigned to a preparedness and planning committee and plan. This bill would significantly involve Health Canada and the Department of Health. Now, the intention behind this bill is good, I'm certain, but here's my issue with the bill. I feel like the Government of Canada already has at its disposal and had at its disposal a host of tools which were either not used or which were underused. I'm wondering whether this would just add a further layer of bureaucracy, committees, and whatnot. We've already seen the major gaps and weaknesses of the federal machine all throughout the pandemic. So, in my opinion, what we need right now, Mr. Speaker, and I said so earlier, I think we need a public inquiry. That would be a serious, independent inquiry which would highlight federal weaknesses in pandemic management over the past few months and years. If we can't learn from an independent inquiry like that, then how would these institutions and plans help us learn from our mistakes? This puts us in an odd situation. Currently, we have a minority government. The Conservatives have called for independent public inquiry. The Bloc Québécois supports independent public inquiry. Earlier, my NDP colleague asked a very eloquent question and also stated that we should have an independent public inquiry. And what has the health minister responded? The health minister has said that it's very important, yes, that there be some investigation by someone, but they won't tell us how or when. It's like if someone's very, very sick, we will call an ambulance, but I won't tell you when I'll call the ambulance. We know that there are also firearms in Montreal. The government says, oh, yes, that is a big issue, but we're not going to tell you how or when we're going to get those firearms off the streets. The government also says that they think it is very, very important that French is threatened in Montreal. We're not going to tell you what, if anything, we're going to do to protect French. We're not going to tell you when we're going to do it. And now it's the same thing with this issue. And this isn't the member who's moving the bill's fault. But now we're in an odd situation. The government wants us to sit till midnight. We're going to have less time in committee. So we need to really properly select our bills because of the Liberal NDP coalition. So unfortunately, our hands are tied. We feel that we have to vote against this because we want the government to use the tools that it already has at its disposal. We want the government to be honest and transparent in the assessment of its pandemic management. What we want is an immediate, independent public inquiry into pandemic management. And I find parts 2 and 3 problematic as a sovereignist, as a Bloc member, as a Québécois. There would be a prevention plan with a national coordinator. Okay, now, you know, Mr. Speaker, I've spent a good bit of time now in the Health Committee. This word, coordination, the federal government should coordinate. The federal government should use its leadership, and then anything that starts like that ends with conditional transfers, government spending. That's the federal government's idea of coordination and leadership, conditions. I know that the colleague has good intentions, but I don't feel that the tools which this bill would established would be properly used by the government. And then when it comes to jurisdiction, it says, in collaboration with provincial governments and municipal governments, assess public health reaction capabilities in case of pandemics and health emergencies. Provinces and municipalities. This is sort of like, meddling in other levels of government's business. It's sort of like saying, well, I don't want to look towards my own failings, so why don't I point the blame elsewhere? There have been many federal failings throughout the pandemic, and as the colleague said, it's not the time for finger pointing. No, of course not, but we've been asking for accountability, calling for it for a long time, and there has never been any accountability. So these new tools, committees, institutions, I fail to see how they'll be used productively. A Conservative colleague said earlier that the Global Health Information Network, it's an alert network. It was modified in 2018. It was modified. We don't know how or who changed it. So then in 2019, actually, it completely stopped working. An alert network. And it was actually shut down 400 days before the pandemic of a lifetime, of a century. And now the federal government would look into how the provinces and municipalities handled something. What about the National Emergency Stockpile? Well, the colleague from Beaches East York said that we need to be prepared for 20, 30 years down the line. Well, in 1950, the National Emergency Stockpile was established to have equipment and all sorts of pandemic tools, but it was systematically neglected. And in fact, in 2015, N95 masks were destroyed because it was too cumbersome to store them. And yes, we do need to plan ahead of time for the future. Now, in line with this, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to respirators, there were 27,148 respirators. And the health minister said, well, we had to be careful. We had to plan ahead of time. That's my imitation of the health minister, but the federal health minister said that they were taking 13,500. Then there was a $237 million contract with the business FTI professional grade. It was a shell because, in fact, that company was the property of a former Liberal MP who produced half of the surplus, 10,000, and then there were 13,500 too many. Also, when it comes to quarantine management, Montreal had to send its own people to the airport because the federal government was totally incompetent. There were also major issues. There was no registry of those who had to isolate. Also, 59% of people who needed to be followed up with, they didn't get followed up with. So many people were not followed up with. There was no contact tracing. Also, testing was not done in both official languages always. So federal mechanisms are working backwards. It's all wonky and topsy-turvy, so why add more? And let's not forget vaccine capabilities. The federal government said they ordered lots of vaccines, tons and tons of vaccines. Okay. The Naylor report in 2003 talks about lessons learned from SARS. We've known since then that we've had production capability issues in Canada. We've known since then that we have to be more independent, that we need to produce more. We've known since that report in 2003, Mr. Speaker, 2003. So the government doesn't want a independent public inquiry. The health minister is making a lot of empty promises, and then they might be able to go and look into what provinces and municipalities have done instead of looking inwards at what they've done. So I do appreciate the colleagues and his intentions, but unfortunately, it's the government's turn. The ball is in their court. The government needs to use existing mechanisms it has at its disposal in an attempt to show us that they've handled the pandemic properly. And after they do so, they might be a little less inclined to try to lecture provinces and municipalities. So my time is over now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the great people of Vancouver Kingsway and as health critic for the New Democratic Party of Canada. Tonight I speak to Bill C-293, which in our view represents an unacceptable attempt to provide the illusion of accountability and oversight with respect to Canada's response to the most severe pandemic in a century. I'm going to briefly review the measures that this bill calls for. It would enact, if enacted, it would require the Minister of Health to establish an advisory committee to review the response to the COVID-19 pandemic in Canada. It would require the Minister of Health to establish, in consultation with other ministers, a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan. And it would amend the Department of Health Act to provide that the Minister of Health must appoint a national pandemic prevention and preparedness coordinator from among the officials at the Public Health Agency of Canada to coordinate the activities called for under this Act. Now, from the very inception of this pandemic back in early 2020, New Democrats have been calling for, eventually, a root-to-branch, independent, penetrating, and comprehensive review of Canada's COVID-19 preparedness and response. And unfortunately, the measures outlined in Bill C-293 fall far short of that standard. By way of background, the National Advisory Committee on SARS and Public Health was established in May 2003 by then Minister of Health Anne McClellan, following the outbreak of SARS. The committee's mandate at that time was to provide a, quote, third-party assessment of current public health efforts and lessons learned for ongoing and future infectious disease control, end quote. The next year, the Public Health Agency of Canada was established in 2004 in response to the Advisory Committee's recommendations. That agency was specifically mandated to be Canada's lead organization for planning and coordinating a national response to infectious diseases that pose a risk to public health. Now, Canadians expected that the federal government would build and maintain the capacity to protect them from future pandemic threats. But instead, successive governments, both Liberal and Conservative, allowed that capacity to atrophy under successive governments. Now, Canadian officials first became aware of SARS-CoV-2, the virus responsible for COVID-19, on December 31, 2019. And yet, PHAC did not assess the pandemic risk posed by COVID-19 or the potential impact were it to be introduced in Canada. As a result, the agency underestimated the potential danger of COVID-19 and continued to assess the risk as low until March 15, 2020, nearly a week after the World Health Organization had declared a global pandemic. By then, Canada had already recorded over 400 confirmed cases and community spread was underway. And even as the machinery of public health ground into action, deficiencies in the federal government's pandemic preparedness and response were glaring. Pandemic response evaluations conducted in Canada to date have documented the following serious deficiencies. A scathing internal PHAC audit released in January 2021 found limited public health expertise at the agency, including a lack of epidemiologists, psychologists, behavioral scientists, and physicians at senior levels. The audit also found a lack of emergency response management expertise and capacity within the agency, the very agency charged with preparing Canada for a pandemic. PHAC communications were terrible. Internal auditors found that PHAC was missing sufficient skills and capacity for risk communications. The Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam's office, noted that she often received information in the wrong format, with inaccuracies or an inappropriate voice needed to convey the information to the Canadian audience. Canadians will remember the problems with Canada's so-called emergency stockpile. A May 2021 report, a full year after Canada declared this a global pandemic in Canada, from the Auditor General confirmed that negligent management of Canada's emergency stockpile resulted in shortages of PPEs for essential workers when COVID-19 hit. Serious issues with the stockpile have been raised for more than a decade prior to that, with nothing done. Canadians will remember we had to throw out millions of PPEs in this country because they were out of date because PHAC was not keeping accurate track of them. A March 2021 report from the Auditor General found that PHAC only verified compliance with quarantine orders for 1/3 of incoming travelers and did not consistently refer travelers for follow-up who risked not complying. Later in that year, in December of 2021, the Auditor General found that PIAC was either missing or unable to match 30% of COVID-19 test results to incoming travelers from February to June 2021. In addition, because the agency did not have records of stay for 75% of travelers who flew into Canada, it did not even know whether those who were required to quarantine at government-authorized hotels had in fact complied. Long-term care. In May 2020, a report from the Canadian Armed Forces documented shocking and disturbing conditions in the long-term care homes where approximately 1,600 trained military personnel had to be deployed. It highlighted serious concerns about shortages of personal protective equipment, staffing levels, and failures to follow basic procedures of infection control to keep both residents and staff safe. That's what, as a sample, Mr. Speaker, of what we know to date. Now, PHAC officials have said that they will address identified shortcomings by incorporating learnings from the pandemic into its plans and tests them as appropriate in response to the Auditor General's report. And PHAC has promised to update its plans within 2 years of the end of the pandemic. I just want to stop there for a moment. This bill would have the Minister of Health, who's in charge of PHAC, appoint an advisory committee, not even an independent committee with powers, but an advisory committee to assess his or her performance and the performance of PHAC, which is under the aegis of the health minister. Talk about a conflict of interest. I mean, that is like the defendant appointing the judge. That is completely unacceptable on its own. Now, in April 2021, the then Liberal health minister said that a full investigation into Canada's COVID-19 response is required at the, quote, appropriate time. She noted that, quote, we are still in a crisis, and so our focus remains right now on getting Canadians through this global health crisis. But when the time is right, she said, our government will be open to examining very thoroughly the response of this country to the COVID-19 crisis. In September of this year, our current health minister said in an interview that there should be a broad-based review of how the COVID-19 pandemic was handled. He noted that a government decision could come soon, without specifying when, into what kind of formal review should be held. However, when asked if it should be independent of PHAC, he would only say a strong review is necessary. To date, the Prime Minister has deferred all questions about an inquiry or review of the pandemic response, saying there will be time for a, quote, lessons learned exercise, but it must wait until the pandemic is over. New Democrats want the federal cabinet to launch an independent public inquiry into Canada's COVID-19 response under the Inquiries Act without delay. Yeah. Throughout the pandemic, we have called for such an investigation, and the time is now. We are past the emergency phase of the pandemic. We approach the third-year anniversary of COVID coming into this country. Now is the time for that root-to-branch inquiry. But rather than providing a transparent, independent and comprehensive review of Canada's COVID-19 response, this bill would not do that. The measures do not meet this standard. Rather, this legislation represents an unacceptable attempt to provide the illusion of accountability and oversight with respect to Canada's response to the most severe pandemic we've ever faced. Now, under the Inquiries Act, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Inquiries Act would establish an independent chair of that inquiry. It would empower that inquiry to subpoena witnesses, to order the production of documents, to hold evidence in public and under oath, and it would allow them to retain appropriate experts, including counsel and technical experts, to advise them. Most importantly, this inquiry would be done independent of government and in public. Every Canadian was affected by all governments' pandemic responses, and Canadians have to have confidence that any inquiry that looks at the decisions that were made, the mistakes that were made, is done in an honest way with integrity. I note that experts across this country agree with the position of the NDP. Dr. David Naylor, chair of the Federal COVID-19 Immunity Task Force, former chair of the Federal Review of the 2003 SARS epidemic, has called for an independent review. Richard Fadden, former National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, has called for an independent review. Dr. Adrian Levy, Dr. David Walker, Dr. David Butler-Jones, have all called for such an inquiry. Mr. Speaker, we don't need a citizens' inquiry that's called for by Preston Manning because we don't want this to be a political circus. We don't want a Liberal bill that stick handles this inquiry to safe waters for a whitewash. We don't want a political circus. We don't want a whitewash. The NDP and Canadians want an independent, objective, searching, root to branch inquiry into all aspects of the federal response, preparation and response to COVID-19, and we won't stop until Canadians get that.
Le débat continue, the continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I just want to acknowledge the efforts from the member from Beaches, East York. And I think that we're somewhat losing the perspective of what it is that we're actually debating today. You know, it's almost as if the government presented legislation saying, here is a government what we're proposing to pass. We need to put it in the perspective of private members' hour. We have an individual member of the House that has brought forward a bill that is reflective, no doubt, of the constituents and the people, some of the stakeholders that the member himself has met with. And he's come forward with the proposal, and I've had the opportunity to have a chat with the member. I listened to what it is that the member was saying in introducing his bill. It is very much a private member's bill. In no way does it put in limitations that are being suggested from opposition members or anyone else inside the House. I see it as a positive piece of legislation. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that would be nice to see go into committee. The member himself has indicated, if not directly, indirectly, that he is very much open to changes to the legislation, to other ideas that members might have. And I suspect that offer for changes goes beyond members from any one political party, that in fact it's open to members of all political parties. And I think that point is being lost, Mr. Speaker. I know that there is a huge expectation in terms of where do we go from here with respect to the pandemic. The pandemic is not behind us. There is still a need for governments to monitor and take actions where necessary. We still have some governments at the local levels that are raising the issue of masking again, Mr. Speaker, with the current pandemic. Depending on the region of the country, we have seen policies even this year where we actually had curfew in at least one province. We had mandatory masking. There is a great deal of variations that have taken place, Mr. Speaker. What I see before us today is legislation or proposed legislation, Mr. Speaker, that provides something very tangible that a standing committee can in fact look at. When we talk about that comprehensive study or report, and you start to itemize some of the things that it can look at, and we heard that in a number of the speeches that were being made, including the member that introduced the legislation, Mr. Speaker. No one would question issues such as long-term care and the manner in which both provincial.
I believe we point of order from the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Yes, I don't think that we have quorum in the House, Mr. Speaker.
I believe we'll have a quorum call, so we'll do a count. Yeah, 2 online. We're good. I believe we do have quorum. The honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Mr. Speaker, quorum doesn't necessarily reflect that on the entire other side of the House.
We're going to do that again. We can't say whether someone's here or not. We had a quorum call. The quorum call is good. Therefore, the member has the floor.
I was just going to say only one person on the other side of the House. There's absolutely nothing wrong with indicating that there's only one side of the House. Well, other members might say one Conservative. I won't say that. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that here we are in private members' hour. And
I think we have a point of order. There you go. Let's all just take a big deep breath. The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a private member's bill of substance, a private member's bill that has a positive impact that reflects what has been taking place over the last 2.5 years. And I don't want to play games on the legislation. I want to recognize the legislation for what it is. It is something that reflects a very real and genuine need, and it gives specific direction as to what it is the government can actually do. Not only the government, but the entire House of Commons. And to try to imply that this is in fact a government initiative, I think is doing a disservice to private members. To try to play the quorum game on a private member's bill does a disservice to private members' hour, Mr. Speaker. I really, truly believe that. And I would hope that we'll at least put a pause on that game until we get through private members' hour. Mr. Speaker, issues such as border controls, supply issues, stockpile issues, supports for real people during issues such as pandemics. Think in terms of the human resources that are necessary, not to mention outside stakeholders like the Red Cross or our Canadian forces. There are so many dynamics at play. And we have a piece of legislation that has been brought forward by a private member to try to be an answer going forward. Are there things that we can learn from the last 2.5 years? Every member of the Liberal caucus will tell you yes. There are things that we can be learned from this process. I would like to think that all members from all sides of the House would recognize that value. Put the partisanship to the side for a moment and say, here's legislation that would be good to see go to a committee. Mr. Speaker, if you were to take a look at the many times in which I have debated on private members' hour, it's not that often that I'll be as bold to say, let's get this legislation to a committee on private members' business, Mr. Speaker. But I do believe that this legislation is something that's relevant to the time in which we are experiencing today. It does not prevent other forms of inquiries. It does not prevent other standing committees to look at what has taken place. I am one of many members of Parliament that have recognized that we have had to make decisions in a fairly quick fashion. I have acknowledged in the past and will continue, it has not been perfect. There have been some mistakes. But when you spend literally billions of additional dollars, when you create programs from virtually nothing, Mr. Speaker, there are going to be mistakes. There are things that have taken place during the pandemic that we can all learn from. And I can tell you, it's not just Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. whether it's provincial governments, municipal governments, or even school boards. Not to mention, I suspect you'll find Indigenous community leaders and Indigenous communities in general. All of us have played a role in making the types of decisions. And having that comprehensive study with the idea of having a report on a 3 or 5 year basis. In the legislation it says 3. The member himself says he's open to changes on that. It seems to me that that is the responsible thing to be doing. I don't quite understand why it is other members would be opposing the legislation. I anxiously wait for a vote because I do believe if we were to consult with our constituents, this is the type of legislation they want us to get behind unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for private members' business has now expired, and the candidate's name is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Today, government orders, resuming consideration of government business number 22, extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Scheer.
When we left it, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton had used up about 3 minutes of her time, so 7 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I want to remind you that I'm splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon West. So here we are again. I was in the process of just recapping a little bit of history on the draconian motions that the Liberal government continues to bring. And so I had described Motion 6 in 2016, same thing, you know, wanting to basically extend hours and, basically obstruct. And that, of course, was where Elbowgate came from. The Prime Minister was upset because there was legislation pending and many amendments were brought. And so that evening, turned into that fiasco. But, the government then withdrew Motion 6. They realized that it had pushed everyone too far, and it was very undemocratic. In fact, I had quoted the member from New Westminster Burnaby, who said that the motion was fundamentally anti-democratic. Now, the NDP seems to be supporting their costly coalition now, but at the time, he said it was fundamentally undemocratic. And so then, they came again with Motion 11, sitting till midnight, but not everybody sitting till midnight. The Liberals and the NDP will be able to be home in their pajamas on Motion 11, right? Because it's no quota. They don't have to have a certain number of people in the House, which is actually a constitutional requirement to have 20 in the House. So they're recommending something that's not even constitutional back on Motion 11. Now, the irony is they've brought now Motion 22, which is twice as bad as Motion 11, and mathematically, you'll see the irony there. Anyway, what I would say is that, on the one hand, you'll hear the Liberal members say that they're trying to give us more time to debate. But actually, that only happens when Liberal and NDP members would be here, which they've just said they don't have to be because you don't have to have a quorum. So, I think that it's a little bit insincere there. The other thing I would say is when the government continually moves time allocation, and they promised not to do that. When they were first elected in 2015, back in the old sunshiny days, we're never going to move time allocation. Now they're moving it all the time. So, I think they see that rushing things through the House can be disastrous. We saw that on C11. All kinds of draconian measures used to force it at committee and shut, time allocated at committee to get it over the Senate. And now you can see there's so many flaws in the bill that the Senate is taking quite a bit of time and likely to bring numerous amendments. And so that's why we have to have time here in this House for reasonable debate. And debate means that people have to not just speak, but also be heard. And in order for that to happen, you have to have an audience, which of course Motion 22 will eliminate. And the role of the opposition is to point out what is not good about legislation that comes before the House. And, it does no good at all for us to point it out if nobody is listening to what is being said. I find it particularly awful that, the Liberals will talk about family balance and trying to promote more women to come into politics. And we have had the member from Fort McMurray, the member from Shefford that are young mothers stand up and say, this is not good for family balance, this motion. It's not that people don't want to work, but, if you want to encourage more women to come in, these kinds of measures are not encouraging them. And so I think there's a lot of hypocrisy for the government to talk on the one hand about, getting more women in politics and promoting that, and on the other hand, putting draconian measures like this in place where mothers with young babies don't need to be here at 11:30 at night debating legislation. The committee resources I'm very concerned about, and so that's really the amendment that the CPC have brought. We have seen that there has been a lot of trouble at committees, getting interpreters, committees not being able to extend their hours when there are important issues because there's just not the resources. And so I think it's a valid concern that was brought by the member from Regina Capel to say, look, we want to guarantee that we're not going to be shortchanged at committee because perhaps at the end of the day, that's what the government is trying to do. Escape the examination that they get at committee. In a minority government, we can actually try to get to the heart of issues that the government would like no transparency on. And so I think the amendment that has been brought is a good one. Really, I think overall, I've seen an erosion of our democracy. So I do think that this motion is fundamentally undemocratic, but I would add it to the list of attacks on our democratic rights and freedoms here in this country. I mean, we talk about freedom of speech, and we've seen a continual onslaught from this government, C10, C36, C11, freedom of the media, freedom of the press. We've got C18 at Heritage Committee right now, and lots of concerns about that bill. The freedom of religion and the erosion of freedom of religion in this country, from hiring a consultant that's an anti-Semite to advise the government on anti-racism, to having 15 Christian churches burned down in Canada, and crickets from that side. Crickets. So I'm very concerned. I see the rising of Chinese influence in our elections. 3 police stations that China has claimed are in Toronto. And what is the government doing about any of this? Nothing. So I think, this motion is just another in a long line of erosion of our democracy. And so I certainly am not going to support it. And I can't believe that the NDP are going to support the government when before they said this kind of a motion was fundamentally undemocratic. I understand in no way why this costly coalition exists. The NDP got in bed with the Liberals to get 10 sick days. They passed the legislation in December last year, and they've never enacted it. Dental care for everybody. They got it for children under 12 and poor families that are mostly covered in other provincial programs and nothing else coming until after the next election. And pharmacare, crickets, absolute crickets. So why is the NDP supporting the government on this draconian, anti-democratic motion that is intended to take away the accountability of government? I have no idea. I certainly am not going to support it, and my Conservative colleagues will not either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can explain to those that are following the debate that when the Conservatives say that they want to be able to speak to legislation, and then when they are provided the opportunity to ensure that there's going to be more time to actually speak to the legislation that they want to speak to, but they are actually opposing the ability of their caucus colleagues to be able to speak to legislation. It doesn't make any sense to me, Mr. Speaker. Many would see it as being somewhat hypocritical. Does the member believe that maybe there might be some merit to that argument, given that they're in opposition to a motion that's going to give them more time to speak?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader for the question. But actually, we're not looking for more time to speak. We're looking for more time for debate. That means we bring points about what's wrong with the legislation, and the government hears them and negotiates with the various parties to come to agreements about how to fix bills that are bad. Speaking into the air when there are no members of the government there because there's no quorum required per this motion is not debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'll ask a question because I felt, well, she named me during her speech. Once again, I'm told by the Liberals and the New Democrats that there's virtual parliament, so it's okay for a mother, but participating in virtual parliament, well, it's still parliament. At night at home, when I'm at home, I'll have my baby in my arms when I'm sitting for debates that are extended for political reasons, and this shows that the Liberal government is feminist in word, but when it's time for concrete deeds to show, well, it's shown that around the world that parliamentary schedules need to be regular hours to allow young women to participate. So it's time for them to walk the talk, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy de Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from the bloc for her question. Mothers work very hard. It's not acceptable to have mothers working until midnight giving speeches. And I think we need to follow the example of other countries that have balanced work and family. And I think that's the correct response, and we need to have it here.
Commentaire, questions, and the Honourable Member for Eagle Creek, Carlton Trail.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask my colleague a question. Thank you for your comments. I think she has made some excellent points. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the member would agree that the bottom line here is that their coalition partner, the government's coalition partner, doesn't like voting for time allocation or closure. So this is what they're left with. This is the draconian measure that they are left with, and that they are doing it under the guise of giving members more time to speak. Would she agree with that assessment?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I would agree with the member. I think the NDP has no credibility left whatsoever because their position has always been they're opposed to time allocation, but they support the government on time allocation. They try to call the government out for driving up the cost of home heating and gasoline, but on the other hand, they're supporting the government to triple the carbon tax. So, there's nothing but hypocrisy there. And I think the people that were supporting the NDP are asking the question, well, why would we ever vote NDP again? Because you're going to get the Liberals anyway. So I think that's a real conundrum for them, and certainly I would say that it's a problem. Thanks.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon West. And of course, we're debating this motion tonight, which is the latest attempt by the NDP Liberal coalition to change the rules of Parliament to make up for their incredible incompetence when it comes to moving legislation through this House. As Jody Taylor said, lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on my part. An even better quote comes from Peter Green when he says, "The marvelous thing about lack of planning is that failure comes as a complete and utter surprise." The Liberals constantly fail with these parliamentary rules, the current rules, so now they think that changing the rules will somehow make it better for them. Mr. Speaker, I could talk about this motion's effect on resources like our translators, who do such a great job, and the great strain that this will add to them. I could talk about this motion's effect on our committees and the likelihood that many of those meetings will be cancelled. But rather than that, I think my time is better spent reminding the Liberals of the true priorities of Canadians, the things that they wish the Prime Minister was focused on, instead of arcane parliamentary procedures. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians are aware of the carbon tax. The Prime Minister has imposed it on Canadians against their wishes. Yes, for some, those who cycle their bikes through the Toronto skyscrapers of Bay Street or who have huge mansions in the Rosedale district, taxing people who drive cars seems like manna from heaven. For these people that live in the Liberal Finance Minister's riding, it's a curiosity to them that people in places like Saskatoon need to drive to work every day and struggle to pay their bills. That's because it's people in Saskatoon who are paying the carbon tax that the Finance Minister gives to those people living in downtown Toronto. So it's no wonder that she never meets a carbon tax that she doesn't embrace and impose on Canadians. The newest version is the Liberal so-called Clean Fuel Standard. I say so-called because it is simply a second carbon tax in disguise. Just as Shakespeare wrote, "A rose by any other name would smell as sweet," to the Finance Minister, it's a nationwide carbon tax under another name, and it smells very sweet to her. Unfortunately, it's actually the stench of the carbon tax being tripled on all Canadians. Yes, between the planned tripling of the existing federally imposed carbon tax on my province of Saskatchewan, plus the additional second carbon tax, residents of Saskatoon will be pushed to the breaking point. The odor of these carbon taxes is so overwhelming that it wafts all over this House from the Finance Minister. Not only does she promote it, but she wears it like a perfume. It's not a pleasant smell to the people in Saskatoon. They want the government to get rid of this carbon tax rather than wasting time on arcane parliamentary procedures like this motion does. Conservatives will continue holding the NDP Liberal coalition to account for their endless tax increases on fuel and home heating. We welcome the opportunity to debate in this House because Canadians want us to fight for the things that matter to them, like the rising cost of living. Mr. Speaker, Christmas is not going to be a merry time of year for many Canadians. Record Liberal inflation has forced people to buckle down on their spending. This year, 30% of Canadians are expecting to cut down on gifts and dinner with their families to cope. It's no surprise why. Thanks to this government's inflationary policies, the price of everything continues to skyrocket. Printing money to pay for their excessive spending has gotten us to where we are today. More money chasing fewer goods equals, you guessed it, higher prices. During Thanksgiving, we saw the impact of this when holiday staples like turkey were up 15%, bread up 13%, and potatoes up 22%. These price increases are on top of the Liberals' plan to triple the carbon tax on everyday essentials like groceries, gasoline, and home heating. And the Finance Minister's solution of simply cancelling Disney Plus subscriptions isn't going to cut it this Christmas season for families who are barely scraping by. She doesn't get it. Canadians want action on the inflation crisis, not changes to the House of Commons procedures. One really has to wonder how much humbug this Prime Minister really has as Christmas approaches. Disney Plus is about to launch the new Santa Claus franchise based upon the beloved Tim Allen movies of a while back. Does she really want to strip Canadians of the joy that Tim Allen delivers, or is it because Tim Allen self-describes himself as a small C conservative that she really wants Disney Plus cancelled? Mr. Speaker, is it any wonder the Liberals have 3 internet censorship bills they are trying to ram through Parliament? Canadians are getting clobbered by 40-year inflation highs and massive interest rate hikes while the Prime Minister tries to find more ways to skirt accountability. Today's motion comes as no shock. The Liberals once again are trying to avoid transparency. They want to ram through their plans to triple the carbon tax on fuel, groceries, and home heating, and limit the ability of committees to investigate the $54 million Arrive scam scandal and how Liberal friends got rich during the pandemic. We've seen this before. When things don't go the Prime Minister's way, he tries to run down anything in his path. Remember the We Charity scandal, where the Liberals tried to give $500 million to the Prime Minister's friends. When they were caught, they shut down Parliament for more than 5 weeks. And this cancelled all the work of Parliament, causing them to start again at square one, a huge waste of parliamentary resources. What about the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister fired Canada's first Indigenous Justice Minister and Attorney General because she wouldn't give in to his demands? Canadians remember and will not be fooled by Liberal corruption. They know today's motion is an attempt by the Prime Minister to give himself a majority by stealth. And they know this motion is nothing more than a power grab that will limit the opposition's ability to hold them to account. Conservatives will continue to demand accountability from this government and fight their inflation-causing agenda. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's not an easy task standing up to the Liberals day in and day out. Take this motion that we're debating today, for instance. We're only here because the Liberals have a lapdog in the NDP that does their every bidding. The government knows they can bring forward any outrageous measure, skirt any ethical law, break any democratic norm, and the NDP will wag their tails and bark on command. People used to have this mythical image of the NDP, the so-called conscience of Parliament. What a sorry lot these current NDP are compared to Tommy Douglas, Ed Broadbent, Jack Layton, and Tom Mulcair. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are frightened by the anticipated increases in home heating costs, expected to rise anywhere from 30 to 100% this winter. Some may count on the NDP to deliver more than time on Twitter in such a crisis. Sadly, all they're getting are retreats of Liberal policy. In October, the Conservatives moved a motion to remove the carbon tax on home heating. What did the NDP do? They voted alongside their costly Liberal coalition partners to make heating even more expensive. Unfortunately, this pattern is all too familiar. We're seeing it firsthand today with the NDP support of the government's motion to end accountability and fast-track their legislation without scrutiny. They may pretend to be opposed on Twitter, but when it's time to face the music, they vote to prop up this corrupt government at every turn. Canadians simply cannot afford more inaction from the NDP. While the NDP continue to increase the cost of living, Conservatives will hold this government to account for their cruel tax hikes and wasteful spending. And when we form government, we will axe the carbon tax and cap government spending so Canadians can finally get ahead. The NDP are the Liberal government enablers, as it is their complicity in the drive-by corruption, ethical lapses, and general war on the Canadian taxpayer that is hurting people in this country. This is the real world, and the NDP Liberals are hurting Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister seems to live in a fairy tale, in a land where Canadians don't need to drive their cars to work in the morning and can afford to live in million-dollar mansions in Toronto. To her, the carbon tax is actually helping us. Never mind the millions of Canadians struggling to choose between putting 3 meals on the table or heating their homes. The Finance Minister and the Liberals believe their plan to triple carbon taxes is going to help you get ahead. They believe that printing more money to pay for their reckless spending and raising interest rates will be good for you. Unfortunately for them, they're in for a rude awakening. Canadians are on the brink. While the Prime Minister stays in $6,000 per night hotels and jet sets around the world, the carbon tax, combined with the NDP Liberal money printing deficits, has turned Canada into a country where mothers are putting water in their children's milk because they can't afford increases in food prices, where 1.5 million people are turning to food banks, and thousands are skipping meals just to get by. This isn't a fantasy either. These are real people across the country hurting because of this government's refusal to listen to anyone besides the downtown elite classes. Mr. Speaker, as we debate this motion, we see a stark contrast between the NDP Liberals on one side of Parliament. Theirs is a vision of high taxes, high gas and food prices, rampant corruption, and no accountability. They're ramming this very motion through this House to allow for more opportunities to impose their vision of carnage on the Canadian public. On this side of Parliament stands the Conservative Party, led by our new leader. Our new leader is a man who is singularly focused on delivering solutions to fix the cost of living crisis. He will cut taxes. He will allow newcomers to work in the jobs they were trained in. And he will make life more affordable for average working Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member spent a lot of his time talking about budgetary measures, and let me pick up on that in the form of a question. The first major economic policy statement that really came out of the current leader of the Conservative Party was to recommend to Canadians that they should invest in cryptocurrency as a way to combat inflation. We all know that turned into a dud, Mr. Speaker. Now we hear again and again coming from the Conservative Party that they will abolish the price on pollution. Now, the price on pollution that Ottawa has implemented does not cover the entire country. There are provinces that have their own price on pollution. Ours is a backstop. Is it the Conservative Party's position that they will mandate all provinces to get rid of any form of price on pollution? Is that it?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. Obviously, he's not paying a lot of attention to our leader, and I guess I can understand that. Our leader has a very clear, very simple message. He is concerned about the cost of living for Canadians. He is going to work very hard to undo some of the terrible Liberal policies that have caused inflation to go out of control, for interest rates to go so high that are causing all the problems that I mentioned in my speech. people that are not able to afford their daily necessities of life. And that is directly because of policies instituted by this government. And those are the messages, that's the message that our leader is talking about every single day, and that is his singular focus.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic. I hear the honourable member talking about our time on social media. I want to welcome him to TikTok. Much of his comments here are very similar to his rhetoric online. He talks about the dumpster fire that is the economy, but he doesn't have the guts to talk about the arsonist. So my question through you to him, while the Liberals bemoan on and on and on about the cost of living and the high cost of food, why don't they have the courage to take on the fact that companies like Loblaws take in $1 million a day in profit? Why don't the Conservatives have the courage to actually go after the arsonists of this economy so that members like the people in his constituency can actually afford to eat while the ultra wealthy in this country keep cashing in on this disgusting use of price gouging and corporate greed?
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I think it gives me a great opportunity to point out something I mentioned in my speech, and that is the fact that the NDP members, whether it's on Twitter or even in this House, talk as if they oppose the government, talk as if they're unhappy with the government, and yet whenever it comes to a vote, they support the vote every single time. They support this Liberal government every single time, regardless of what they say. And so I think what's really important to remember is it doesn't matter what people say, it matters what they do. And I think we see what this NDP does every single day in this House is voting to support this corrupt Liberal government every single time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, there's a lot to be said in regards to what we've been witnessing over the last number of hours. Contrast that to what we've seen from the official opposition over the last couple of years. And for those that are following the debate, I'm going to try to use the experience that I've accumulated over the last 30 years as a parliamentarian to try to maybe shed some light in regards to what it is that the Conservative Party is actually doing. I don't come to this lightly. I served for about, just over 20 years in opposition. So I understand what it is that the opposition is attempting to do. I have also now had the privilege of being on the government benches for a number of years, Madam Speaker. And when I reflect in terms of what I've been witnessing over the last couple of years, the first thing that comes to my mind is the political agenda of the Conservative Party when it comes to the legislative process here in the House of Commons. It's actually fairly simple and straightforward for them. It is to, if at all possible, prevent any type of legislation to pass through the House of Commons. The only time we will see legislation pass through the House of Commons is if the Conservative Party is shamed into supporting legislation, or it accidentally slips through because they weren't necessarily paying attention, or it is something in which they really want to see pass, and that is very, very rare, Madam Speaker. So they use the issue of delay tactics to try to frustrate the government. Because what they want to be able to say is the government has no legislative agenda, that they weren't able to get things passed. And I suspect with very little research, we could find quotes where the Conservatives are, in fact, critical of us for not being able to pass a legislative agenda. It's almost like, sitting on the sidewalk, watching people walk by and extending your leg to trip the person and say, "How come you fell?" The Conservatives are intentionally wanting to prevent government's legislative agenda from passing. And they come up with a wide variety of tools in order to do just that, Madam Speaker. And then they get upset when the government says, well, we are going to continue to push through legislation in the best way that we can, Madam Speaker. And today it's a minority government. That means it requires us to get at least one opposition party to assist us in passing legislation. And if we can't get the assistance of at least one political party, given the Conservative Party's approach to legislation, we would not be able to pass a legislative agenda. And we have a very aggressive number of pieces of legislation that are so important for us to...
The honourable member for Carlton Trail...
Madam
Eagle
Speaker,
Creek.
I
Yes.
don't believe we have quorum.
We have 21 people in the House, and we have one online. So we do have quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I do rise on a point of order myself. Madam Speaker, on a point of order. My concern is that if the Conservatives continue to stand up and call for a quorum, I don't want that to take away from my cumulative time. I believe I'm given 20 minutes. So whether members stand up on a point of order or they continue to want to call quorums, that they should be aware that it doesn't take away from my time. Am I not correct in that assessment?
Secretary is correct. No time is taken.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the Conservative Party, it is a game. And the best way I can illustrate that game is just to talk about the motion itself that is before the House. You see, the Conservative Party will say that we want to be able to have more debate. And that's why they get all upset when the government is forced to bring in time allocation. If we bring in time allocation on a piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, they will stand up and scream and holler from their seats saying, we have more members that want to speak. We have more members that want to speak. How dare you bring in time allocation?
Where are they?
That's what they'll do, Madam Speaker. So then the government works with an opposition party in order to try to get legislation passed through where we bring in the time allocation. And then the Conservative Party will, in fact, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party will then almost like collapse with their debate on that legislation. So if we want to get something through the House of Commons, we have to bring in time allocation, unless, of course, the Conservative Party is feeling very merciful, or they've been shamed into supporting something that doesn't require us to bring in the time allocation. So their excuse is that we have more people that want to speak to the legislation. What does this motion actually do? If this motion were to pass today, Madam Speaker, is it enables the government, not on its own, but the government to work with any other opposition party where we have a majority inside the House then that are prepared to say, we want to be able to sit an extended number of hours. In other words, it allows for more time to debate legislation. One would think that if the Conservative Party is so preoccupied about ensuring that more of their members get to speak on legislation, that they would support that initiative. But that is not the case. And this is not the first time that it's being done. Is it that the Conservative Party does not believe that they should work late into the evening? Millions of Canadians work past 6 o'clock in the evening, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of thousands work past midnight, Madam Speaker. Liberal and New Democratic members of this House are not scared to work. If it means that we have to pass legislation by working the extra hours, we will do that, Madam Speaker. Because the legislation that we are passing is of substance. It is there to support Canadians through the pandemic. It is there to provide national programs such as the dental care program, Madam Speaker. It is budgetary measures that enable the government to do all sorts of wonderful things for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. There's a limited amount of days in order for us to pass through all the measures that need to be passed through. Whether it's budgetary measures, whether it is legislative measures, whether it's all different types of forms of debate that the government is ultimately responsible to bring forward to the House. It doesn't take, an incredible effort to prevent any piece of legislation from being passed if there is no time allocation. I could take 10 high school students from Sisler High, Maples, R.B. Russell, Children of the Earth, or St. John's High School, allow me the opportunity to take any 10 high school students, and I can prevent legislation from passing, Madam Speaker, under the current rules. If the Conservative Party genuinely wanted to contribute to debate on legislation, that's being accommodated through this particular motion. But that's not their real reason, Madam Speaker. Their real reason is demonstrated by their behavior. Imagine here we are working during the day, and the Conservatives say, they'll stand up, I move adjournment, where they're trying to end, they want to shut down the House, shut down debate. They've done that on many occasions. Imagine, they have two Conservatives that want to speak to a bill, one stands up, another one stands up, say, I move that other person be heard. Why? To cause the bells to ring, Madam Speaker, not to facilitate debate. Why is it that whenever there's a concurrence motion coming from the opposition benches, it is always, without exception, during government business, Madam Speaker, to prevent debate on government bills? These are all tactics that the opposition, the Conservatives, are so focused on. And this isn't normal times. Going through a pandemic, when there's extra legislation that is necessary, as the government has been so focused on ensuring that we have an economy that works for all Canadians, a government that's focused on ensuring that we're there to have the backs of Canadians during a worldwide pandemic, and now a worldwide recession or an inflation that is hitting Canadians too, Madam Speaker, even though our inflation rate is less than what's taking place in the USA and many other countries in Europe, Madam Speaker. We're bringing forward legislation to provide real, tangible relief at a time in which Canadians need that relief. But we have a Conservative Party that is more focused on political gains to prevent legislation from passing, Madam Speaker. If only Canadians knew how it is that the Conservative Party is behaving on the floor of the House of Commons. And I don't say that lightly. As I indicated at the beginning, I've spent over 20 years in opposition. You don't have to be such a destructive force. There's many positive ways in which you can contribute and still be a strong official opposition, Madam Speaker. Members on this side of the House and others are frustrated with the leadership that's coming from the Conservative Party. Because, Madam Speaker, we want to be there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. And the games that are being played, they indicate, well, it's not democratic. Well, Madam Speaker, that's really a weird statement to make when we're saying here's more time for debate, and we're being accused of being anti-democratic because we want to give them more time for debate. Something in which they have been asking for. But it doesn't fit their agenda, Madam Speaker. You see, because when they say they want more time for debate, what they're really talking about is they don't want to work beyond the normal hours. Because if we work beyond the normal hours, then that means they have to work a little harder in order to filibuster debate, Madam Speaker. Because it means that they might have to sit past 7 o'clock in the evening. They might even have to go to midnight in order to continue to filibuster legislation. If they were genuine in their thoughts, you know, remember from Kingston and the government House Leader and others inside the House use S5 as an example. And I think it is a wonderful example. S5, every Canadian has the right to a healthy environment. Remember the debate? Well, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives, every member of the House supported that legislation. Everyone wanted to see it go to standing committee. The Conservative Party just couldn't get enough of wanting to debate that piece of legislation, even though they played some games. Now, I didn't do the research, but I suspect that if I did, Madam Speaker, you'll likely find that they probably moved concurrence, that they probably did what they can to kill time, even on legislation that they support. Legislation that is universally well accepted. All we want to do is just get it through committee. Yet they put up speaker after speaker after speaker. If we would have approached them and say, hey, look, I'll tell you what, in order for you to accommodate all your speakers, why not continue it on into the evening? Oh, no, they don't want to do that. You know, the mics before us, they work after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's now 7 o'clock. If we sat till midnight, that's the wonderful thing about the House of Commons. You know, we have a civil service. We have a wonderful group of people, whether they're our security, our Hansard, the clerk, its offices, the administration that allows this House to operate. Truly amazing. They do a fantastic job. And you know, they respond to the needs of this House so that when there is an emergency debate that is requested and the Speaker allows it, we're able to sit and debate that emergency debate. When the government proposes a take-note debate, that they're there to support that into the evening. When there's a need for us to sit later in the evening to facilitate more debate, they'll be there for us in order to ensure that that takes place, as well as it should be. This is Canada's focal point on our democracy. I don't need a lesson of democracy from the Conservative opposition when I see the ways in which, and believe you me, there is opportunities for opposition parties to abuse the rules, and we have been witnessing that, Madam Speaker. When I sat in opposition, when Stephen Harper brought in time allocation after time allocation well over 100 times, and that's when he was in a majority government situation, I even stood up and I defended him on more than one occasion, saying at times there's a need to bring in time allocation. Because unlike opposition, Madam Speaker, we don't have programmed legislation. You know, opposition day, they know you bring in a motion at the end of the week or within 10 days, there's going to be a vote on it and it moves on. The government doesn't have that. There is no programming. Some jurisdictions do. Maybe that's what we need to be looking into, Madam Speaker. I supported programming when I was in opposition in the Manitoba legislature. It's not an advantage to the government or a disadvantage to the opposition. There's all sorts of checks and balances you can put into place. As I say, you give me 10 students and never bring in time allocation or any sort of a closure, I could prevent anything from passing. Madam Speaker, the issue is when you have a majority of the House that have in essence said that, look, it's time that we move on to some other debate, that it's time that that legislation go to committee, that there is a need to recognize that fact and allow it to go to committee. Remember, it's not just, when you think of the legislative process, First reading doesn't really consume time from the House, but second reading does. Report stage does. Third reading does. And then often you will get amendments that come back in from the Senate, which requires more time. That's one piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. Take a look at the substantial legislation that we have brought forward. And I've got a list, Madam Speaker, and because of limited time, I won't go through the entirety. But I can tell you that we're talking about dozens of pieces of legislation, of substance, that's putting money in people's pocket, that's there to protect small businesses, that's there to modernize legislation that hasn't been modernized for decades. It's a substantial legislative agenda. So is there any wonder why a majority of the House is saying, not just the Liberals, a majority of the members of Parliament that is saying that, look, one of the ways in which we can try to get some of this legislation through and allow for more debate opportunities is by extending the hours. Yet you will get the Conservatives, and I'm going to hold out and see what the Bloc actually do on this. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would like to think that the Bloc would support the need. It's nothing new. It's not like democracies, parliaments, whether they're at the provincial or national level, have not brought in motions of this nature in the past. It's not uncommon. It's important for us to recognize the core of the issue of this motion is to say, if there's a majority of members of Parliament on the floor of the House of Commons that want to see an extended sitting hours, that we can actually have that take place. We can sit more hours in order to accommodate debate. Madam Speaker, to me, that is a strong positive. I don't believe for a moment that you can say no to this and then criticize the government for not allowing for debate on legislation. And that's how I would conclude my remarks to my Conservative friends. If you vote no to this motion, what you're really saying is you do not need the additional time to debate legislation. Because if you're not saying that, then what you're really saying is that you don't want to sit extra hours. It's got to be one of the two. It has to be one of those two, Madam Speaker. Unless, of course, it's we don't want to pass any legislation whatsoever and we want to continue to play games and frustrate the House. I'll let the individuals that follow the debate to determine which one they think it is, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that the Conservatives will turn the page and realize the benefits and pass this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre? No, sorry. Edmonton West, yes, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I can't imagine, should this bill pass, Canadians being subjected to that member speaking again and again and again in this House. He clearly has a very dysfunctional relationship with the truth about late sittings. One of the biggest problems we have with the late sittings is the lack of resources. We do not have enough translators. We do not have interpreters. We are in the risk of losing our committees. We have, and right now in the Operations Committee, we're studying the ineptness and possible corruption of this government with the ArriveCan app. Public accounts, we hear just today, billions spent, and the Auditor General noting that billions spent on the homeless is actually not helping. And yet we see this government selfishly trying to push through midnight sittings and falsely saying it's because we don't want to work. We need to work on these issues in committee as well. So will the member tell us, will he guarantee his government will ensure every single committee sits, not a single minute of committee will be missed or ended early because of their shameful action to limit debate in this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure the member that if this motion passes, that there will be more hours of debate to be able to cover a wide spectrum of different issues. I see that as a positive thing. In my history here on the Hill, and I would even suggest while I was an MLA, there has never been a shortfall of supports to ensure that the chamber itself is able to fulfill the mandates that have been given to those fundamental democratic principles here on the floor of the House of Commons. And I have confidence in those individuals to ensure that, as I pointed out, whether it's security, the Hansards, the TV, the tables, the Speaker's chair, the translators, and they do a fantastic job, I must say, Madam Speaker, that they will be here to support us. After all, this is the center of democracy in Canada, and the members shouldn't be concerned about the chamber not being able to have the proper resources in order for us to hit.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again, I have a little bit of trouble following our colleague. Why? Because he doesn't have substantive arguments to justify his party's position. And secondly, and this is the main reason, I find it disrespectful to call the members of Parliament lazy because they don't want to go forward with Motion 22. Now, that being said, I might remind our honourable colleague that it is his government who decided to prorogue Parliament, and not very long ago, it is his government who decided to go forward with a needless election, and we wasted a lot of time with that. And all of a sudden, it's a big emergency. We have to pass all this legislation. So we are somewhat suspicious then about this supposed emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It does not need to be suspicious. The motion is very straightforward. And the question that the member has to ask himself is, does the member believe that there might be a need for additional debate time on a wide spectrum of potential issues? And if he believes the answer to that is yes, and a majority of the majority of MPs in the House of Commons today agree, then there will be additional time for members to debate. That's what this motion does. Now, whether the member supports that, it's really not that much more complicated than what I just finished stating. So if the member supports additional potential time for members to be able to debate legislation, he should be supporting this. Whatever the House leadership team of his political party is telling him, I can assure him that that is in fact the essence of what we're voting on.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if the member could talk a little bit about hybrid parliament and the opportunity to be able to actually engage in those debates, because I find over time that many times I've been speaking in this House, and you know it's an opportunity for more folks to be involved, because a lot of times we see with what's happening on right now with COVID, and more so, that people are in a position where they're not able to attend in the House every day.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I truly appreciate the question. The member is right. You know, when you take a look at the hybrid system, are there things that we can do to modernize our Parliament that would in fact make it a better, a friendlier environment, in particular for our constituents? If there's ways in which we can allow for members of Parliament to be serving their constituents, whether it's in British Columbia or Nova Scotia or in my home province of Manitoba, by, for example, giving a speech through a hybrid or being able to vote in their constituency, I see that as a positive thing, and I'm very much open to it. I anxiously await the report that's going to be coming from the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, which is chaired by a very dear friend of mine, and I'm hoping that we will see certain aspects of what we've been able to put into place over the last couple of years put into our permanent standing orders. Voting applications, wonderful things. I think that's there's other things that we could look at, and I anxiously await the report coming from Proc.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was so nice to hear the member refer to the work that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is doing in order to ensure that more members can actually participate and actually also do the important work that we do within our constituencies. I listened to the member with great interest, and I wanted to ask the member, in a response that he gave not too long ago, in regards to this motion, it's about the potential of extending hours. It's about ensuring that if members want to participate in debate, that we actually have the ability to have the hours available for them to do so. Because sometimes I know currently tactics are used, such as let the next member be heard, but this way, if we have the ability to extend until midnight, it would actually allow more members to represent more constituencies. And so I just want to understand that, does this government motion mean that we have to extend hours every night, or what is implied by the passage of such a motion? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a good question. Let me give you a very specific answer. Let's talk about Bill S5. Bill S5 had many hours of debate. So what we could have done, if this motion had passed before we passed S5 into committee, Madam Speaker, we would have been able to say to the Conservative opposition or to any other political party that let's have an extra sitting in the evening so that more members would be able to participate in the debate. All this motion does is, if there is a desire from a majority of members in this House, all this motion does is facilitate additional hours so that more debate could be had on a piece of legislation or another agenda item that might be before the House. It's to accommodate more contributions. It takes nothing away from a member's ability to be able to contribute. And that's why, as I say, it's something in which every member of the House should be voting in favor of.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found that a bit rich to hear the member for Winnipeg North trying to teach a lesson to my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille as to how to vote when a motion for a bill is proposed. That being said, we're being criticized. And I know that, it's easy to throw insults around this evening, but it's just hearing that the accusation that the opposition members don't want to work and that we're lazy. Now, often we receive answers that have nothing to do with our questions, and that's a big problem. So if the government actually responded to questions that the opposition members asked, then we wouldn't have to extend the hours. Earlier, I asked a question, a very easy question, not even it wasn't a trap, it wasn't convoluted. I asked the member for Kingston and the Islands, I asked him in M22, why shouldn't they just ask to extend the hours to 16 December instead of 23 June? Why do both sessions have to be included until June? Why do we need to add now all the spring months? So why don't we just go to 16 December? And thanks, but I didn't get an answer. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, whether it's to December or to June, I think the thing to observe here is the fact that it provides the option for a majority of the House, which means it's more than just the government. It requires at least one other opposition party to say, yes, there is value in sitting this evening and to accommodate additional debate. Whether it expired, the member says maybe December 16 would be better. I'm inclined to think that June, why not? Why do we need to revisit this debate on whether or not to allow for more debate? I appreciate the question.
We are going to resume debate with the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the NDP Liberal attack on parliamentary committees in the form of Government Motion 22. This undemocratic motion is a crass attempt at frustrating the work of committees by further limiting their resources. On the face of it, the motion allows the Government House Leader to extend the hours of any sitting of the House to midnight until June 2023. The Liberals say they are simply seeking more time to debate their legislation, but we must look at the broader implications of adopting this motion. With the persistence of virtual Parliament, workplace injuries for interpretation staff have increased 9-fold. Since 2019, there has been a 25% decline in the number of interpreters employed by the Translation Bureau and nearly 40% fewer freelance interpreters available to the House. These unionized professionals work each day to ensure that our business is conducted in both official languages. Yet the Liberals and NDP dismiss the plight of these workers, demanding that our work continue in a hybrid fashion against the objections of interpretation staff. Due to the lack of interpreters, there is a strict limit on how many parliamentary activities that House administration can facilitate in any given sitting week. As a result, every time the hours are extended in the House, 2 committee meetings must be cancelled. 2. Put simply, more time for the House equals less time for committees. Keep in mind the government is in complete control of the House agenda. They determine the business each and every day, including which of their bills will be debated. They have tools at their disposal to cut off debate as they deem appropriate. They even designate which days will be allotted for opposition days. And with the blind support of the hapless NDP, the Liberals have the votes to pass their legislation. In other words, the Liberals are in complete control of the House, propped up by the NDP. But they do not control committees in the same way. Conservatives have secured several committee investigations that are holding the Liberals accountable for their failures. For example, the Government Operations Committee is digging into the $54 million ArriveCan app, including Liberal misinformation reported to this House that contractors were paid millions but didn't receive a dime. That committee is tasked with answering 2 key questions. Where is the money and who got rich? The Heritage Committee is investigating the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion for providing funding to known racist and anti-Semite Laith Marouf. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee is investigating the Prime Minister, who is known for over a year about foreign interference in our elections and is yet to act. The Public Safety Committee is investigating allegations made against the Minister of Emergency Preparedness for the political interference in the investigation into the mass killings in Nova Scotia. Shameful. The Veterans Affairs Committee is looking into allegations that a government employee recommended medically assisted suicide for a veteran struggling with mental health. The declaration of a Public Order Emergency Committee has heard considerable testimony that contradicts the Liberal rationale for invoking the Emergencies Act. The Transport Committee recommended the repeal of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, a Liberal-made organization that has failed to get any infrastructure built. Conservatives on the Foreign Affairs Committee continue to advocate for the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist entity. So this brutal regime, about to execute 15,000 of its own citizens, cannot fundraise and organize in Canada anymore. These are just some examples of how Conservatives are making parliamentary committee work for Canadians. Under Motion 22, this and all work of committees will be restricted and constrained. The motivation for this motion is clear. The Liberals want Parliament to serve only their purposes. To them, Parliament is only useful when they can control it. Canadians expect Parliament to hold the government to account, and Conservatives will fight to maintain the dignity of this institution. There was a time, if you can believe it, when Liberals believed the committee work was essential. In the 2015 election, they made the following promise, quote, "We will strengthen parliamentary committees so that they can better scrutinize legislation. Better government starts with better ideas. We will ensure that parliamentary committees are properly resourced to bring in expert witnesses and are sufficiently staffed to continue to provide reliable, nonpartisan research," end quote. The Liberals made that promise when they still believed that they were the party of sunny ways. But after 7 years of corruption and cover-ups, the mirage of an open, transparent, and accountable government has been exposed. Last week in mainstream media, the government House Leader justified his motion, claiming that Conservatives were employing tactics that amounted to, quote, "parliamentary obstruction by stealth," end quote. The irony of his claim is not lost on me. He is the one, under the pretext of expanding debate in the House, who is attacking committees by stealth. I will address his claim directly. Conservatives do not obstruct for the sake of obstruction. In recent weeks, we've allowed several bills to proceed in a reasonable time frame. We supported the swift passage of Bill C-30 that provided GST tax relief for low-income Canadians. The government did not need to use time allocation to shepherd that legislation through this House. On September 29th, the Conservative member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock, the member with whom I am splitting my time, secured unanimous consent of this House to pass the National Council for Reconciliation Act at second reading and sent it for study at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. We allowed for Bill C-22, the Disability Benefit Act, to be sent to the Human Resources Committee after just 2 days of debate. Again, time allocation was not required. Just before the last constituency week, Conservatives supported Bill S-5 that will strengthen environmental protection in Canada. No time allocation was required. Conservatives can be counted on when the government brings forward proposals where common ground can be found. The government House Leader's accusation about obstruction simply is not true. Having said that, Conservatives are openly opposed to the Liberal agenda. There is nothing stealth about it. We use every tool available in the parliamentary toolbox to both expose Liberal failure and corruption and to propose our ideas for Canadians to consider as an alternative. If the government House Leader had been paying attention, he will know that the new Conservative leader and our Conservative team are putting the people first, their paychecks, their savings, their homes, and their country. We are against deficit-driven inflation. Instead, we demand all new spending be matched with savings found somewhere else. We are opposed to payroll and carbon tax hikes in the middle of this cost of living crisis. We defend energy workers against the Prime Minister's attacks on their livelihoods. We would repeal anti-energy laws like Bill C-69 and remove other Liberal-made barriers to producing our natural resources. We oppose the failed climate change plan of this government that has not achieved a single emissions reduction target. We say no to the oppressive carbon tax and yes to technology in the fight against climate change. We abhor $6,000 a night hotel stays for the Prime Minister while Canadians are visiting food banks in record numbers, 1.5 million in 1 month. We oppose wasteful spending. The $54 million Arrive scam app didn't work. We didn't need it, and it could have been designed over a weekend for about $250,000. We are vocal when the Prime Minister is silent about foreign actors interfering in our elections. We reject Liberal inaction while shelves that should be stocked with children's medication sit empty. We stand with victims, not criminals. As the rates of violent crime have spiked in our cities under this government's soft-on-crime policies. And we oppose this outrageous attempt at seizing control of parliamentary committees. There is nothing stealth about our opposition to the NDP Liberal government. We proudly oppose the costly coalition on all these fronts, in broad daylight for all to see. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if the member was to reflect on Bill S-5, and I use that as an example because it's cited earlier, there was well over 2 dozen plus members from the Conservative benches that actually spoke on the legislation. This is legislation in which all of us inside the chamber, to the best of my knowledge, support it. If the same number of MPs were to speak at every reading on all pieces of legislation, and remember, this is legislation that they supported, Madam Speaker, it would be very difficult to pass anything. Can the member tell the House why it is she feels that allowing for additional debate, such as on S5, is something that she would oppose? Why would they not support providing additional time for members even to speak on legislation that they support?
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. This actually isn't about more time to debate. They've brought up, the Liberals have brought up S5 several times. They didn't like us debating it so long. It doesn't matter whether we oppose or support a bill. Every member in this House is elected to give voice for their constituents. Every member in this House has the right to stand up and talk about whether they support something or they don't, why they support, why they're against. And it is proper parliamentary procedure and part of our jobs here to be active in this House in debate and active in committees when we look over legislation, we do reviews, we do reports. This is the work of this House, all of it, here in the House and in committees. And when they want to extend debate on any given evening, well, here we are, late at night, talking right now, voting late at night. It happens without motion 22.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, AU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The motion seeks, at first glance, to extend sittings until midnight, not to limit debate. At the same time, as my colleague from Shefford was saying, children wouldn't have their parents with them in the evening because it finishes at midnight. As legislators, we work a lot. We have irregular hours without having to add sitting until midnight. So what does my colleague think about that? What should we do?
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm the proud mother of 4 children, but I managed through perhaps both my good fortune and bad parenting to raise them all as a working mother. And they made it. Yay. They're all working. They've all got paychecks. It's really a miracle. But, you know, this is a hard job for working parents. There's no doubt about it. It requires a lot. It requires time away from home. It requires long hours sometimes. And those long hours sometimes happen maybe not always with notice. The concern here is, with this bill, is that the Liberal can trigger late-night sittings to midnight without quorum and without, frankly, much consultation other than with the NDP. And then we're stuck in it for as late as it's going to go, which is midnight. That is hard on parents. And here we are talking about hybrid parliament, debating that. One of the reasons given for it is because of parenting responsibilities. That apparently is out the window with this.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And right now we're looking at Bill C-22 in committee, and we know that many persons with disabilities, this is the bill around the Canada Disability Benefit, and we know many persons with disabilities, many people in Canada are struggling right now with the price of goods. And I just wonder if the member could share if they believe that there is time right now to be able to get to C-22 before we break for the end of the year.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Well, frankly, I'm worried about all committee work and all committee business, because if we are tasked with being in the House till midnight, as I said in my speech, it means we lose 2 committees in that evening, 2. The government has moved of late to not consult with us on which committees when they cancel a committee for something else because of the need for using resources that can only be stretched so far. So we have no confidence that any important bills, any important legislation, even those that we support, and important investigations, many of which I outlined in my remarks, will be able to be finished certainly before the Christmas break.
Debate, the honourable member for Halliburton, Guarda Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise in the House to speak to yet another attempt by this Liberal government to curtail the rights of Parliament. Motion 22 includes a proposal to give the Liberals new power to extend sitting hours in the House through June 2023 to temporarily remove certain procedural tools from the opposition, and for the Prime Minister to adjourn the House early at Christmas and in June without notice or all-party agreement, among other changes. A few years ago, Speaker, I stood in this chamber and spoke to the government's attempt, then Motion 18, to reduce the opportunity for members to hold the government to account by eliminating Friday sittings, automatically time allocating bills, and to eliminate the effectiveness of committees through preventing opposition parties from triggering debates on reports and implementing closure changes to committee. That was back in the spring of 2017, when they were awarded a majority Parliament on the promises of sunnier ways. After 5 years of failed Liberal leadership, they're back at it, this time under a minority government and with the help of their NDP partners. Make no mistake, even after Canadians punished the Liberals with a minority mandate, they still want to rule like they have a majority, completely disregarding the role of opposition and punishing this side of the House when we dare question their record. Committees play an important role in our democracy. It invests parliamentarians with the responsibility to examine legislation, undertake studies on departmental spending, and to hold the government to account for its actions. And I think this is really where the problem lies. Whether it's SNC-Lavalin, the WE scandal, trips to the Aga Khan's village in the tropics, $54 million to arrive can, that scandal, or the use of the Emergencies Act. The Liberals just don't want Canadians digging into their business. Canadians might be wondering what my words here have to do with Motion 22. Well, it's simple. Every time the House sits longer, which the Liberals have the power to do unobstructed by parliamentary tradition and rules, committees get cancelled. And just this morning, Speaker, the Auditor General released a damning report outlining the complete failure at Indigenous Services Canada, and to quote, to provide the support First Nations communities needed to manage emergencies such as floods and wildfires, which are happening more often and with greater intensity, end quote. Finding that, quoting again, the department's actions were more reactive than proactive, despite First Nations communities identifying many infrastructure projects to mitigate the impact of those emergencies. The department actually had a backlog of 112 of those infrastructure projects that communities themselves had identified were eligible, but the department had not funded. The department is also spending 3.5 times more money on responding to and recovering from emergencies such as floods than it would if they actually funded those communities to prepare and mitigate those effects. 3.5 times more. Unbelievable. The revelations, Speaker, of the Auditor General uncovered exactly the kind of things committees need to dig into. And it's exactly those kinds of things that this government is trying to avoid answering questions on. Questions like, why did they provide funding for approximately 190 full-time or part-time emergency management coordinators without any clue whether that was enough capacity to manage those emergencies? Or why high-risk First Nations communities were ignored and not prioritized for resources? Or how Indigenous Services Canada failed to address issues identified after evacuations, like, quote, improving access to essential services like mental health supports and healthcare. The department also did not integrate the impact on marginalized groups, including Indigenous elders, women, and youth, into how emergency services were planned and delivered on First Nations communities, end quote. Or perhaps, it's bad enough, but perhaps most damning, Speaker, is why Indigenous Services Canada officials simply passed the buck and blamed First Nations for their problems in the name of self-governance. The Auditor General found that Indigenous Services Canada did not use information about the risks faced by First Nations and the capacity of First Nations to respond to those emergencies. I quote, "The department provides funding for First Nations communities to develop community vulnerability assessments and emergency management plans. These assessments and plans are important because they help First Nations prepare and mitigate for emergencies by identifying risks and outlining how they will be managed. Departmental officials told the Auditor General that, in the spirit of supporting First Nations self-governance, they did not require First Nations to provide this information to the department," end quote. How the heck can the minister find this acceptable? According to the government's own 2019 Emergency Management Strategy for Canada, every $1 invested in preparedness and mitigation, $6 can be saved in emergency response and recovery costs. Yet Indigenous Services Canada, their total spending on response and recovery activities, $646 million. That was 3.5 times more than its spending on preparedness and mitigation activities at $182 million. This is yet another example of the Liberal government's complete disregard for Indigenous people and their complete disregard for managing taxpayers' money. In Budget 2019, Indigenous Services Canada was allocated approximately $1.4 million over 3 years to support First Nations-led management and engagement on multilateral emergency management service agreements between Indigenous Services Canada, First Nations communities, and provinces or other service providers. Unsurprisingly, the Auditor General found that as of April 2022, although the department had spent almost $790,000, they found that no multilateral agreements were established. Half the money gone, nothing to show for it. It really is unbelievable, Speaker. It was exactly 6 months ago when another parliamentary officer released a report on the mismanagement at Indigenous Services Canada. This time, it was the parliamentary budget officer. That was in May. The parliamentary budget officer's report detailed the Liberals' continued approach of pumping more money into a broken Ottawa-nosed best system that failed Indigenous people. Rather than working with Indigenous leaders to eliminate the inequalities, the inherent, just baked into the bureaucracy, barriers that are holding Indigenous people back from achieving prosperity, this government keeps on pushing its failed policies over and over again. The Parliamentary Budget Officer report found that instead of fixing the problem, the Liberals blew through their budget by $863 million, a 48% increase, which only resulted in, quote, a significant decline in Indigenous Services Canada's ability to actually get the job done. Spend more, Speaker, achieve less. This is yet another example of a report that may never see the inside of a committee room if Motion 22 passes. The Liberals promise the world, Speaker. Then they completely fail to deliver. Again, it's unbelievable, Speaker. Even more unbelievable is that Motion 22 will pass with the support, probably, of their NDP buddies. The New Democrats have said many times that they are committed to undertaking the work of reconciliation in good faith and in true and equal partnership with Indigenous communities across the country. They say they are ready to make investments in Indigenous communities to support infrastructure that improves basic emergency services, and they are against the broken promises and inaction of the Liberal government on those issues. And if it sounds familiar to some of my colleagues, well, it should. It's on the front page of their website. Yet they stand prepared to support this government to eliminate the right of parliamentarians to question and to hold this government to account on life-threatening issues like the ones identified today by the Auditor General. By supporting the Liberals, the NDP will be condoning their continued spend more, achieve less results for Canadian taxpayers and Indigenous people. In an interview in the last election, when asked if he would support the Liberals in Parliament, the leader of the NDP said, and I quote, "I think it's clear with the evidence. Another 4 years of this Prime Minister will make things worse. He has made things bad, and it is going to get worse. So people can't afford another 4 years of this Prime Minister," end quote. During that same election campaign, the NDP put out an ad that claimed that the Prime Minister talks and the leader of the NDP delivers. That said, I'd like to know exactly what my NDP colleagues are delivering by supporting Motion 22.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'll thank the member for his speech because I'm sure he was up all night writing that speech word for word, and he delivered it with such conviction. So I want to thank him. I was actually listening attentively and trying to understand if he was supporting this motion or against it, because part of his comments actually do justify the need for actually more time to debate. And then I listened to some of the comments in regards to committee, and I am chairing the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and we meet every Tuesday and Thursday from 11 to 1, and we as a committee have agreed, because I do agree that we can find consensus and find a way forward, that we would work on foreign election interference, and we've already had 2 meetings with witnesses, and we are working forward to find that way. But this week, just coming out of Remembrance Week, Veterans Week, we actually got 106 forward, and to anybody listening means we had to add a meeting for Procedure and House Affairs, and the committee that was that could not have their time was Veterans Affairs, and all parties agreed to that. So I would like to know what the member thinks about actually taking away time from other committees so that some committees can, have an emergency meeting on an issue that's already been discussed.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank you, the member from Waterloo, for her question. I do appreciate that. Obviously, we want to see committees working in the full capacity that they have. They need to sit and they need to start asking questions and getting answers from the government. And as I pointed out, I did not write that speech all night, so believe it or not. I wrote it this morning because the Auditor General's report had a whole slew of failures in Indigenous services, and there's 3 easy ones. Number 1, Indigenous Services Canada did not provide the support First Nations communities needed to manage emergencies such as floods and wildfires. Number 2, the department did not identify the First Nations communities at the highest risk. And number 3, it spent 3.5 times higher on responding and recovering rather than mitigation and prevention.
Commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech. I have a question. I made a mistake earlier. I asked the colleague from Winnipeg North 2 questions in one, so I had a partial response to one. But he did make an effort to answer a question, but I wanted to ask my Conservative colleague the same question that I asked earlier to the member for Winnipeg North. If the Liberals answered the questions asked during debates and question period, if they answered them well, would it be necessary to extend hours in the House of Commons? If we had answers to our questions, I think the colleague is ready to answer even before I've finished, so I'll let him go ahead. My question's pretty clear, Madam Speaker.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
I appreciate the question from my block friend. I don't know what that actually looks like or sounds like. I've been here 7 years, and they have not answered a question yet, so that would be absolutely new to me. But yes, we have tons of questions on this side of the House. We know where the government's failing. The Auditor General just came out today with a slew of failures that need to be addressed. We need to be asking questions. We need engagement by this government and actually giving answers to the questions that we ask. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're here in this House. This is where the decisions are made. This is where the actual decisions are made here in the House. So I just wanted to ask the member through you, Madam Chair, is how can we make sure that Canadians get the support they need faster in these very, very uncertain and very expensive times?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank you to my friend from the NDP for that question. Yes, these are very challenging times. I think everyone on all sides of this House are getting emails and telephone calls in their offices from Canadians who are struggling with a multitude of crises going on right now, Speaker, and this is why we need to be debating in the House. This is why we want more time to debate issues, because even a simple bill that is proposed, there is always room for change. There is always room for improvement, and we need to be able to get our discussion flowing here, and this is the place to do it. This is the People's House where we're able to let ideas go back and forth and hopefully at the end of the day produce a better piece of legislation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise and participate in this debate, and it's been quite a fruitful conversation taking place today, and clearly there are a variety of opinions. Following off the last commentary, I think it's really important that we do have more time to debate. I know that when I was elected in the 2015 election, I committed to the constituents of the riding of Waterloo that I would listen to the diversity of their perspectives and then have them represented in this place. And there are many different ways to do that, and participating in the debate on the floor of the House of Commons is one such way. And in this chamber, we have demonstrated time and time again that we actually can work together. We can find ways forward, and we saw that when the member for Fundy Royale actually moved a motion to ban conversion therapy in Canada. And we were able to see that swiftly passed through this chamber and sent to the other place. We saw just recently, Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, receive unanimous support and see its advancement. Bill C-22 was referred to, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities, and it actually establishes a disability tax credit, which has been long fought for and wanted and desired. So we were able to get that legislation through second reading, and it's now at committee. And I think to show goodwill, it would see legislation moving at a pace that actually delivers for more Canadians. And so I do know that it's important that we get to this vote, and so I will not stop this House and this chamber from calling the question and making sure that we can vote. But I think something that we've seen time and time again is that most parties know where they stand on legislation, and they want to talk about it rather than call the question. This motion will provide them the opportunity to keep talking about it, but to also call the question. So with that, Madam Speaker, I hope you call the question really quickly. And if the opposition wants, they actually can save us 30 minutes of bells and maybe see us walk in and get to a vote faster. And with the voting application, we can all get to doing our constituency work and so forth. So Conservatives have options should they wish to use them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 8 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of government business number 22, now before the House. The question is as follows. Shall I dispense? Thank you. The first vote is on the amendment, and the amendment by Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Bazan, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended in paragraph A by replacing the words "and that such a request shall be deemed adopted" with the words "and provided that if the clerk of the House personally guarantees that there would be no consequential cancellation or reduction of the regularly scheduled committee meetings resources for that day, the request shall be deemed adopted." Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en chambre.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Lempton.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division.
Yes. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Monsieur Holland, appuyé par Madame...
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Saintonge, moves that, notwithstanding usual of the House, until Friday, June 23rd, 2023, a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his or her seat at any time during a sitting, but no later than 6:30 p.m., and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for a subsequent sitting be midnight, provided that it be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53.1 is to take place. Dispense.
Next one,
So we'll be voting on the amendment. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Bazan, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended in paragraph A by replacing the words, and that such a request shall be deemed adopted with the words, and provided that if the clerk of the House personally guarantees that there would be no consequential cancellation or reduction of the regular scheduled committee meetings resources for that day, the request shall be deemed adopted. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie électronique.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has begun. The House will now proceed to a vote for members participating in person. All those who support will please rise.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss Vanenveld.
Ms. Vanenveld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Frediscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Miss Cedu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Yeah. The House will now await, once the proceedings resume, I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 170, 170.
I declare the amendment defeated. Oops, sorry. Thank you. The next question is on the main motion. The motion is as follows. I hope so. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mrs. Saint-Onge, moved that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual... Shall I dispense? Thank you. Yeah, you all know? No. Monsieur Hollande...
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mrs. Saint-Onge, moved that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, until Friday, June 23, 2023, a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his or her seat at any time during a sitting, but no later than 6:30 p.m., and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for a subsequent sitting be midnight, provided that it be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53(1) is to take place, and that such a request shall be deemed adopted. B, on a sitting day extended pursuant to paragraph A.
On any opposition motion pursuant to Standing Order 8116 shall conclude no later than 5:30 p.m. Tuesday to Thursday, 6:30 p.m. on a Monday, or 1:30 p.m. on a Friday, on an allotted day for the business of supply, except pursuant to Standing Order 8118C. 2. After 6:30 p.m., the Speaker shall not receive any quorum calls or dilatory motions and shall only accept a request for unanimous consent after receiving a notice from the House leaders or whips of all recognized parties stating that they are in agreement with such a request. 3. Motions to proceed to the orders of the day and to adjourn the debate or the House may be moved after 6:30 p.m. by a minister of the Crown, including on a point of order, and such motions be deemed adopted. 4. La période
4. The time provided for government orders shall not be extended pursuant to Standing Orders 33.2, 45, 7.1, or 67.12.
No, they're joking. Jusqu'au vendredi 23.
Until Friday, June 23, 2023.
5. Jusqu'au vendredi.
1. During consideration of the estimates on the last allotted day of each supply period, pursuant to Standing Orders 8117 and 8118, when the Speaker interrupts the proceedings for the purpose of putting forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the estimates.
A. All remaining motions to concur in the votes for which a notice of opposition was filed shall be deemed to have been moved and seconded. The questions deemed put and recorded divisions deemed requested. B. The Speaker shall have the power to combine the said motions for voting purposes, provided that, in exercising this power, the Speaker be guided by the same principles and practices used at report stage. 2. A motion for third reading of a government bill may be made in the same sitting during which the said bill has been concurred in at report stage. D, on Wednesday, December 14, 2022, Thursday, December 15, 2022, or Friday, December 16, 2022, a minister of the Crown may move without notice a motion to adjourn the House until Monday, January 30, 2023, provided that the House shall be adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28, and that the said motion shall be decided immediately without debate or amendment. Avoir un verre d'eau? Ça vaut pas la peine, là. Les mercredis 21...
On Wednesday, June 21st, 2023, Tuesday, June 22nd, 2023, or Friday, June 23rd, 2023, a minister of the Crown may move, without notice, a motion to adjourn the House until Monday, September 18th, 2023, provided that the House shall be adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28. And that the said motion shall be decided immediately without debate or amendment.
F, notwithstanding the order adopted on Thursday, June 23, 2022, and Standing Order 45-6, no recorded division requested between 2 p.m. on Thursday, December 15, 2022, and the adjournment on Friday, December 16, 2022, and between 2 p.m. on Thursday, June 22, 2023, and the adjournment on Friday, June 23, 2023, shall be deferred, except for any recorded division requested in regard to a private member's business item for which the provisions of the order adopted on Thursday, June 23, 2022, shall continue to apply. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically.
I want to actually clarify.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronic has started. And the House will now proceed with the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fredgiscatos.
Mr. Fredgiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmil.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
La période de vote électronique, j'ai informé la Chambre.
I wish to. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
le complet. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. La période de vote électronique étant terminée.
The electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await the end of the broadcasting of the votes for members voting electronically before resuming its proceedings.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion passed, carried. It being 9:05, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.